Oh,
How do you come?
I'm all over the place today. I can't quite get it.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting old. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. I think I'm coming up with a bit of a splitting headache. My temple is pulsating, but there we are. Nevertheless, we'll soldier on. If it gets too much for me, then I'll bail out. I'm just my temples are pulsating somewhat. But nevertheless, we'll soldier on. I'm an Oyo man after all, brought up on Amala, so that must count for something. So good to see you. Good day. How are you? I hope you've had a wonderful day. So today is Friday. So now you have the weekend then just to roll luxuriously into. So good to see you. Good to have you here. How are you? Good day. So good day to you. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. And by the way, that Boadi dancing, I cobbled that together myself. I thought it would be amusing. So tell me what you're making of that. I just over the last 5 minutes, I just chopped it together. I cut the song, cut him dancing, and put them together. I thought it'd be an amusing little ditty, to add to the mix. So tell me what you are making of that. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Do that. And then the hyperlink that says StreamYard, your open invitation to come and join us. And then, of course, your invitation to join to buy your host cups of coffee, which has now totally been abandoned by the space. The coffee still is still there if you want to use it, and it's pinned on the comment section as well. So I encourage you to use that, but I'm not going to label you to do it. So I encourage you to do that. So what are we going to be discussing today? So it's a myriad of all manners of topics. So we'll meander through the political landscape and we'll see where that lands us. But we'll be kicking it off with this space. And by the way, there's a video clip that builds up to this headline. I don't mind working with President Tinubu to develop Nigeria. So you would, pardon me, so you would say that is a laudable and a commendable thing to say by somebody that loves his country. But the person saying this is Bode George. So before I read you this headline, I'm going to play you a clip that prefixes it. So we'll prefix it with a clip, and then we'll land on this headline then just to show you then the dynamism of politics. There's nothing, categorically, absolutely nothing that is permanent in politics. So we'll go through the Bode George headline, and then from the Bode George headline, you see they say put the cart before the horse. Back in the day, the mode of transportation was a horse-drawn cart. You put like a wooden something behind the horse, and then you lever that wooden thing onto the horse, and then the horse drags it by way of ferrying goods back and forth. So when they say put the cart before the horse, that is to say that you've got the wooden thing ahead of the horse, then there's no way for that function to take place. So that metaphor lands on this. We will review minimum wage to reflect reality, Tinubu assures. So you'd have thought the minimum wage would have been bumped up first before they put up the price of the economy by 300%. So that's putting the cart before the horse. We'll review minimum wage to reflect reality. Tinubu gives assurances, somewhat putting the cart before the horse. Put the cart before the horse or lead by example. Like Nigeria, Angola cut petrol subsidy to promote economic growth. So where Nigeria leads, the rest of Africa follows. And that petroleum subsidy being cut in Angola, by the way, is significant, not only for the fact that they are cutting, are following the Nigerian example, but really they are recognizing that subsidized living is timing growth within the African continent, which is the path that Nigeria is charting. Like Nigeria, Angola cut petrol subsidy to promote economic growth. So it's a binary choice, isn't it? You either have one or the other, but you cannot have growth. You cannot have petroleum subsidy and have growth. So you have to make that choice then to distinguish. So certainly, people making choices to distinguish. Pentecostal churches pledge allegiance to Tinubu's presidency, abandon Obi to reclaim stolen mandates in court. So that Peter Obi ultimately, I was going to say he will plow a lonely furrow, but is already walking that desolate journey alone, a lonely walk into the abyss. We've just done the Bode Georgia headline, the church base that he was galvanizing for his politics. Pentecostal churches pledges allegiance to Tinubu's presidency, abandon Obi to reclaim stolen mandate in court. So there it is. Everybody loves a winner. We all know that. That's just that's an inevitable fact of life. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Um, APC versus Labour Party, anxiety as tribunals said so notify us in the comment section and I'll go quickly there. So from that, we go on to President Tinubu makes appointments into government. So that is not news because a lot of you already know what's going on in that space, and it's covered by this headline as well. Right, for the benefit of those who have, for the benefit of those of you who are not aware yet. I beg your pardon. My system seems to be dipping in and out somewhere. Indicate to me if you're hearing me, anyone. Indicate to me if you're hearing me, because the system seems to be heavy and somewhat it is spinning. And am I back on? Am I back on? Oh, all right. I'm Anajanle Koko. The two people here already. As I reboot the system, I think I seem to be having a system issue. But let me put these two gentlemen up as I try and sort out things in the background. So fill the void, gentlemen.
Good evening, Mr. Jaleko. Hello. Are you there?
Hey, Bishop. Good Lord.
How is it going at your end?
It's okay. I think one man is having problem with his.
Yeah, he's having serious problems. I was not hearing it. It was just cracking away.
Yeah, we just have to.
System.
Yeah,
System
to fix his system.
So how is Nigeria going today?
Well, I think we are hearing the news. The appointment of chief of staff and.
Unfortunately, all those appointments, I'm not impressed by them. And I'm more doubly not impressed if you have to wait for 5 days to make those announcements. That's me personally. I mean, so it's my opinion on that is subjective. Let's see. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Akume as the SGF, Ajabi Amila as the chief of staff. The clout of that chief of staff something is bigger than Ajabi Amila. It does not have that clout.
I think one man is back. One man, can you hear us?
Oh yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound so clear now.
Yeah, better now.
All right, that's brilliant. So let me carry on. So, gentlemen, thank you for doing that. Stay in the background. I'll bring you up in a moment. So yes, these are the things you have to contend with, and I was having a headache already anyway, so that multiplies it by naught. So there it is. Plenty to go through. There's always plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come join us on the studio, and the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's ever there. Let's take the usual pit stop with the care guides. And then when we get back, we delve straight into the throes of it. But first, the care guide.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water. Oh yeah, she go come again. Water, 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 water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Hapa oh naido. Hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke elemuye o. Ibe shodi ya kekere elemure o. Obi master kekere elemure o. Chief Faila Latif kekere elemure o. Eruku lele elemude.
Actually, instead of the care guide, let me play you this. This seems more contemporaneous. This seems more relevant to the time and space that we're in. So instead of the care guides, let me play you this.
Do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
So there it is. It tells you to be continued. So that was a clip put out by the Tinubu space just as recently as today. That is to tell you that they are going to be internet savvy. They are going to be a social media savvy sort of a setup organization, and they are taking no prisoners as well. I'm saying they are taking no prisoners as well. I've been monitoring the space, and it looks as though Aisha Yesufu's platform may have been is no longer on YouTube. That's what the one thing I've noticed. She, of course, one of the biggest voices pushing against the Tinubu space. So what involvement does the Tinubu government have with that is the thing. So that was picked up today. It was actually reported to me that space no longer on YouTube. So that's to tell you then that it's going to be a no prisoners taking social media savvy sort of a setup. A social media savvy sort of a setup, but it is not about the optics, it is not about the trinkets, it is about the substance of performance. And certainly, the way they've started off, it doesn't inspire confidence. We have to say that. The way the Tinubu administration started off, it does not inspire confidence. It does not inspire confidence. As guys, I bring you this. Subsidy, we will review minimum wage to reflect realities, Tinubu assures. So Tinubu assures, now let's now see, I hope there are figures to this review. President Bola Tinubu on Friday said the national minimum wage needs a review to reflect realities, assured that improved livelihood for Nigerians remains a top priority for his administration, with more people focused economic policies. So let's just pause there for a moment. I'm going to urge these people to be mindful. As steady as she goes is how they say. They need to be mindful of how these steps are being taken and how it's being presented, because you can embed in that mocking words. Somebody that has spiraled the economics, so suddenly he's meant to be an economist. He's meant to be a man of finance. He's meant to know the inner workings of these things and this space. He just spirals the economy by a 300% shock inflation, and is telling us that it's going to be guided in our policies to ameliorate the sufferings of the people. So almost like mocking words. President Bola Tinubu on Friday said the national minimum wage needs a review to reflect realities, assuring that improved livelihood for Nigerians remains a top priority of his administration, with more people-focused economic policies. President Tinubu also advised national and sub-national governments to work together on the issue, which, according to him, already requires soul searching. So that money that comes immediately into the national coffers just from the removal of the oil subsidy, that will immediately, the minimum wage needs to go, the baseline for a minimum wage in Nigeria should be 100,000 naira. You know, that should be the base, and that's even too small. This is as the All Progressive Congress APC governors, under the umbrella of Progressive Governors Forum (PGF), have thrown their weight behind the removal of subsidy. Speaking when he received members of the PGF, led by the chairman, Senator Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, at the presidential Villa Abuja, President Tinubu said that there is the need to look at the minimum wage. According to him, we need to do some arithmetic and soul searching on the minimum wage, adding, we will have to take a look at that together, and the revenue. We must strengthen the source and application of our revenue. President Tinubu urged governors to seize the opportunity of being chosen among millions of citizens in their states to make a difference in the lives of people, adding that he will work for the benefit of Nigerians. He said, "This meeting is not strange to me, and the content of this meeting is so valuable. The comrade there is very stimulating. This is about the Nigerian project, not Bola Tinubu." He also assured that the multiple exchange rate will be streamlined, noting that governance was a conundrum. He said, "I inherited the assets and liability of my predecessors. This is the first time you entered the council chambers, and it is my first time too for a meeting." Pardon me. Give me 1 microsecond. Give me 1 microsecond. Let me just have a word with I beg your pardon. It's turning into a faltering start at this session, but nevertheless will soldier on. I think my voice was too loud, was what I've been cautioned about. He further said it was a good and encouraging sign that the APC has a majority in the National Assembly and some houses of assembly, which will make it easier to develop policies that will directly impact the economy and the people. If we work together, the Nigeria of our dreams is not far away. Rest assured that we will have rest assured that we will not have multiple exchange rates anymore. You asked for this meeting, and I had to set aside time to be here. We have a political party that we will need to manage whichever way. We have inherited assets and liabilities, and we cannot complain. President Tinubu said he would maintain an open door policy, willing to entertain ideas, deliberate, and collectively find solutions to the challenges facing the country, including security. It is in our hands, and I'm ready to work and listen at any time. In his remark, the Vice President Kashim Shettima called on the governors to rally around the president as he tackles the challenges that stagnate the economy, like oil subsidy and multiple exchange rates. Let us rally around the president and not buckle. There are vested interests that may want to resist the subsidy removal. Its removal will free resources for development of your states, he added. If there's one thing that redeems the Tinubu administration, it is Kashim Shettima. So I think I'll abandon this here because I think the point has been made. So if there's one thing that redeems the Tinubu administration, is certainly Kashim Shettima. So that's Kashim Shettima and Tinubu then telling us then that they are going to review the minimum wage upward. So they are going to review the minimum wage upward. But let me take you to this storyline. So let me take you to this space instead. So let me take you to this space. But before I read this out, let me prefix it with a 3-minute video. So let me prefix this with a 3-minute video.
Then Tinubu versus Bode, what has it got to do with the price of milk? I said to you that if I want to relocate, now, by that time, 78 going to 79, I might go. If we had been shouting, and I am happy the president has signed the new electoral bill, if by whatever chance he gets to the villa, I won't be part of this country. And I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I can go to Ghana, live in Ghana, and be watching you with a binocular from afar. You will see what will happen. Say, this is Alpha Beta in Lagos. It will create some Alpha Beta somewhere to carry your money and carry the thing. His wife will now be Senate president. His son will be governor of Lagos. His daughter will be Yoloja of Nigeria. Abba. What has he done to prove that he deserves to be honored by anybody?
All right, so that was Bode George barely 12 months ago telling us that if Tinubu becomes the president of Nigeria, he will relocate to Ghana. So that was Bode George barely 12 months ago, and this is Bode George now. So I won't call it hypocrisy, it's the dynamism and realism of our politics. I don't mind working with President Tinubu to develop Nigeria. So now this is now Bode George barely 12 months later. Bode George, a chieftain of the People's Democratic Party and longtime arch rival of Bola Tinubu, says he is ready to work with the new government. Asked if he would consider serving the country if appointed by Mr. Tinubu, Mr. George said he would not mind serving the country under the new president's administration because he has nothing personal against him. My reaction, like I said, there is nothing personal. Look, I trained in the military. You know, in the military, whoever is in the trench next to you is your brother, explained Mr. George. The PDP chieftain added, when you go out to say, what is our mission in the military? It is to defend our country. If he, Tinubu, comes and says, look, what do you feel about this? What do you feel about that? Let us work together in the interest of the country. Why would I refuse? This nation also trained me. So this is barely 12 months ago, by the way. This is barely 12 months later. Mr. George, who vowed to renounce his citizenship if Tinubu became Nigeria's president, disclosed this in an interview with journalists at his office in Ikoyi, according to correspondence on Friday. At a press conference on March the 19th, 2022, Mr. George said, if by whatever chance he gets to the villa, I won't be part of this country. I am not joking. I can go to Ghana and be watching with binoculars from afar. You will see what will happen. Berating Mr. Tinubu, Mr. Just said his wife will now be the Senate president, his son, the governor of Lagos State, his daughter. But I think he got the daughter right, because the daughter, of course, now are the Iyaloja of Nigeria. His daughter will be the Iyaloja of Nigeria. What has he done to prove he deserves to be honored by anybody in this country? So there it is. And that is the coldness and the realism of politics right there. So the coldness and the realism of politics continues. So the coldness and realism of politics continues to this headline. Pentecostal churches pledge allegiance to Tinubu's presidency, abandon Obi to reclaim stolen mandate in court. So there it is, right there. There it is, and that is usually how it goes. So let's have this. The pardon me. The Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria has thrown its weight behind President Bola Tinubu, pledging Pentecostal churches allegiance to his presidency. PFN in 2022 decided against voting for Mr. Tinubu based on APC's Muslim presidential ticket and urged its 65 million Christians to shun any political parties fielding a Muslim presidential and vice presidential candidate in 2023. But in a congratulatory message published in a full-page advert on Thursday, the PFN said it will support Mr. Tinubu's government with prayers and counsel him to succeed in office. So there it is. We give your excellency the pledge of our support, cooperation, fervent prayer, and godly counsel at all times throughout your administration. The PFN, in a message signed by its national president, Wale Oke. On Monday, Mr. Tinubu took an oath of office as the 16th president of Nigeria, promising to run an inclusive government and grow the country's economy. Tinubu, 71, a former governor of Lagos, succeeded ex-president Muhammadu Buhari, who spent 8 years of 2 terms in office. Mr. Tinubu is a Muslim politician from Nigeria's southwest. Many groups and individuals severally censored his race for the presidency because he chose a Muslim as his running mate. Even prominent figures within his ruling APC and his so-called allies rose against Mr. Tinubu based on religious coloration of his presidential ticket. So what's happened to Babachir Lawan and Dogara Yakubu and the rest of them? A lot of people will go into the political wilderness, never to be seen. Remember when we used to contend with names like Babangida Aliyu and Sule Lamido? Do you remember? That was barely 8 years ago. Where are they now? They're just somewhere spending their stolen dollars now. The PFN noted that Mr. Tinubu fought a good fight and demonstrated uncommon courage, strategic capability, and real grit to emerge as the president. You overcame every formidable obstacle, and God Almighty has given you the desire of your heart. Please accept our hearty congratulations, the PFN said in the message. So it's just really the way these things spin round. These were Obi people threatening fire and brimstone just as early as barely 10 months ago. And it pivots round now. And Obi now just standing in the middle of that road, hearing cricket noises and the sounds of birds. You know, the abandonment, the abandonment. It further said, as you are fully aware, Mr. President, our nation is grappling with daunting challenges that threaten even the foundations of our existence. And it goes on and on in that vein. So we won't label all of that, but it was essentially an Oraisa Rankadede sort of yes daddy from the Pentecostal church. So yes daddy from the Pentecostal church, APC versus Labour Party. Anxiety as tribunal set to give verdict on Gbadebo's petition against Sanwo-Olu in Lagos. So I'm not quite sure if there is any reason to be anxious. There was absolutely categorically and nothing that suggests that Gbadebo anywhere near anything. Remember, this guy contested. He contested to be a local government chairman. He lost. But having lost that, did he then step down to go and contest for a councillor? He did not. He went on to contest for a senatorial seat. And that was when he transmuted his name to Chinedu, and he went to an Igbo-dominated area to contest the senatorial election. He lost. And did he go back then to contest the House of Reps? No. He went from that loss to contend for the governorship. So there is no antecedent of victory or likability amongst the people to suggest that there's any reason to be anxious. The Lagos State Governorship Election Petitions Tribunal is expected to give a verdict on whether or not the petition filed by Gbadebo Roth-Vivor, the candidate of the Labour Party in the March 18 election, is competent to be heard or not. So they are not even deciding on the case. They are deciding on whether even to sit down and even hear anything now from Chinedu. Our correspondents reported that Justice Aram Ashom, the chairman of the tribunal, said the verdict will be given on Friday, June the 2nd, after submission from councils on the matter. I think they should just throw this one away. It's just a pointless exercise, really. Some of the lawyers have argued that the petition should be struck out from the preliminary stage. Other justices of the tribunal panel are Justice Igo Braimor and Justice Igo Braimor. I'm not sure if there are two Justice Igo Braimors. Coming first runner-up in the election with 257,000 votes, Roth-Vivor prayed to the tribunal to nullify the victory of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his deputy Olufemi Hamzat, alleging that they were not qualified to contest in the poll. So what disqualifies them? Because they are returning governors, not new entrants into the space. So what has emerged then in between that disqualifies them? That is the mystery. Roth-Vivor has told the court to disqualify the governor over failure to comply with the Electoral Act 2022, as well as the INEC guidelines, and told the court to declare him as the winner. So it's quite notable to note what is actually contending. So he's not contending that he won the popular vote. He's contending that Sanwo-Olu was not compliant. In his argument, Roth-Vivor posited that Sanwo-Olu was not duly elected by the majority of the vote cast during the election. Recall. I don't know why they said recall here, but this is how it's been written. Recall polled 762,134 votes to defeat Roth-Vivor in March 2023 governorship election in Lagos, and was declared winner of the poll by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. So I'm not quite sure. It's the heights of folly, isn't it? It's an abuse of the court process. Let's see his figures. 257,000 approximately to 762,000 approximately. So Sanwo-Olu got over 3 times the amount of votes that Roth-Vivor got, and he's asking them to annul the election and declare him winner. So it's just a pit of ridiculousness. It's just utter nonsense. But utter nonsense. Let's go on from that. Let's go on from that utter nonsense to something that hopefully makes a bit more sense. So let's go to this space. Let's go to this space. Justin Tinubu finally reveals identity of those critical to success of his administration. Was it? No. This is a weak one. Let me go to this one instead. Let's go to this one instead. At last, President Tinubu makes appointments into government. So I'm not quite sure why they're saying at last. It's a 3-month-old administration. President Bola Tinubu has approved new appointments into his government few days after inauguration. Femi Gbadabiamila, Speaker of the House of Representatives, is the Chief of Staff to the President, whilst Senator Ibrahim Hadijia, a former Jigawa State Deputy Governor, is the Deputy Chief of Staff. This was disclosed by Abiodun Oladunjoye, Director Information, Office of the Special Advisor to the President on Media and Publicity on Friday. He said the President also appointed Mr. George Akume, the former governor of Benue, as the secretary to the government of the Federation. So those are the two significant appointments now that has been made by the Tinubu administration. Yeah, and this last headline just goes on to speak to that space. So that's been the development. So this guy is still the one putting out, because this Tolu Ogunlesi is a spillover from the Buhari administration, isn't it? So it says a State House press release. President Tinubu appoints Femi Gbadabiamila, Chief of Staff, Senator Ibrahim Hadijia, DCOS, George Akume, SGF. President Bola Tinubu Friday in Abuja announced the appointment of Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Femi Gbadabiamila, as Chief of Staff, and Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadajia, a former Deputy Governor of Jigawa State, as Deputy Chief of Staff. In a meeting with the Progressive Governors PGF, the President also named former Governor of Benue State and immediate past Minister of Special Duty, George Akume, Secretary to the Government of the Federation. So there it is right there. The appointments slowly trickling in. But I think the window is actually only 60 days for him to make all of these appointments, because I think Buhari actually, well, I know Buhari actually signed that into law on his way out. So Buhari signs that into law on his way out. And there's also been meetings with Wike, Makinde, etc. So I'm not going to cover that, only to mention it really. If anybody on the panel knows about that meeting or they want to discuss it, we can have it. Let me make this now the last readout, and then I'll play you a couple of barely 1 minute clips, and then we get into the conversation. So let's go to this space. Like Nigeria, Angola cut petrol subsidy to promote economic growth. So wherever Nigeria leads, Africa follows. We know that. Angola says it has decided to reduce its spending on petrol subsidy, according to reports by Bloomberg. After the cabinet meeting on Thursday in Luanda, the country's capital, Manuel Jr., Minister of State for Economic Coordination, said the subsidy reduction will take effect from Friday. He said this would lead to an increase in the price of petrol from the current 160 kwanzas, which is unbelievable. It is we're complaining in Nigeria, but look how much they are paying for petrol in. I wonder why we're not smuggling petrol from Angola. He said this would lead to an increase in the price of petrol from the current 160 kwanzas, which is about 27 American cents for a liter of petrol, to 300 kwanzas, which is 51 cents per liter. The change in price represents an 87.5% rise starting from 1 a.m. on Friday. Subsidies on other petroleum products such as diesel, cooking oil, and gasoline, a type of diesel, will remain unchanged, he said. So I think that's where the spend is, the PMS. The minister said the removal of petrol subsidy is a necessary measure to promote solid economic growth capable of addressing the serious problems facing the country. Junior said Angola's expenditure on fuel subsidy amounts to $3.8 billion in 2022. On her part, Vera Davis, Angola's Minister of Finance, said removing the petrol subsidy was a sovereign decision of the Angolan state and was not influenced by external pressure from the International Monetary Fund. According to a government report obtained by correspondents, Angola's Ministry of Finance had put forth a proposal for a phased reduction of petrol subsidy beginning in the second quarter of 2023. The report also recommended a gradual and progressive removal of the subsidy on diesel and illuminating oil prices, with the process projected to last until 2027. So this might have been a better way for maybe Nigeria, rather than Angola copying Nigeria. Maybe Nigeria should have copied Angola. So it should have been a phased withdrawal to land on a certain date. What Tinubu did was wrong. We just have to say that. It's just brutish and completely lacking in economic sense. Certainly not in the interest of the people. Angola has the fourth lowest petrol price in the world after Libya, Iran, and Venezuela, according to data compiled by correspondents. According to a report released on May the 11th by the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, Angola is Africa's top crude oil producer, with production averaging 1.06 million barrels per day. Post-subsidy effects percolates Nigeria. The country's petrol subsidy cutback comes at a time when Nigeria, Africa's major oil producing country, is experiencing post-subsidy realities. President Bola Tinubu, in his inaugural speech on May the 29th, made a pronouncement that subsidy payments had stopped. However, the president's media team later clarified that the implication of the policy will commence this month. But the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC Limited, said it adjusted the price of petrol across its retail outlets, a situation typical of a subsidy-free regime. So there it is. The subsidies are over, and it looks as though that's an African-wide thing. So an African-wide thing. So joining me, Bishop, Ajan Lekoko, Thomas is here, and Solomon as well. So still spaces, of course, for whoever wants to hop on. But before anybody hops on, we've always spoken about Buhari being somewhat of an honest broker. But look at this. I want you to see this. These are Buhari's children. And look at how they are making the dollars rain. Look at this. So those were the unemployed children of Buhari spending dollars like they were Elon Musk. So there it is. Where they came about that money remains a mystery. Let me play you now this last clip. This clip is a throwback, but really, people talk about the inherent hypocrisy in the Peter Obi narrative, but nobody spoke to it in better eloquence than the former Minister of Finance, Kemi Adeosun. Watch this.
And speak to the road to recovery, because we've been through... Oh, where's Governor Peter Obi? Has run away. You should go and bring him for me. I need to talk to him about a few of those. Let's go and bring him. I don't want to join issues with Governor Obi. He's an excellent governor and a patriotic Nigerian, but a few of those things he was reading are not quite accurate. Thank you. Don't run, sir. Thank you very much for retrieving Pastor Obi for me, Governor Obi. So thank you very much. So I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about the Nigerian economy and answer the questions that I know you've all been answering, but I won't join issues with Governor Obi, but every now and then I may stray, a bullet may hit him. But So it's all about building a productive economy, and it's really the road to recovery. But in order for us to understand where we're going, there are a few things I've got to be able to answer today. And that's about the past, the present, and the future. What happened? How did we get here? What happened? Everybody's asking the question. And we need to understand it, because to the extent...
So there it is. That's Kemia Adeosun mocking Peter Obi. But then, of course, Peter Obi has been a laughing stock for quite a while now. So Peter Obi, a laughing stock. But should we point and laugh at this man in equal measure? So let's kick it off with our Bishop, which is where we seem to be starting often instances. So Bishop, are you ready? Bishop?
Okay. Hello. If I have good as farm.
Or do you want me to kick it off with Solomon?
Yeah, maybe. Just go ahead. Yeah. I'll be off in a short while.
All right. All right. I'll give you a moment. Send a signal in the private chat once you're ready. Let's kick it off with you then, Solomon. So, Solomon, this I'm sure did not catch you by surprise, but he promised us that he will move to Ghana if Tinubu ever becomes president. But it looks as though now the route to Ghana is going via Aso Rock Villa. Oga, I need a job, Bode George to Tinubu. Solomon, what says you?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, one man. Good morning.
Yeah.
Mr. Bode George is just is a politician, and everything he said, politicians, you don't need to trust whatever thing they say, and it's very, very bad because it's misleading at his age. Because many obedience were like, for this man to say this thing, he's really a good man. He's somebody that is very transparent and honest and loyal. But look at what he's doing now. When I saw this headline of him saying that he can work with Tinubu, just in the name of giving excuse that because Nigeria is our country, we need to do everything possible to work and make it work and make it good for everybody. That one is just giving excuse because he openly said it, and I know he said that it is mind that as soon as this guy wins this election, if this guy wins this election, he's not going to be in Nigeria. He will move down to Ghana, and right now he's not going to anywhere. He's going to remain in Nigeria, and I believe if they even give him any appointment, not I believe, he has already said it in his mouth, he's definitely going to take it up, and it's just very bad that this kind of good man is doing this thing. He's not good at all, and he has really disappointed the obedience.
It's really, apologies to the obedience, but it's really bringing the reality of politics to the understanding of people who are new into politics. Because when you listen to people like Bode George, you cannot listen to him just from the utterances of his mouth. You have to listen to him based on his antecedents of the past, the character he is, what he has said and done before, and how you understand that into what he's saying and what he's projecting to the future. Nobody thought Bode George was anything other than an opportunistic chancer. And this is what it is now, an opportunistic chancer.
Of course. I will even categorize him and Obasanjo in the same class for real, because I don't understand. I see them like they are old men, people that are old enough to be my grandfather, but I see them like hypocrites. All of a sudden, people that were even part of they are among the people that brought this country this way with their politics and all that, and all of a sudden they want to come and start deceiving people that they are organizing a movement for new Nigeria and all that, when they were the ones that spoiled this country and kept this country where it is. So, sorry, who is trying to talk?
Ajale Koko, can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah, Baba, yeah, I can.
How you did now?
I'm very fine, sir.
Now don't they chop the money for Abuja small.
When my brother don't come, increase.
You don't join him, you look on. of our head for our head now. Look, one man. This article, I don't know where you got it from. It might be fake news.
That news has been it's been coming out since
fake.
yesterday. It's been coming out since yesterday. This is the third cycle of this headline.
It's a fake.
And
I guarantee you it's a fake news. That is what they are presenting here in this article is not what that man said on the video that I watched.
Okay.
What he said on the video, in the video that I watched, is that he's not going to congratulate Tinubu yet because some leaders in Lagos went to him to placate him that as a Lagosian, all of them should join hands to give Tinubu support, irrespective of their political affiliation. He told those leaders that, well, at the moment, he is a leader in PDP and they have case in the court. And until when that case is fully exhausted and the outcome from the Supreme Court
this article is post that whatever clip you saw. Here it is in the Vanguard as well. So it's covered widely. This here it is in the Vanguard as well, and here it is again in another news platform. So it's widely reported, and here it is again in another news platform. So
Well, man, can I say something?
One man, sorry, Bro Sikini. Baba Jadi Kokoya saying this guy was telling those elders that came to meet him that he's a chieftain in PDP and they have a case in court. Did he support PDP in this election? He never supported PDP in the election. So him saying all these things that they have case in the courts, I don't understand what position is he trying to take, or what statement is he trying to make with that when you never supported PDP?
It's a member of the board of trustee of the party, and particularly the leader of PDP from the Southwest. So it's just because of articles misbehavior. That's why they did not support it. It doesn't mean that it's not a member of PDP. It doesn't mean that
it didn't support Jandor.
Jandor too was. Was acting crazy too. So it doesn't take him out from. What of Wike? Wike did not.
No. We're talking about Bode George. What Bode George highlights is a self-interest politics, and this is what this headline is telling us as well: a self-interest politician.
I don't know where they.
Can I say something?
Hold on, Kene now. Adande Koko is talking. Yeah.
I don't know where they met him and grant him. Where they met him to and granted this interview that all these newspapers are publishing. I don't know, but but I don't want to believe that he has surrendered. He has declared support.
It is widely reported now. Ajanle Koko, widely reported. All the news platforms cannot be lying.
One man, Babaja, as he has not even gone to Ghana, that alone will let you know that this man has already surrendered.
Look, you know that the source.
You know, about a week ago, he was saying there's nothing personal with me and Tinubu. Remember, Tinubu, they sent emissaries to him about 2 weeks ago, and he was saying that there's nothing personal between me and Tinubu, and then subsequently he came out again and said, if he seeks my advice, I will give it to him. And then he's subsequently now saying that I don't mind working with him. So there's been a build-up to landing on this statement, which is I played the clip when he said he was going to Ghana barely 10 months ago.
The content did you say is not? He doesn't mind working with him. We have to really take a look at what context he make that statement. That is very important. We can't just go on headline sensational story and start criticizing.
A lot of this article and if you look at this, I hope you can see it. It is in parentheses, which tells you it's a direct quotation. So these are quotation marked comments. My reaction, like I said, there is nothing personal. Look, I trained in the military. In the military, whoever is in the trench next to you is your brother, Mr. George explained. The PDP chieftain added, when you go out to say, what is our mission in the military? It is to defend our country. If Tinubu comes and says, look, what do you feel about this? What do you feel about that? Let's work together in the interest of the country. Why would I refuse? This nation also trained me. So that is a marked departure. And then this article goes on to mark that departure. Mr. George, who vowed to renounce his citizenship if Tinubu became president of Nigeria, disclosed this with journalists at his office in Ikoyi. At a press conference on March the 19th, 2022, Mr. George said, if by whatever chance he gets to the villa, I won't be part of this country. I am not joking. I can go to Ghana and be watching with binoculars from afar. You will see what will happen. So these are quoted comments. These are not written articles. These are direct quotations from the man.
I think what he's simply saying there is that if Tinubu seeks for his advice, he's ready to work with him and advise him on issue.
He's begging for a job.
It's not. No, he said it in the video award that he's not begging for a job. He doesn't want any appointment. But
how long? When did you watch that video? When did you watch it?
That was like last week.
Yeah, but this is today.
He's not begging for a job. But if you really want to take a look of that statement very well, I think it's just saying if he seeks for his advice, he's ready to work with him and give him his best advice. It's not. He didn't say categorically that, oh, I'm ready to work with him.
But they never said that. Now he's sending white doves. Now those are white dove comments. Now, but who will say directly that give me a job? He won't say directly give me a job. But what is opening up is this is an application interview.
We want us to remember. You would like to? I mean, we look. Elders in Lagos, even one of the most senior politicians in Lagos, Baba Oluchi, went to him and, urged him that we are all Lagosians. Tinubu is one of our own. Let us work with him. Let us give him support. You see, all his criticism of Tinubu is not personal, as he said.
It's not personal.
It's not.
Did you watch the?
It's for reason to make Lagos State better. It's not a personal fight. You cannot tell me categorically that Tinubu, 23 years hold of Lagos State, have made Lagos State better than
let me play you this clip.
Then Tinubu versus Bode, what has it got to do with the price of milk? I said to you that if I want to relocate, now by that time 78 going to 79, I might go. If we had been shouting, and I am happy the president has signed the new electoral bill, if by whatever chance he gets to the villa, I won't be part of this country. And I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I can go to Ghana, live in Ghana, and be watching you with a binocular from afar. You will see what will happen. Say this is Alpha Beta in Lagos. It will create some Alpha Beta somewhere to carry your money and carry the thing. His wife will now be Senate president. His son will be governor of Lagos. His daughter will be Yoloja of Nigeria. Abba. What has he done to prove that he deserves to be honored by anybody?
what happens to the people who believed his words then?
Well, one man. He said
It's hypocrisy, Ajanle Koko. You can't defend it. It's not even hypocrisy, it's politics. It's just this is a self-serving man. It's worse than Tinubu, actually, from what he said and now what he's doing. It's worse than it's a man. He doesn't have the honor of his own words. What happens to the gullibles that believed him then?
Look, let me tell you, when politicians speak, sometimes it doesn't mean that they hate the other politician. It's just for the reason of opposition. Look, you cannot tell me that Tinubu have done well or the party have done excellently well in management of Lagos State. Nobody can tell me that. Lagos, as it is today, should be better than.
Yeah, but that's not the
fight. That father, Baba Bode George is fighting. That Lagos should have been better than what we have today, considering the enormous resources.
Adale Koko, that's not where the conversation is now. The conversation is where his wordings also all of that is what forms his sentiments then. And he was so clear in his mind barely 10 months ago that this guy is, he said, I'm so glad that Buhari signed the electoral bill because he thought that electoral bill will stop Tinubu. And he said, if Tinubu, it's a 4-minute clip, it gets even more aggressive in the course of it. I can play the fullness of it, but I just don't want to labor the space. He said if Tinubu became president, it would be the worst thing. It will turn Alpha Beta to Beta Cola at the Nigerian state, that it will subsume and consume the whole of the space, and he's going to get out of the country immediately and will never set foot on the Nigerian shores again. Barely 10 months, and look at this headline now.
So what I'm saying, one man, is that look, we cannot call this Papa.
So we cannot take him by his words. We cannot take him by his words.
We cannot say that Bode George is not fighting for the interest of Lagos State. Even though some of his statements...
all right. We were not talking about Lagos State anyway. We're talking
this is
about
all
Tinubu.
his fight. Yeah. Hold on, one man.
All right.
All along, up to today, is for Lagos State.
Okay.
His fight, his grudge against Tinubu is because, according to him, he has not managed Lagos State well. They have looted so much out of Lagos State. And that is why you saw in that clip you just played, saying his selfishness is being able to corner the resources for.
All right. I don't want to stay in Lagos State. I don't want to stay in Lagos State for too long. But if he has all of that objection for what Tinubu did in Lagos State, then it should be even more alarmed that Tinubu is now Nigerian president. So it should be then alarming to the space that we've made a mistake and we must be very conscious of this guy. Because these are the reasons. This is what he did in Lagos State. I'm warning you and I'm expanding on what I'm saying. So he's not saying that. He's saying I want a job.
Political opponent is not an enemy. They are opponent. They have been in opposition party all these years. It doesn't mean that Tinubu is an enemy.
I'm not saying, but nobody is saying it's an enemy now. You said he has a. Hold on. No. Ajanleko, I'm not sure you are where the conversation is. You are saying he's a conscientious objector. He objects to Tinubu as a matter of conscience, as a matter of Tinubu's antecedents. So if he objects to Tinubu for all of those honest reasons, those reasons have not changed. So why has he?
What everybody must stand for now, and which he is standing for, is for the survival of Nigeria. Tinubu has won the election. Must he continue to oppose Tinubu? Everybody wants Nigeria to survive.
If the reasons that he objects to Tinubu are valid, then he should stick by those reasons. If the reasons that he objects to Tinubu are valid, he should stick by those reasons. If he has any integrity.
Politics shouldn't be like that. Look.
Politics devoid of honor, Abi. Politics devoid of honor.
No. Politics should be I am not for you for social reason, but when it is time for nationhood, for us to come together to save the nation, we must put politics by the side. It's time to save Nigeria. And he's saying that if Tinubu should call on him for advice, he will advise him. If it genuinely he want to really work for the interest of Nigeria now, and not for himself. All along, his opposition against Tinubu.
All right. Hold on. We don't. We know the opposition to Tinubu is based on his antecedents in Lagos, but his wordings that are, if Tinubu became the president of Nigeria, he would relocate. So he has reversed that.
Well, I mean, where would he go?
Ghana. He said he was going to Ghana.
He's not a Ghanaian. He's a Nigerian.
He's an African.
It's a word of mouth. It's a
word
of
right.
mouth. But
and the people who took him at his words then.
Who is taking politicians so serious? When politicians talk, why must you take their words so serious?
So it's a 360 turnaround. 360.
I agree that with you.
And that's hypocrisy. That makes him a hypocrite.
Well, you can describe him as hypocrite, but all I'm saying is that, look, leaders in Lagos have gone to him to beg him one way or the other that Tinubu is your brother. Tinubu is your junior brother.
But they were begging him during the election.
After the election, I mean 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks
Yeah,
ago.
but they were begging him during the election as well. So why did he not accede to the beggings before?
He cannot join him. He cannot work for Tinubu. He's in an opposition party. So he have the right to support whoever that he feels can run Nigeria better. But Tinubu has won now. Leaders in Lagos. He's one of the leaders in Lagos. He's one of the Babasale in Lagos. And the most senior politician, Baboluchi, have been to him to say, look, I want us to work together. We are all Lagosians. This is one of our
I have a question.
So sometimes in politics, when you go to a particular stage, you have to pipe it low. You cannot just bend.
You have to beg for a job when it gets to a certain stage. You have to beg for a job.
No, what job is he looking for at 78?
All right.
What job does he want to do?
He's not a greedy man.
He's not a greedy man like.
He's not a greedy man. He lives in
at 78. He's a Lagosian, one man. He's a Lagosian. So if he's saying he want to work with his brother now, I don't see anything wrong with that.
His brother, they are brothers now.
Nigeria must survive.
Look at that. You're a politician too. Take a question from ASAP. Put that question and then we get back to Solomon who has the floor. Put the question to Ajale.
Well, I understand that someone can take a different position. Baba, how do you think that Bode George will look now in the eyes of his followers and those obedient? And number two,
Baba take riba now. Baba take riba.
You said that in one part, you mentioned that it's not personal. It's not taking it personal. At the same time, we are saying that all of us are saying that the politicians went to meet him and they begged him. You said it like twice now. Okay, if something is not personal, why are they begging him?
They're begging him to come around and support his brother.
Personal.
No, it's not personal. It is not.
Let Ajale Koko respond and then we move on. Yeah,
it's you people interpreting it as personal. It is not personal. It is, they have been an opposition party since 1999. And you can't expect me, if I'm an opposition party, to support you, when you are in opposition party and we are both opposition party, how can I support you? But when it gets to a point we should be able to work together. If at this time, for the reason of saving Nigeria, some people now beg him that, okay, let us work together as Lagosian, support this our own not to fail, mobilize all the resources and everybody to back him up so that we can succeed together. Why not? Why not? Backing Tinubu now is very important. But if Tinubu is not following the right step, he can still backtrack rather. But at this moment, everybody must stand up for that nation. So if Tinubu is doing the right thing, we must all back him. But if he's taking a wrong step that is not good for the interest of the nation, we have to stand up against him. So if at this moment he chooses to stand with Tinubu, I don't see anything wrong. We must stand to support Tinubu. It's not support for Tinubu now. It's not for Tinubu, but it's for the survival of it's for this country to succeed. If Tinubu succeed, we all succeed.
All right. So if he's saying I don't mind working with President Tinubu, is that not signaling that he wants a position?
No, at 78, he doesn't want any position. Which position?
How old is Biden? How old is 70, Biden?
78. What position do you want him to hold?
Biden is 80 now.
How do we trust his words now? Because now you say we should not take his words serious. Okay, so in the first instance, when he told us that he's going to go to Ghana, he told us that he will not longer become a citizen. Okay, so we heard him, but now it came to pass, and Baba took a 360-degree turn. Okay, and you mentioned that which is true actually. You should not trust the words of politicians. Okay, now if he says that he wants to work with him, you know that word, that term work is ambiguous. So if tomorrow now he now takes one contract, are we going to also say again that he wasn't saying it literally? It's to me it's like it's up in the air. And what I'm even concerned about is that the impression he is making now in the minds of young politicians and those that follow, it means that we are breeding a set of politicians that we cannot hold them accountable any longer. They can say one thing today and mean another thing tomorrow. That's how it looks to me. That's how it looks to me.
All right, thank you, ASAP. Ajanle Koko, if you want to respond to that, and then Solomon wrap up that space. I think we've lingered too much there, but Ajanle Koko.
I think that he's not doing anything wrong now. Tinubu should be supported by this time by all Nigerians for him to succeed. And if he's supporting Tinubu now, I don't think it's anything wrong. But people should not interpret it as if it's surrender or looking for appointment from Tinubu. It's not looking for appointment. It's just for the for us to stand up for our country to succeed. So that's the way I see it.
All right, Solomon, wrap up that space and then we'll move on.
Yeah. Raja these days is trying to just play opposition in everything.
The new rational mind.
This Bode George. What is this guy's name? This guy around Jadon was in one interview. He was saying that Bode George told him he should take Chinedu as his Badibo as his deputy, but because that guy he can't bring out numbers for him, or he don't have supporters like that. That is why he did not pick Badibo. He had to pick Jennifer, and now Bode George had to advise that same guy because Bode George is a friend to Chinedu's father, something like that. So you see, this man, the way he even said it, like Jadon said it, that his friend's son. So this man is fighting for his own interest, and right now he's fighting. Even if he's not coming out, even if he's not appointment that they will give to him directly, but he will be relevant. He wants relevance in this new administration, in the sense that he can always still have his own people. He can put his own people to in this administration, and you know what it means to in Nigeria and what it means for him. So Babaja, what you're saying is not 100% correct. This guy is a selfish person and he's fighting. He's a politician, like we all know, and he's fighting for his own personal interest. Yeah,
Oh,
Uma.
all right, brilliant, well put. So brilliant, well put. So it looks as though the appointments of the Tinubu administration, they are coming out in trickles. So the worst kept secret in politics, Nigerian, a confirmation by Dabi Amila, chief of staff, but George Akume as the secretary to the government of the federation. A lot of permutations, and that name never came up. So what are you making then of the slow dripping appointments, especially the names that we've heard? George Akume, what says you?
Yeah. This concerning this SGF, I never expected this George Akume, the former governor of Benue State. No, not that is before. I think before autumn. Yeah, I never expected him to. This guy was not really, he did not really do anything in the campaign, and I did not really see him as somebody who I did not even know him. I just as somebody with APC, I just knew him today because I was expecting somebody like Lalong to be the SGF, and yeah, because he really worked hard in this 100%, where he really worked hard. That would have just been one reason um, the president would have just given him that position, but it has happened already. But for me, I that's SGF. I'm not really satisfied with. He has his reason anyway because it's his own cabinet is eating and all that. But I never saw this guy becoming SGF. But for the chief of staff, yeah, Femi 100%. Mr. Femi deserves that position. To be honest with you, especially one thing that caught my attention was during the convention, the way he went in a very polite manner to call President Tinubu back that you've not greeted the vice president and you're just going. It shows that this guy can always check and balance Tinubu at as in a very humble way, not somebody trying to be rude or no.
A lot of people said they got that position via Remi Tinubu. You recall that when Tinubu was doing all his travels for his medicals, Agbadabe Amila was giving him very close marking. Everywhere he went, he made sure that he was exactly there. We saw them walking the streets of Paris and all that. And of course, Remi Tinubu with her husband trying to prep him for governance. So a lot of people felt that it was in the course of following them around that he persuaded the wife, which then, of course, went on to persuade the husband.
I know you can't just use something that just happened just a few months. You don't build relationship like that. Something that just happened, or you don't catch someone's attention like that. So just within a short period of time, this thing is something I know they have history together. They've been together they are in Lagos State. They've been into this political stuff for a very long time. So he already knows the people around him, and he knows their capacity and their level of loyalty too. So this thing is not just about this few period they went to Paris and all that. No, this how he have been watching this guy. He has known this guy and every other person around him for a long time. This guy deserves this position. Femi, I'm very satisfied with this Femi being the chief of staff is a very good thing and he deserves that appointment. But like I told you, from my own observation, I see somebody that is humble to him and he tells him the truth. Do you understand? He checks and balance him like he tells him the truth and in a very humble way. Not people that would go against him that would be no. He's somebody that's just like a father and a son relationship that your son will be your father will be doing wrong. You tell him that this thing you're doing is not good in a polite manner, or your son and the father to do will still do the same thing. So they have is the way their relationship has been that just got framed into this political this thing of him giving him that appointment as his chief of staff. But that convention action really made me know that this Femi is good for, as in is going to be good for this kind of position. And thank God he gave him that appointment.
All right, brilliant. I'm going to take you to the next topic, but before I take you there, let's hear quickly from Alexander Gomez, who joins us. So, Alexander, your usual cameo appearance.
Hello, man. I love the way you call my name, Alexander.
Look at that. I like I was paying your bills or something.
How are you, though?
I'm well. Yeah.
I don't know. Manners. Hello, everybody on the platform. I don't know this appointments today to support what Bishop said earlier. I'm not sure it overwhelmed me. But sometimes I've seen nepotism playing out. Um, I think this Gbajabia Miller family and Tinubu family go back a long way. I see the family connection. I see the family loyalty. Chief of staff is usually very close to, pardon my manners, to the boss, to his boss or her boss. So I can see why he was appointed, but I don't think he's the most qualified person for that job, quite frankly. To me, he comes across a yes man. He has too much reverence for President Tinubu, so it's just going to be taking instructions from the president, and he would do anything the president wants him to do. Um, I'm not overwhelmed by it. Chief of staff, I think you need a stronger personality, uh, but that's his choice. We've been harping on this for a long time. We need him to use what he does best to bring out the best brains that Nigeria has to offer so we can take our country back to where it's supposed to be. But if this is indicative of the way forward, I think we have something ahead of us, and it doesn't look very good as far as I'm concerned.
It's not the worst he could have done, but it's not the best he could have gotten. He would do a reasonable job, but there are other candidates that could have done a lot better. A lot of people they come up with the name Fashola.
Yeah, but maybe Fashional is not readily available for that position. Since Fashola, let me say this. This I know very well. Since Fashola started working for Buhari, I think his closeness to Tinubu was affected somewhat. So it wasn't like Fashola 2023 is not quite the same Fashola of the Tinubu administration. So they're not as close as they used to be, obviously. So I can understand why he didn't go that direction, because you really have to be very close to your chief of staff, and this is the person, in my opinion, that he's closest to amongst anyone that he could choose. But I don't think he's the best. He's the most qualified person for that position, in my opinion. I think there's stronger personalities, but then we have right now the strongest first lady that we've ever produced in Nigeria. That woman is very headstrong. She's very controlling. Her husband listens to her explicitly. So that's what we see playing out right now. I just need him to. I'm worried about every time I see him make decisions. I realize how sick he is. I realize how sick he is, because I don't think the Tinubu of in his heydays would have made that stupid pronunciation that Angelico talks about all the time. Within 30 minutes of your administration, you say fuel subsidy is over. I think that shook the market and that shook up the people, and it wasn't timely. He did the wrong thing there. It should have been a gradual process for the people to come to the realization that life is not going to be the same like it was when it was subsidized. But he came across as if he didn't care, but that wasn't it. I think that he it got carried away with in a moment. He has come. He's become what he always wanted, the president of the greatest black country in the world, and he just essentially goofed. So that's that. With Bode George's one, with due respect,
Baba Tigbariba, Baba Tigbariba.
no, I wouldn't say that, and I won't say Egbon because he's much older than I am. I would say uncle. I think that you're speaking from both sides of your mouth. You sound like an old school negotiator. No more, no take what you know. I love Ghana. I'll go to Ghana. I'll go to Ghana. But when the realization kicks in, you have to eat back your words. I don't think that's honorable. I'm kind of disappointed. But I think he's come to the
It didn't have to go to Ghana, but he could have kept a dignified silence, rather than start hustling for money.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was for an elder statesman like that. I think that was. I wasn't expecting him to do that kind of thing. But then we as a people sometimes are wishy-washy. So they just showed his wishy-washy side, unfortunately. But I wasn't overwhelmed by that. I was kind of disappointed. But hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles, isn't it? So, well, man, I just wanted to quickly pop in and say hello to everybody. And Aja, Mokiel, Ayo, Mokia, and everybody on the platform. I say hello. Eze, and there, well, so I'll talk to you later, one man.
All right. Look at that. Alexander's. Go on.
I saw Lola. Yeah.
Alexander's cheeks are looking rosier every time he turns up. All those are American, whatever it is.
That's age. That's age for you, man. One is getting old, isn't it?
No, that's good living. That's good living.
God bless. God bless.
All right. Cheers. So back to you, Solomon. We will review minimum wage to reflect realities. Tinubu assures. So I was using the analogy then of putting the cart before the horse. So what are you then making then of this review? Where would you like the review to go? And should that review and new minimum wage be in situation? Should they have been in situation first before they started to meddle with the subsidy, Solomon?
Yeah. Most people like the like the way the subsidy has been removed, but not providing a solution, or like having another alternative that would help the people not to feel the removal is where the fault is. That is where most people fault his this speech of him saying subsidy is gone, even though we know that it was not it's not this administration that the budget ended. It was in the last administration, but you would have at least looked for a solution, look for another alternative that would help people. As you just as you just officially say it's gone, they will not really feel this, because right now Nigeria is somehow, especially in terms of this transportation and all that, is really, really, really frustrating. People now trying to say, they are telling their bosses that they'll be going to work once in a week and all that, and the thing is really, really crazy. People can't do things, especially in the cities, not even people in the people in the urban areas that make use of boats and all that. They are really going through this thing in a very hard way, and it's not good. So this man would have just at least look for another alternative, like a solution, as you're saying it. Then you look for something that you will do for the people that will make them not to feel this thing. So him now saying he's trying to review this thing, they should just be fast about it and they should implement it, because things like it's very rough now, to be honest. Yeah, man.
All right, brilliant. I can hear sleep in your voice. You sound half asleep.
We can still talk if there is another headline.
I was going to ask you actually the impact of the fuel subsidy on the prices at the market. Are you seeing the impacts of the subsidy in the prices at the market?
Yeah. if you imagine you book boats, you're going to somewhere where you go with like 3-5. Boat tells you that you have to pay 3-5. And you call the drive like, where are you? Come and pick me up. The driver will be like, how much is in that place? If you tell him, say, oh guy, if he will give you his own price, that maybe he will tell you like, so he tell you the least price he will tell you is 5K. That's something you both gave you 3-5. You tell them 5K, they will
What
tell you
about food?
5K.
What about food prices? I'm more interested in the food prices. Has it impacted on food prices? The for subsidy removal.
Yes, it has. Especially like, yes. Even with this one, in everything, because every food stuff, like especially those who even go to the rural areas to bring their like all these veggies and all that, they'll tell you things that you're supposed to, the quantity you buy less in with less amount, now they've increased the price. Like,
Can you give me an example that you bought X item for X amount post the announcement and then after it? What percentage markup are we looking at in food?
oh man, I cannot really give you an amount, like I can't, because I know, no, I can't give you because I've not.
Yes, the babes do the shopping. Have you look at this guy?
Well, but things are going up. Things have gone up. To be honest with you, things have really gone up. This food stuff, and yeah, they've gone up, and it's really crazy. It's really crazy. So they need to do something. They need to do
All right.
something about this.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Solomon. So stay with us.
Yeah, woman.
All right. So Solomon, let me go from you full time to go in the direction of Bishop, who hopefully is ready for us now. Bishop, are you there?
Yeah, hopefully I'm better now. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So Bishop, let me kick you off then with the let's kick it off with the announcement. Akume is really, because we nobody was caught off guard by Gbadabe Miller, and I think we've said the pros and cons of that. But the Akume appointment that came somewhat from the left field. No anticipation of that, but there we are. Is it fit for the job? What sort of what's your expectation of him? And did it catch you off by surprise?
Okay, let me start by saying good evening, everyone. Good evening, Nigerians. Good evening, compatriots. For wherever you may be listening from. On Akume, honestly speaking, I wouldn't say I was disappointed, though. But trying to look back at his antecedents, they've not done anything very spectacular to give them a seat at the table this time. Akume has been in.
Oh God, have we lost you?
Just
all right.
So for me, I believe there are better candidates to have filled that position, and I will confess that this first set of appointments to me did not cut it. I mean, that's my candid opinion.
Do you think that do you think the appointments are coming in too slowly? Yes, we are aware that he's only 3 days in, but if there's anybody that should have been prepared, he has been chasing this job. All of those travels to foreign lands, he told us that was to perfect his administration. The all the appointments that are not subject to Senate approvals, he should have just reeled out a list of names to occupy offices by now.
Without wanting to sound immodest, I don't want to sound immodest. I think these appointments are. When was the swearing in? 4 days ago. As far as I'm concerned, they're 4 days late. I mean, these are the same persons who are going to announce all this. Why did you have to wait? People make these announcements on the first day immediately. Even some of them at the inauguration grant. The first set of appointments, media officer or chief, whatever media officer, chief of staff. These are things that could have been made. So for me, I mean, yeah, I still defer is the commander in chief, the president, but I am not really too impressed with the delay and the quality of persons I eventually came up with. I hope I'm not going to have this for the ministerial appointment list. I'm not, but not that I have anything personal against them, but just looking at the antecedents and things that we can point at as their track record. I mean, all the three of them. I mean, there's nothing to celebrate, and it's 5 days late as far as I'm concerned. People might have different opinion that maybe it's consulting. We've consulted for 3 months. The election held on the 25th of February. For crying out loud. Yes. March, April, May, now 29. That's 3 months and 4 days. And you still have to wait. I mean, that's me. So.
All right. And to the Bode George Yes Daddy interview by way of begging for a job, is there an inherent, in fact, it's not even inherent, or is there not a glaring hypocrisy to this? A complete reversal of position, no permanent friends, no permanent foes, but the level of hypocrisy is just something that springs out.
I think I told perfectly the line of our revered Alexander Gomez. With all respect, I call it Mufito. I told his argument. I think Bodijo talks a little bit too much. If you listen to a number of his interviews, I can point at between 10 and 15 or 20 interviews that Ajalego was saying that he has no personal beef with Bode, with Tinubu. That's not cutting it. Come on. You need to listen to him. The kind of bitterness, the kind of, the kind of vibe anytime he brings about Tinubu's topic. And no matter what you invite Bode George to come and talk about on television, he will always bring to invite him to come and talk about the weather, the rain, or whether there's too much sun. He will find a way of bringing Tinubu in. So there's this idea, this talk of he said you always say he has nothing personal, and Tinubu has never or once, not even once, dignify him with a response. And now look, anyhow, let's go back. Unfortunately, it's like when you are in a team, many footballers that come. That came into limelight in the generation of what's this guy? This footballer, Argentina footballer, Lionel Messi. Many of them will hate him because he had dominated the football, something like, other people would have shined and become this or that, but because of his presence, every other person is playing the second fiddle. You can go and be struggling with the rest, but just leave that coveted ecclesiastic position for one person. Before, there was always competition, but this guy has been there. So in Lagos, as powerful as Bode George thought he was, Tinubu had made him completely irrelevant. And that's enough to pain him. But as time goes on, you should have gotten over it. And Tinubu Bode George keep calling Tinubu a criminal. Hey, come on. The last I checked, Bode George was convicted. We all knew that it was Padi that made Jonathan interfere, and the Supreme Court now reversed that. Bode George was completely convicted. It's just like the case of, what's his name? This Abia man. What's wrong with my memory nowadays? Ojikalu, I say call it Jalu. Ojikalu. So if there's anybody that can be calling somebody criminal, stealing money all the time, it should be the other way around. It's not Bode George that should be calling.
Bishop, sorry. Good evening. How are you, my brother? Good evening. Yes, can you imagine a criminal calling somebody criminal?
He was convicted. We all remember.
This man was convicted.
It was just Padi something that made him
some weeks or for months.
We know people that he was in prison now. So the bitterness is real. Let's forget it. Tinubu went to Code of Conduct Bureau and there was nothing. I'm not saying he's not a thief, but it's not when it's not Bode George that should be calling Tinubu criminal.
Bishop, for all of the criminals that they've called Tinubu over the years, he has never been convicted of anything criminal. People will talk about his case in America, but that wasn't even a criminal conviction either. For all of the allegations against this guy, he has not even ever been presented in court criminal related anything.
So for me, as I was saying, if anybody wants to call Tinubu a criminal or a thief, definitely it is not Bode George. That's one. Then that's where Bode George keeps saying, I have no personal beef. That's full crap. I apologize for that word. That's nonsense. That's as nonsensical as it can get. Now back to what he has displayed. The Bible teaches us that be quick to hear, be slow to anger, and be slow to wrath. Obviously, Bode George is too flippant. He talks too much. At the opportunity of a microphone, he wants to talk to show that he has some grammar. You know, I'm a bona fide Lagosian. Not my business with bona fide Lagosian. You know, speak all this grammar about. That's not what we're talking about. So I think he gets, there's this something impulse to talk every time he sees the microphone. You know, he just want to talk. I don't see the difference between himself and our yes daddy. I don't want to mention anybody's name. So the impulse to just grant interview at all that, at every simple thing they have called him, and he will never say no. Yeah, he's already on television talking crap as far as I was. So I think he talks too much and is a little bit too reckless with his words, and it's brought him so much disrepute and what do you call it now? Opprobrium.
All right. So you say all that about Bode George, but he doesn't stand alone in that space. Daniel Bola, just a day or two ago, he came out on Twitter romancing the Tinubu administration. And then the base of the Peter Obi space, which was, we know, of course, his politics, by his own admission, was all about tribe and religion. Christians, take your country back. Church, take your country back. It looks as though the church now have given their country to Islam. Pentecostal churches pledges allegiance to Tinubu's presidency, abandons Obi to reclaim mandates in court. So now the base of the Obi space is starting to shrink even further. What are you then making then of this turnaround from the house of the Lord?
Well, I mean, I don't want to say anything about Obi, but the role I'm particularly concerned and egged, if I can use that word, about the role the church leadership played in this last dispensation. I was really saddened, and if they are finding their mojo now to do a volte-face, a turnaround, to try and rectify whatever is remaining of their damaged reputation, I mean, it's a welcome development. But that they goofed seriously with all these nonsensical prophecies. Even the Bible said, woe unto him that said, thus said the Lord, when the Lord had not spoken. All of them, they were just making a mockery of themselves. It was painful for people that are discerning enough to see what was going on. So if they are turning around now, they owe a whole lot of people, their followers, the people they have misled, the people they have influenced wrongly, and even Nigerians, some form of apologies, you know. That look, some people did not represent the body of Christ well. So if they are bold enough to come up with that apology, even though the PFN did not speak as at that time, but hey, you had a conference, you invited only one candidate to come and address you there. What are you pointing at? Was he the only Christian in the race? There were more than half a dozen other Christians in that race. Why invite one person and you turn your pulpit to campaign podiums? And now you don't want to. No, you can't just do that and say both CAN and PFN, they really messed up the space. And a lot of them, it will take them years to be able to repair this damage. So they congratulate him. Well, that's what any responsible body should do right from the beginning. I mean, because they should have been apolitical. In their congregations, APC members, PDP, Labour Party, all of them. So they're supposed to be like, you know, a kind of an umbrella. It's a house of God, not house of one preferred political. And they were making utterances that were really inimical to our unity and the growth of Nigeria. So it's, I would say, passively, what's that right word? It's welcome if they are retracing their steps and they are going to willing and ready to make necessary amends. That's fine.
All right. So it looks as though a major decision may well be made today. Correspondents report that it says the Lagos State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal is expected to give a verdict on whether or not the petition filed by Gbadebo wrote Vivor, the candidate of the Labour Party in the March 18 election, is competent to be heard or not. So I've been checking the news to see what's coming out of that space, but they are not even now deciding on the whether he should be the governor or not. The courts are now deciding really if they should hear the case or not. So what are you having then as an expectation of a pronouncement from that space? Do you think they are going to, because what the Sanwo-Olu space is, they saying this is just a waste of, just strike it out. So are you having the expectation then that Chinedu Rose Vivor will be sent back home today?
Well, I don't know whether there's a provision that would make them to be able to determine whether he has merit. No, they will hear him. I mean, it's not right that you can say somebody, except they are saying at the pre-trial. If it is the pre-trial and they are convinced, but I don't think there's a provision in that electoral act. Our learned friend, our learned senior advocate can educate me on that. But I don't think there's a provision that says they will say whether it has merit. The man has brought a case, he has his evidence, so you're going to listen to him on the merit of what he is presenting. It's not that somebody will not determine that he has no merit. It is the final ruling. After you have heard him, you now say, look, this your petition has no merit to give you.
No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. If they deem it frivolous, then they can just throw it out.
Tribunal now. Listen to the preliminary and say, okay, Peter Obi, your case has no merit, so we are not going to hear it. That's never happened, except it's a new thing in the new electoral act. They will listen to him.
No, if it's frivolous, they will throw it out. That's how it usually happens. If it's a frivolous claim,
Hold on now. They will hear him first. They would hear him first. Now they have not even started the hearing, and they are already deciding. That's where I'm confused. Maybe some people that know better will educate me on that.
So that's hold on, that's pre-hearing. So they are at the pre-hearing stage. So what they are going to determine then is if there's sufficient enough substance in the case for them to sit. So that's that. So the Sanwo-Olu space, they're just saying throw this thing away is just a waste of time.
Okay. If there is a provision in the law that says throw it away, I don't think there is. They will just the pre-trial. That's why it is called pre-trial. They will try and sort out and align positions and the rest so that the trial itself can go smoothly. But not to just throw it away. I don't think so. But
what? No, hold on. What happens if they deem it a frivolous claim? What happens to it?
Who decide that it's a frivolous claim?
The substance of the case, the substance of the presentation determines if it's frivolous or not.
But they are not looking at the merit. They are not looking at the fact of the matter yet. They are not at that state yet. That's what I'm saying. They are not laying they are just looking at the modalities like they did in the pre-trial. They were not looking at the meat of the matter yet. So why would you determine that it's frivolous when you are not already looking at the real meat? You have not called witnesses. You are only saying, okay, I'm going to have so number of witnesses. These are the places I want to cover. These are the areas I want to cover. They are not just going to determine that there is no merit in it when you have not had the insight, the cocoa of the matter. I'm a layman. I admit I'm a layman in this, but it's a little bit curious. That would.
You're dipping heavily, Bishop. Have we lost you?
No, I'm here. I don't know. Maybe something.
Carry on.
And I'm actually stationary. I look for a good spot to park, and so I don't know if something. Are you still hearing me?
We can now. Carry on.
Okay. So, like I was saying, I don't think that would be fair to throw him out without hearing him. That's me. Like I said, there are other people that could say that are better, well informed to give us a professional position. Mine is just a layman. Hello?
Yeah. All right. Let me take you to this space. We will review minimum wage to reflect realities. This is Tinubu. So a lot of the obvious thing to say then is that perhaps the minimum wage should have been reviewed first before the oil subsidy was removed. Although that should have probably been done by the Buhari administration, because the minimum wage is a good 430,000 for goodness sake, and everything continues to skyrocket. So is this something that should be done as a matter of immediacy and should have even been done before the subsidy was removed?
Understand one thing first. The minimum wage is due for review next year. The law in place says they should review it every 5 years. The last review was in 2019, and the federal government implemented it after a lot of fight. As we speak, less than maybe 50 or 60% of the states have actually been able to implement it because of paucity of fund. They have not implemented the last 4 years old. Another one is due next year. Now, if we now say we now fast forward it, that is, we bring it closer and say we review. And the people that have not paid 30,000, are they the ones that will pay 100,000? Now, the question then was that, look, some states say they are ready to pay the 30,000, but they will have to reduce their workforce by half. So it is a choice between the devil and the deep blue sea. Which one do you want to choose?
Have we lost you again?
I don't know. Maybe it's not my fault. Can you hear me?
Yeah, carry on. We can now.
Yeah. So as I was saying, I'm actually standing in one position. I don't know why the thing keeps flowing.
We can hear you now.
So basically, the minimum wage is due for review next year. So if they start the negotiation now, maybe they will arrive at it. But the one that they were reviewed in 2019, the 30,000 we are talking about, majority of the states cannot pay. They said then that if they had to pay, they will be forced to reduce the workforce. So, and it is part of the waste we are trying to cope. Now, that is one side. Number two side, how many people are in the employment of the federal government? What percentage are the states going to pay? We know how much states were owing, the state governments were owing, that they were not paying people that have worked. Are you getting me? So the people that were being owed,
We've lost you again. All right, Bishop. We're struggling to hear you somewhat. Let's go on to Zita because we now seem to have lost you completely. Let's go on to Zita, who hopefully is ready. Zita, are you ready? Oh, okay. Let's go on to Emmanuel. Emmanuel, are you ready? Okay, whoever is ready, indicate, and we'll go with you. Who is ready?
One man.
One man.
Yes. Okay. Let's go with you, Zita. Then I did call you, but to the space. Then we will review minimum wage to reflect realities. This is the assurance Tinubu is giving. But a lot of people querying that maybe that should have been done before he made pronouncements on the oil subsidy.
Hey, good day, everyone. I don't think reviewing minimum wage is the answer to the problem. Because even if you make it 100,000 naira for minimum wage and a bread costs 5,000 naira, a loaf of bread, you have not achieved anything. I think the government should do more in concentrating in reviving the economy. They should revive the economy. I'm not saying people should not get minimum wage. No, don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying is that there are things that happen in Nigeria over the years. The moment they announce the minimum wage, the marketers, the produce guys, and everybody will announce their own minimum wage. And at the end of the day, the minimum wage makes no sense. That's one part. The second part is that when they announce minimum wage, there is no consequences on the part of the states that did not implement those minimum wage. So it becomes a challenge. A state governor will come out boldly to announce to the federation that he cannot afford minimum wage. Whatever that means, I don't know. So with all those Rambo jumbo here and there, I think that good governance should entail to revive the economy, make it more vibrant. Not really because putting a lot of money into people's hands might cause a serious inflection. But what do I know? I'm a woman with limited knowledge. But I think they should do more in reviving the economy. Thank you, woman.
In terms of the affordability of the minimum wage, with the fuel subsidy now a thing of the past, I don't think that either the federal government or even the states can quibble the affordability of an increased minimum wage anymore. Because the removal of that fuel subsidy is a now 10-12 billion injection, if maybe not even more, into the Nigerian economy. So that money then instead of substituting the petroleum, then they should substitute then the take-home pay of people. So not being able to afford it is no longer a tenable argument. So should that fuel subsidy then not translate into higher wages, bigger pay packs?
Woman, sometimes I speak like as if I know nothing. Pumping the oil subsidy money into the governance. A lot of money has been pumped in the past. Remember what happened early this year when Wike mounted the pulpit, the podium, and was announcing how much the federal government gave to them, that he cleared off the debt that we are owing them from 1999 to date. Then we asked, and nobody is asking, what did the state governors use that money to do? Nobody is asking that question. And I tell you, that same question will not still be asked if you pump this oil subsidy money into their hands and they come out to say they don't have money to pay for minimum wage. What are you going to do? Because our citizens don't ask them questions. So I still insist they should revive the economy. Very important.
No, they can do that. They can walk and chew gum at the same time. And I think the intention is to do that anyway.
Can I?
One man, let me say this. This idea of pumping money into governance, we have been doing it over the years. It has been there. State governors, federal government, so much money. What do we see? Nothing. I still insist, revive our economy.
Yes, no, everybody agrees with. Come here, Kulata.
I mean, Madam Zita, you keep saying revive our economy. Like, Tinubu removing subsidy, and shortly they're gonna. I believe they've done it secretly, but they're gonna make it official, unifying the exchange rate. Isn't those two acts enough to revive our economy?
Of course it is, but more needs to be done. When you talk about
more needs to be done, but those two are.
Yeah, these two.
Yeah.
Yes, I quite agree with you. But there are simple things that naturally take away stress, take away some certain amount of payments from citizens of country. Something like electricity. Constant electricity in Nigeria is going to take a lot of payment from Nigerians, and it's going to relax them and calm them down. These are the simple things I say. It's not like doing the big things. I'm talking about little things that can naturally, without anybody knowing it, the economy will be going towards a certain
electricity is a simple thing. That's our biggest obstacle yet.
It's very simple, though.
Really?
I've been part of it in Nigeria before. It's a very simple problem to solve. Extremely simple.
All right. All right. I'm not sure that you agree with that fully, Kulata.
Well, electricity is not a simple thing to solve because it involves massive infrastructure. So that would take time. Tinubu's goal, I'm sure his goal while he's still president, will be to fix electricity, but that is a medium term to long term plan. Immediate term plan are the two simple things he can do, and he's doing it in less than a week. Though, I mean, freeing up the market. Those two acts, the subsidy and floating the exchange rate, will hopefully bring a massive source of inflow that is required. Funds will come into the country because I mean, it's going to be the what's it called, exchange rate is going to be determined by the market rate. I don't have to go to Aboki. If I go to the bank, I go to the Aboki, I get the same rate. There's no preferential treatment. There's no, I don't have to, I mean, there's nobody that is getting this discounted rate. And then when you need to export, like, it becomes easy. It makes us being able to export easy. It makes money to come in easy. It's just going to help. But if you have to wait for electricity, that will take some time. It will take some time.
Kulata, do you know why electricity is a big thing in Nigeria?
Why?
Because they have not break it down to little molecules. It's still being seen as a massive project. The day they bring it down to districts, you will know how simple it is.
They've done that though.
But explain in your own words.
You know
what
how
it means
electricity functions in where you live now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, district by district.
Yeah, but there's still a grid. There's still a state grid.
You can change if you want. You know why I'm saying this? I keep saying it, and I will continue saying it, even when people don't believe me. Snydel, during the time of Amechi, I know how, in conjunction with Shell Petroleum, they break down electricity to the lowest minimum. All was not done was transmission, which then was in the hands of the federal government. It wasn't sold. And that was how all the whole thing died down. I understand that space very well because I participated in it in River State. You make it a big project, it becomes a problem. You make it a very tiny project, it's not a problem.
Yeah, but they've done that, is what I'm saying to you, Zita, because when Buhari was leaving, he removed that electricity, a lot of the component parts of it. He removed it from the exclusive list, and he domesticized it with the state and the private sector. So that is to tell you then that they have cut the federal exclusivity and broken it into chunks like you've just suggested. So I think that's already in the pipeline. But let me take you to this space then. Bode George's turn around and now offering to work with Tinubu. Is this talking out of both sides of his mouth, Zeta?
One man, funny enough, I'm going to agree with one of your panelists that made me to join your platform, Ajani Koko. I'm going to agree with him in some certain things he tried to explain on this platform. Number one, it is politics. When it comes to politics, that's what I want some people in a certain space in politics 2023 to understand. And they believe that watching it now, and I don't want them to be some sort of angry with him. They should understand the dynamics of politics. When it comes to politics, you say whatever you want to say. I don't really have issues with that. During the campaign to defend your party to whatever, in as much as people will tell you, tone down the rhetoric, you are hitting the polity. Yeah, that's what they are going to say. But they too understand that you are working towards a strategy to win an election. Somebody like me understands it, and I think Baba Jali Koko understands that. It's not that you don't believe politicians, but you should understand for a particular point in time, they do whatever they want to do and say whatever they want to say. Back to Bode George. Yeah, Bode George sometimes he flip-flops. Yeah, we agree. But remember, they went to him. For him, we discussed it on this platform. I said for him, to give him that. I listened to the interview. I could quote him verbatim. He said, if I am invited, I will work with him. And that is a kind of saying, we fought the fight, somebody has won. You know when to surrender. Let's move on. The important thing is to get the country working. We cannot be destabilizing the environment just because our candidate did not win. That's not nationalism. You are not being a nationalist if you do that. If you have the interest of your country at heart, after all said and done, after the policy and the bashing and the propaganda, the deceit, the lies to get yourself into that place, at the end of the day, one person will be announced. And the person is in that place. Well, it's all over. What do we do? The important thing is that criticism is different from hurtfulness. Hurting somebody is different from criticizing that person. Yeah, most times what he says seems as if he has some personal things about Tinubu. Yeah, I agree with Ajaniko because sometimes you want to pull your rival down at every level. But give it to him. He's turning around. His words are, let's work together. There are a lot of challenges now.
Is this not why people don't trust politicians? Because especially in this 2023 cycle, there were a lot of debutants into politics, a lot of new entrants into politics, people coming into the political space for the first time. And they through a naive prism, they were listening to politics and listening to the senior political actors' position in a certain way. And however, the political actors' position, if that position aligns with their worldview, they then align with that political actor. So, in the pronouncements of Bode George in the course of this cycle, he made a lot of quite categorical statements, all of them waging and warning against Tinubu. That is the worst example of everything, and to the point that, and it was only really speaking metaphorically, of course, but to the point that he would leave for Ghana if Tinubu became the president. So he waged and raged against this guy so vociferously. And a lot of people that were against Tinubu, they aligned fully behind him in blind trust. So here he is now begging for a job. Is this not named why people have a disdain for politics and politicians?
One man, I have to say two things. One, he's not begging for a job.
He's not.
No, he's not.
He is begging for a job.
No, he's not. He made a categorical statement. If I am invited, if. It's English language. If I'm not, I'm still with him. If. That's aside. We all know the phrase that says experience is the best teacher. I believe our young ones in Nigeria today, they're watching what is going on, they're experiencing it. They're experiencing the dynamism of politics. I believe the ones that wants to learn will learn that politics is not all about what you heard. That politics is not a permanent enemy. That politics, yes, you can say what you want to say, but you shouldn't kill. And when your opponent won, you shouldn't continue, because at that point it's all over. I believe they are learning. For those who wants to learn, they are learning. That is not all that we are told them in 2023, that there is all there is. So I don't really see anything wrong in what the man said or has been saying. You might not like it, but I respect people in their opinion in life, and I believe people should respect mine. We might not be in the same, school of thought, but that's okay. We are all humans. He's fighting for his party. He's fighting for his personal interests. I don't think there is anything wrong for you fighting for your interest in life. It's life. So if he decides to change again, even if you think it is for his personal interest, and what's wrong in somebody fighting for his own interest, if I may ask? We do that always. So I don't really see anything wrong. He's just being who he is. Flip-flop here and there, hold the base when it is there. When the base flies out of your hand, hold another base, life goes on. So I don't see anything. I don't want to start criticizing the 80-year-old man. No, I wouldn't do that.
All right. Let me take you to this space then. A lot of people feel that Tinubu is a bit slow in moving in terms of appointments. So it's just in small trickles now that we're hearing names where it's like squeezing water out of a stone or something. So now he's finally come out with a couple of names. Femi Gbadabiamila, the chief of staff, and then and George Akume, the secretary to the government of the federation. So those are the notable. It's made a few other minor appointments, but those are the names that have come out. So you've always cautioned that he should be very mindful of who he surrounds himself with. So what are you then making then of these two names especially that have come through?
Yeah, first of all, I must say that he should be very careful because most of his lists are coming out in the space when they are not supposed. So he's being smart about it. He's making last minute changes and whatnot. Then again, I will say, what do I make about Gbajabiamila? Sorry, I'm freaking out in the name. With the name. The guy, when we talk about chief of staff and secretary to the government, if you look from 1999, these people became very popular during Buhari administration. If you look at them, their powers depends actually on how much power the president gives them. So if you think he wants to keep somebody beside him that can work with him comfortably, I don't mind. Like I said before, he should surround himself if he wants to continue in his career and to be there and work for Nigeria. I will expect him to surround himself. I don't mind that Akuma. I don't know why people are freaking out. He has been an ardent Tinubu supporter. So I don't even know why people are sad that they don't want him. Long never did anything during this election. Tinubu fought a war. And it will be unfair for him to ignore those who stood by him in thick and thin, knowing fully well in his administration they're going to stick with him in his policies and his decisions and help him out to achieve his goals. So I don't really see the two announcements. I don't see anything wrong in it at all. Because the power, whatever power they are going to exhibit from now till the end of the administration depends on how much power the man gives them.
You see why people are a bit reticent, Zeta, is that all of these personalities, they don't inspire confidence. They're not robust enough personalities for some of the for the portfolios that they're being picked for. George Akume, of course, he would do a reasonably averagely okay job. Ditto Gbadabiamila. But if you look at the personalities, for instance, that straddle that space with Buhari, the chief of staff, Abba Bakari, to be replaced by Ibrahim, what's his name? The guy from Kwara State. You know, so those sort of heavy so what's the name? The guy Gambari. So that no, it was Gambari, wasn't it?
But his first name is Agbola. His first name is Agbola.
All right. So a long-standing diplomat that has worked for the United Nations. He was the United Nations envoy to Myanmar, places like that. You know, so somebody that with the richness of depth and Abba carry a real heavy weight. So if you look at personalities like that, whether you like their politics or not, you know the weight of their substance. But then you look at Femi Gbajabiamila stealing $25,000 in America, then you're thinking it's just the lack of you know, they don't inspire confidence. That's just the thing.
One man, there is something I want to tell you about leadership and positions. Don't underrate somebody's ability to perform. Please don't.
But we know the antecedents. We know the antecedents.
Yeah, I know.
They are not new quantities.
One man is actually is. I wouldn't go that route with you. The when somebody assumes a position, one thing is certain. On the part of the personality, what do I want to achieve? Do I want to use this position to make a name for myself? Do I want to just sit down there and answer somebody who is there? Depending on the person's position. If it is the former, I tell you something, you won't believe how far the person will go. So that somebody like Baja was announced and that Kume was announced, it was going to be unfair for somebody like me to sit down here and pieces them as a non-entity. I wouldn't do that. You know why I wouldn't do that? I have been in life, find myself in a position that nobody pushed me hard, but that position pushed me so hard that when I came out, I could not even believe I could go that far. So that is life. It's too early for us to start criticizing his appointment. If there's anything you will give to Tinubu, we will give him that he knows how to find the best chance. So let's watch. But I don't really think that Akume is somebody you will call not so good. No. I wouldn't say that. I've monitored his pace before. I wouldn't say that. It would be unfair of me to say that. I wouldn't say that. But if that's what you guys think, that's fine. Let's watch.
But you know, we cannot afford less watch anymore because we've had less watch with Buhari, and we saw where that led us. I've got the guy CV. It says President Bola Tinubu has made some critical appointments. On Friday, he appointed George Akume. Here are 7 things to know about Akume. Akume was born on the 27th of December 1953 and hails from Wanune, Taka local government area, Benue State. A degree in sociology, a master's in industrial.
Man is pronounced Taka.
It's Taka. It's Tarka, Taka local government area. Masters in industrial and labor relations from the same university. Akume contested under the PDP and became governor of Benue State 1999 to 2007. He was the first governor to have completed 2 terms in Benue State. He was also elected under the defunct Action Congress of Nigeria as Senator Benue State. He then became the minority leader of the Senate 2011-2015. The former governor was the chairman Senate Committee on Army during his political period in the Red Chambers. In 2019, he lost his senatorial seat to Senator Ok Jev of the PDP. George was appointed as Minister of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs by Buhari. So not a stellar CV. It's just the middle of the. It's rather placid, totally uninspiring, and nothing. There's no backdrop. There's no backdrop to him that suggests that he has a potency or reach.
There are many backdrops to him, one man. Visit maybe a second, if you don't mind. He was. Do you know? George Akume is an administrator par excellence. He was a permanent secretary. He was before his forays into politics, and then the major reason why he has been chosen as the SGF is to balance the North Central, and then he played a human role, to ensure Ashwaju has a very good run in North Central. A lot of politics went behind the scene. He was the one that actually had to convince all the political juggernauts in Benue State, right, to step down for Father Alia, their governor now, because it was very clear that the political hawks APC, quote unquote, in Benue State, because of Father Alia's political naivety and then not being part of them, he was already almost out of the equation. But the Akume knew that he had the population behind him and the numbers, so he had to find a way to work with him and to work with a lot of aspirants, almost 5 of them, to step down for Father Alia. The only one that did not step down for him eventually took him to court before Father Alia won. Don't forget, Father Alia had to have a rerun. I think they had a by-election, whatever, before he eventually became the candidate. So that is by that. Then number 2, when it was very clear that the person that they believed that they could really rely on in the North Central, Lalong, this is the politics Lalong played. Lalong played Ojuzo Kalu's kind of politics. Regardless of the fact that he was chosen as the director general of the campaign, he told everybody to vote for party of their choice, which was a very wrong message signal. As the DG of a campaign, you don't say that. So the information got to Akume. So Akume had to redouble his effort. And then at a point when information were not getting to Tinubu again from the cabinet, it was Akume that one way or the other became the link guy for him in the cabinet. And they've been very close. He was the class of 99 governor. So they've been very, very close since then. So if you are talking about, I know he had a choice of people thought he was going to select El-Rufai, and El-Rufai actually pushed for that role, but the political dynamics, played a part in George Akume being the SGF. So now it's very clear that Ahmed Wase, who is still giving them problem in the House of Rep, all the leaders now, including all the leaders from the North Central now, he will basically see that he has to find a way to work with the House of Rep candidate, or they find a way to deal with him. So Akume, he deserves this post from what he did. It's a political movement. It's a political move. Lalong wouldn't have, I don't know what they will give Lalong at the end of the day, because like I told you, they had post-election.
But enigmatic, is it competent? That's what matters.
That's what I was thinking as well.
That's what I'm just telling you now. Under the SGF, under the SGF, they have 12 parastatals under the SGF. So there's no way you would tell me somebody who was a permanent secretary, right, a 2-time governor, a minister, a 3-time senator, wouldn't be competent to hold the role of the SGF is basically taking care of the welfare, and then or probably the more or less like the secretary of the of the cabinet. So he has the capacity. And then there's one other thing that worked for him that everybody actually wanted him. He has an open door policy. A lot of people, they like El-Rufai, but they are kind of scared of El-Rufai's high-handedness when he gets to that kind of position. And then the North Central politics played well for him. There was no way that Ashwaju would have overlooked Akume when it was very clear at a point that they needed somebody.
But his name was never in play, though. His name was never in play. So this was a left field appointment. Out of all of the permutations, he was never permutated into that slot, and it seems too big a job for him.
Because you don't know. Because you don't know one man. There are each of those positions. They have almost 2 or 3 candidates in each of those positions, And that's why they say Ashwaju is keeping certain things to his chest. The only reason why the people can really say much about this Gbajabiamila Mila being the signature of all eyes is because it's been following him around. That's the only reason why people can actually signal that, okay, probably it's going to be Gbajabiamila Mila, right? But Tinubu's candidate number one choice, number two choice, and number three choice has been BRF. But some things played against BRF, and BRF was not pushing. He was not desperate. But Gbajabiamila was pushing. He was desperate. He consulted far and wide. BRF mood and body language were just whatever. He was not pushing for this. So when George Akume, I think people are misunderstanding the fact that probably he's not that kind of politician that is in your face. It's the type of politician that works behind the scene. When the administration, is finally settled, you understand the kind of the kind of politics he plays and the kind of person he is. It's not as bombastic, right, as El-Rufai. El-Rufai being an SGF would have done a fantastic job, right? Akume would have actually will do a fantastic job in a different way and different format than the only reason Akume was even not supposed to be the SG wasn't supposed to be the he wasn't supposed to be the minister of minister of special duty, right? He was supposed to be one of the kitchen cabinet. But because of the Buhari's politics, they believe he was too close to Ashwaju. He was supposed to be the party chairman. They have to take him aside for the incumbent now. So everything that he has been due for a long time, right? They never gave it to him because of his closeness to Tinubu. So one payback time for him. Two, then during this election too, he stepped up when Lalong when Lalong was indifferent. Lalong was absolutely missing in the North Central, right? And they saw what, they have their report, and they saw what everybody did on ground. So this is what is playing heavily against most of the Southeast caucus now. Because when you look at the Southeast caucus of APC, all the APC cabinet members under Buhari, they all worked against Tinubu in the Southeast, all of them. So now they are even having issues of who is going to be the ministerial candidates from the Southeast. Because Ben Nwoye, that people even believed was young and they could actually use to revolutionize APC in Enugu State. Last minute information came back that he actually worked against them eventually. So a lot of things happened behind the scene. So Akume was one of those guys that they never actually wanted in the cabinet because of his closeness to Tinubu. So it's a payback time for him, one. And then the fact of his the concerns about his competence is actually very competent. For you to be a permanent secretary and rise to be the governor of a state and the senator, 3-time senator, and then a minister in the cabinet, and almost being the chairman of the national political party on Buhari's game. So he's very competent. It's just because people are fixated on El-Rufai. That's the reason they are having these issues.
All right, thank you, Enigmatic. So back to you, Zeta. So Zeta, it looks as though it was more of a political appointment than anything else. So is this signs of things to come, Zeta?
He should put people who will protect his career and his vision. That's all I can say. Yeah, he needs to do that. More especially looking at what happened in 2023. He must, of the necessity, do that.
All right. Let me take you to this final space then. It looks as though decisions are about to be made on the future of our roads, Vivo. Anxiety as tribunal set to give verdict on Gbadebo's petition against Sanwo-Olu in Lagos. So what they are actually deciding is if they are going to hear it or not. It says the Lagos State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal is expected to give a verdict on whether or not the petition filed by Gbadebo Rose Vivo, the candidate of the Labour Party in the March 18 election, is competent to be heard or not. So they are not even at this pace where they are hearing the argument, they are making the decision whether to even listen to him or not. So do you think this guy should be quickly kicked to the curb just to free up the space? So what is the expectation then as they are sitting to decide if he has merit?
They will listen to him now before they decide. They will listen to all that he brought to them, and then before they decide whether we should continue or we should not. That is one. Two, as I said earlier when I was talking about Bode George, I believe that the people in that space now are learning from experience. I don't even know where you got that word anxiety, one man. Where is the anxiety coming from? I cannot lay my hands where the anxiety is, because there is no anxiety anywhere on that space.
All right. So you are suggesting though that the case should be heard. They should not strike it off. It
Yeah,
seems
they
to be
should be heard. Some time ago, I remember what one of your panelists said. He said he wants those cases to be held so that he will learn, that he's new in politics. Yeah, I will agree with him, but somehow I will not agree with him, because most of the cases they are presenting today, I think most of them, even the Supreme Court has given a decision on similar cases on different individuals. But maybe they are not looking at past Supreme Court cases or past tribunal cases. They want to use their own. That's why I said experience is the best teacher. They want to use their own, listen to their own, to believe and to hold on to it, that next time in 2027, they will say, no, this thing don't usually, or when you tell them that it don't usually go that way, they will allow you, because the way it is now, they don't seem to allow any contrary opinion. They don't listen to any contrary. In fact, any contrary opinion irritates them. So maybe in 2027, they will listen to contrary opinions. So they should allow it to go. Let them have their day in court.
Do you think Rose Vivo has a future in politics? And post the tribunal phase, do you have the expectation that he will stay with the Labour Party and there will be movement? Or do you think he will move? I haven't now established a name for himself. Do you think he will move into a mainstream politics, a mainstream party rather, and then try his luck again? What future do you see for Rose Vivo?
Woman, I don't see futureless on any woman who is alive. He's a young man, vibrant so far. What you said, he has made a name for himself. I don't know where you got that one from, but I don't see.
What do you mean? Did his name not resonate in this electoral cycle?
Okay, if you say so.
Did it not? Did his name not resonate in this electoral cycle?
To me, no. But to you,
his name did not.
Yes.
His name did not resonate.
Woman, to me, no. To you, yes. But I respect your opinion. Okay? If you say his name resurrect in this electoral cycle, I respect that. But to me, no. The way he talks, you don't, when it comes to politics, there are things you don't say. If you say those things, you will drop the hands of those who wants to hold your hands. So I don't know what his future is, but his rhetoric during the election doesn't really show who somebody in a bigger political space will pick. I don't know. That's my opinion anyway. But that being said, I will conclude by saying he's a young man, and I don't see any living to be hopeless or futureless. So he has a future. He should be hopeful. That's all I can say.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Zita. So thank you, Zita. So 4 times, Zita. Let's go on from you to Kulata, who maybe not be ready for us because he's usually juggling stuff. Kulata, are you ready or?
I'm ready, but today I came to listen. But let me attempt the topic. Yeah.
Okay, attempt this topic and then I'll shuffle to Ajanle Koko. Like Nigeria, Angola cuts subsidy to promote economic growth. I think what we're seeing now is the tentative steps of especially the Black African space into free market economy. So with the market deciding then how the economy is placed. Did you know that they were paying 27 pence for a liter of petrol in Angola, and we are belly aching in Nigeria? Look at that. What are you making of that?
Yeah, I read it. I saw the headline. I read it. Like, so Angola too. I don't know if they propelled their decision based on what Nigeria did, but it looks like they planned their own a little bit more. They didn't take it out completely. They just reduced it. But I mean, here's the thing: is I think everybody is getting the hard fact that subsidy is not a good way to run a country. To run a country, at the end of the day, with all your good intentions, the subsidy is going to fall into bad hands. It always happens. You can't it's like you put food, open food, like to help a few people, but there are bigger people in the room, and you say the bigger people won't eat the biggest chunk of the food, and then it becomes very expensive for you to keep buying that food, buying that food, buying that food. So essentially, that's what the subsidy is. We will rather get economic growth rather than be subsidizing the life of people. So Africa is getting that message, and the world. I mean, the world has moved on from subsidizing. Even Saudi has removed subsidies. The few countries still subsidizing are the likes of Libya and Yemen. Not I said Yemen, Libya and Venezuela. But I mean, Venezuela money is like toilet paper. Libya too. So it's not. I mean, the sensible thing to do is what people are. I mean, what countries are doing now. Kenya got out of it. Ghana, I believe, got out of it. Angola now is getting out of it. Nigeria totally got out of it. So it's a good move. Free market is the best. At the end of the day, free market is the best. That is the way you'll be able to get the best out of people. Competition. I mean, government has a role to help the poor on a temporary basis, not on a permanent basis, on a temporary basis. Get them back on their feet, get them to the point where they can be productive, and then free them. Don't permanently put feeding bottle in their mouths like all the socialist people would like to do. So it's good. It's good news for Angola. It's good news generally
So
for
that's
Nigeria.
are you talking to Ajale Coco, socialist people?
Ajale Coco and the socialists, I mean, they have ridiculous ideology. Like, they just want to give people free this, free that, free this, free that, and they don't want to pay for anything. They feel the government should control people's lives. They won't get out of the way for people to thrive in their, I mean, natural way. I mean, it's just too much. It's too much. It's unsustainable. We're not Cuba. We'll never be Cuba. So why are we pushing a system that doesn't bring the best out of us?
Even that system has failed in Cuba. That place now, man, you guys should free up Cuba, or you are killing them in that country, you Americans. But let me take you to the space then. George Akume. I thought
I don't know about that guy. I don't know about the guy at all.
Yes. Did
So
he
who
catch
is
you
he?
off guard? I was
He
even
caught
trying
me
to
off
look for a
guard.
CV. Yes.
I was like, who is George Akume? Because I don't know him. And first thing I find is, okay, he's from Benue.
You don't know George Akume.
I know the name. I know the name that some George, but I don't know what's he of note for. What is his specialty? I mean, do you want me to lie? I don't know anything about George Akume.
That's all right. That's all right.
So when I saw the name, I'm like, They want to need George Akume now. I mean, with George Akume. We were expecting Benjamin Amila. We already said it here weeks ago. That was going to be that was obvious enough. I don't think that one required any sort of like analysis. But George Akume I was totally thrown. I was blown away. So still, I hope he's a good guy. I hope he knows what to do. Because the secretary for the federal is a pretty important job. So I will think Tinubu know what he's doing, but I simply don't know George Akume. Apart from knowing that he was an ex-governor, I don't know his antecedent. I don't know what he's capable of doing. I don't know nothing about it. So
Kolata, when I saw that news, the name that came to my mind was El Rufai. And when I thought about him, it's like the options are narrowing for El Rufai now, because now you are starting to wonder what sort of a portfolio or what sort of a position they're going to give him. Because the obvious one would have been that secretary to the government of the federation. That's substantial enough of a position, and it doesn't need the level of specialism that other big portfolios might need. So now that this post is gone, what are you speculating for El Rufai, or are they just going to cast him adrift?
What would they give El Rufai? Let me think hard. I mean, if we base it on what's the name of that place in UK that they talk in the Chatham House? If you base it on Chatham House, that would be Minister of Defense. But why would you make El Rufai Minister of Defense? I mean, what's his background in defense? But for someone that's a seasoned administrator like El Rufai, he has a background in town planning or something like that. Will they give him Minister of Works and Housing? Is that a good enough portfolio? Will he make enough difference? I don't think so. Because the federal government doesn't have that much sway in housing. Like, at the end of the day, it's a sham. I mean, not a sham, but it's not. At the end of the day, it won't make a big difference. What can you give him? Can they give him minister? Interior minister is pretty big. Interior minister is pretty big. But I'm hearing they want to give Tinubu's cousin, the one that the
Osho State,
Oyetola, that they want to give Oyetola that. But you can't. I mean, defense. Why would you give El Rufai defense? What can they give El Rufai? I mean, you can't. I don't know. What will you give El Rufai? I think it's very confusing.
The perfect thing would have been this SGF job. That would have been that's his job right there.
Yes, because he worked hard during the election. Are they gonna give him? Maybe are they gonna give him? I mean, what parastatal exists outside of ministerial position, like ports? I mean,
you know, it was the minister for Abuja under the Obasanjo administration, and then it's gone on to be the governor of Kaduna State. So whatever they give him has to be a progression, not a sideways move or a backward move. So I can't see anything. Yeah.
But maybe he doesn't want to be any minister. Maybe he just wants to be Aso Rock Kabal. Just be Baba Saleh in Aso Rock. Because it's been governor. Is honestly, if I was a governor, going back as a minister is like a downgrade. Because you have to you don't have the executive power. You can't do as you wish. As a governor is more powerful than a minister, in my opinion. So it's like a downgrade for El Rufai to come and take anything less than this SGF. But if they give him any ministry, it needs to be a powerful ministry. But I'm ruling out finance, ruling out justice, because it does. I mean, those are specialty areas. Defense, I think defense to specialty area as far as I'm concerned. Then what is left?
That's the thing. It's the SGF. That's his job now. They gave his job to somebody else.
whatever they give him is most likely going to be a downgrade. If I mean, maybe they should give him ambassador to United States, something like that, something just to let him go and rest, and something like maybe they should give him ambassador to US or ambassador to UK or somewhere, just so he gets off the scene and he has time to relax, something like that. But I don't know. I'm lost. Honestly, I'm lost because I thought if Tinubu was going to give him anything, SGF would have been something that fits him, but that did not happen. So I'm lost. I wonder what others on the platform think that they should give him. I really don't know.
All right. So it looks as though you've opened up a round robin then.
Yeah, it's a
Kulata.
round
So
up because I'm
yes.
curious.
So
Yeah.
let's round robin it then. Starting from Ajale Koko. Then Ajale Koko, for all of the contributions of El Rufai to Tinubu's emergence as the president. Even though El Rufai says he wants to go back to do his PhD, we all know that that's just a place filler comment. He has expectations, and he wants those expectations to match with his contribution to Tinubu's journey to Aso Rock. So now the SGF is off the table. What level, what job is big enough to satiate an ego as big as El Rufai's? Ajane Koko.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Look, Tinubu have done well to pick somebody from North Central for that position. And the reason why I said he has done well is because North Central outperformed every other geopolitical zone in the last election, on the presidential election and on the governorship election as well. And when you look at all the positions that already noticeable that are going to different zone, North Central is not among them. So for Tinubu to compensate them, to put them one of their own in one of the top level position, I think it should be welcome. Like Enigmatic explained, Akume was a former permanent secretary, and he has been the former vice governor maybe twice or twice like that. So he's been, I think he's competent for that job. People should not look at him as if because he's not a noise maker like other politicians or what do you call him, Rufai, and therefore he's not qualified. So Tinubu played the magic against everybody right there by picking that guy. So I think he should be commended. He's qualified for that position. And for Rufai, we don't know. Rufai have said publicly, like you said, want to go and pursue his PhD. But politicians, sometimes they say something and that they don't really mean. So we just treated that of Baba Bode of Lagos. So he said what he did not really mean. So and we saw where he has landed him now. People are one man in the lead have been saying he should not be taken serious. So Rufai should not be taken serious as well for this PhD he said he want to go and pursue. So I believe that Tinubu will give him a very high level position as well. except if Rufai are totally serious and
such as what? Such as what? What position do you think?
Look, it could be giving Mines and Power. Mines and Power is one of the grade A ministry. We have grade A ministries, we have grade B, and we have grade C. So Mines and Power could be maybe where he want to. You know that Buhari and you know that Rufai is a bulldozer. So I think I would suggest that Tinubu should give him that Mines and Power to go and bulldoze that sector and see what he can do. You know, Rufai is a very good administrator. When he first came to scene as the chairman of what do you call him? Under Obasanjo administration as chairman of something bureau of public something where they are sharing something, or what do you call it? So he has been an economic advisor. He has been chairman of public bureau. I can't remember what he served under what do you call him, Obasanjo, and he was Federal Capital Territory manager as well. And we saw what he did in Federal Capital Territory. He bulldozed everywhere, because we have a lot of generals back then. You know, Obasanjo just took over government. Generals that deform Abuja structure. They built houses where they were not supposed to build house. He bulldozed everything. And some of the generals even went to Obasanjo to ask Obasanjo that, what is going on with your boy? What is your boy doing? Obasanjo just simply tell them, if you believe he has done something wrong, just take him to court. Sue federal government to court. If you win at the court, you will surely be compensated. So nobody should come to me to, to bother me for what Rufai is doing. So Obasanjo gave him the free hand. Go and do your job. Whatever you know you can do in this Federal Capital Territory, go and do it right. And want Federal Capital Territory to be what is designed to be. And that guy did the job. So I would like Tinubu to give him Mines and Power. That is
all right.
a very critical sector that should be developed in that country, that can give us a lot of revenue that we are looking for, to function, to operate the government in the best way that they can function well for the interest of Nigerian people. So Mines and Power is what I recommend for you. I hope Enigmatic is listening. You can pass the message.
Yeah, it's listening. It's in the comment section. So let me. I think it's actually come back now. Even so let me go on from your Ajale Koko to Thomas. So Thomas, is a round robin question. So a snapshot answer. With the secretary to the federal government now gone as a position, and looking at all that El Rufai did to bring Tinubu into power, he will have the expectation of something substantial, a position. But what position do you think will satiate an ego as big as El Rufai's? So what do you think Tinubu should give him, Thomas?
Oh, yes, thank you, Woman. Like, share, and subscribe to our people. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I think, let me go in a different direction. Don't you think maybe Rufai has even tell Tinubu that I'm going for my PhD. I don't want any appointments. I'm just thinking in that direction. That just let me just be like Baba Saleh, like Kabas. Just if you need advice, I will give you advice. Let me finish my PhD. When I finish my PhD, then I will come back and get a position. That could be possible because I think he is the right person for this position. But for giving George Akume this position, I think maybe he has told Tinubu that, because I can't see any position that is really right for him. For me, he has been a minister before, a governor. It won't be good being a minister again. No, he should be progressing, not retrogressing. So that is just my take. But if he wants to persuade him, maybe you just give him like ambassador. So if you are an ambassador, you can still do your PhD, combined together. That is my take, one man.
So with this position gone, then you are sort of suspecting that we may not even see El-Rufai in this administration at all. That he may have had private word with Tinubu that is tired.
Yes, I suspect that. And even you see Fashola as well. You know, Fashola has made some comment as well that he just wants to go and rest because the guy has done very well now. He worked for Tinubu. I don't think there is a position Rufai will want from Tinubu he will not get. That is just my opinion. He can't say, Baba, I want this, please give me this. And Tinubu said no. But I don't think they are going to give him minister. He is more than minister. One man, come on now. Rufai, no, he can't be a minister. The ministerial appointment is too big for that, in my opinion. So, like ambassador or maybe side special advisor, so that he can pursue his PhD goal, then maybe he can come back. One man, this guy will still be hitting in Tinubu's cabinet. They are 5 and 6. Forget about that. So you don't really need to pursue money or anything. I think that is what is going on. That is just my suspicion.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So you're up next. Ekede, we're speculating as to what El-Rufai's role will be in Tinubu's administration. So Thomas was saying that it's too big now to be a minister, but then what else is there for him? El-Rufai, Ekede.
Well, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I don't think El-Rufai is too big. I've seen a former governor become a minister, even in this Buhari administration. So just for him to accept a position to help the government work, so there is no position too big for him. And Tinubu, I don't see him not appointing the people that support him. So everybody, I think every one of them must get their share in his government. So El-Rufai becoming a minister, there's nothing bad in that. I've seen a former governor be a minister in this Buhari administration. So it's just a party thing. You want your party to survive, you want your government to survive, and everybody must come together. There is no ego. There must be no ego. They must come together and work together. So if they really have something to offer, they have to come and work together and make the country to survive. So that is the thing. So
if he was to give him a ministerial position, which one do you think will best suit him?
I don't really. I don't know, but I think El-Rufai is intelligent to be a minister of education. I think the guy is intelligent, but I don't know because I know he's intelligent. Rather than that, Adamu that just messed our educational system. So that educational system needs some strong institution, somebody that have a very strong mind to revamp it back. So I don't know, sure. But that is APC government. But I'm not seeing a national. The only people I'm speculating that will have position in that Tinubu government is Wike and this Ibori of the other state. So
you can see Ibori in Tinubu's government. Ibori.
They visited the Tinubu. They had a close-up meeting today. very close
Yes,
government.
with
With
Martin
Oyo
Day
State
and
government.
yeah.
The three of them, they have been working so hard for even they work more than some APC governors for Tinubu. Some APC members. These three guys work more than APC members, which you cannot say that. I don't know what is holding Wike to join APC. Maybe because of the statement that he made that the APC is a cancer, something like that. But as for me, I know that even after the appointment of Babaji Amela, he gave a clarity to it, and he was able to put a position that Tinubu made a good choice, because that appointment is more like appointment that is going to help his government, because Babaji Amela is close to Senate and knows everybody in the Senate. So he's going to give Tinubu every information that will help him concerning the Senate in his government, because the only problem that Tinubu will be facing is the senators. So the only person that can help him in that area is Babaji Amela. So that's the position that Wike gave after the appointment. So Wike is working so hard for the man. So, and I know that that's the only opposition party that I know that might work in this government. So, I know what Tinubu will do is just to get everybody involved, people that work for him, because I know that it's their political interest first. He must first of all secure his, just like Madam Zita said, that he needs to surround himself with people that he trusts, that can help him secure his political future. And that's what politicians do. So after that, we see how they govern. That's it.
All right, brilliant. Can I stay with us? You're up next, Zita. So Zita, it's the same question. Really, what role do you feel El Rufai should get for all that he has contributed to Tinubu's journey? So El Rufai, now the SGF is gone. Where do you see him, Zita? Okay, we don't appear to have Zeta. So let's go to my ASAP. So my ASAP, the question, your response.
Yeah, could you come again with the question?
No, we were speculating that with the position of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation now gone, and with El Rufai's contribution to Tinubu's emergence as the president, what role do you feel will best fit his experience and his contribution to Tinubu's emergence as president?
Thank you, Woman. Greetings to everyone on the panel and everyone listening. So my take on this is a bit different from what has been said. I'm trying to look at it from in other people's angle, but at the same time, I don't want to do myself an injustice or not say what I feel is going on here. From my own, opinion, I think the two positions that have been filled today, I think there are three or so, but the two major positions, as the SGF and the Chief of Staff, I think they are very sensitive position. I think we can all agree on that. And from what I'm seeing, number one, nobody knows the way what Tinubu is actually thinking, or his camp they're actually thinking. No one knows what they are thinking better than they themselves. They are in the best position. So all we can do is just kind of speculate and try to like a black box, and try to speculate on what they are really doing. So that being said, the positions themselves, they are very, very, very sensitive. The Chief of Staff, someone that must be close to the president, and the SGF as well, also someone that must be close to the president. Yes, it's true that someone like El Rufai is more than qualified to occupy that position. But then I feel, I may be wrong, I feel Tinubu is looking at something else that we might not be considering. Let's not forget that when Tinubu was first indicated, no, he didn't even say it, but when there was speculation in the news back in 2015 that there was a likelihood for Tinubu to run for president at some point, I remember there were some statements that El-Rufai made back then that it seems all of us have forgotten. I don't like to go or repeat, so I won't repeat it. So I think he made some of those statements. Then during the time El-Rufai was minister of FCT, we understand how El-Rufai took a lot of iron hand approach in the way he handled some of the affairs in the FCT. Okay, number 3, when he also became governor in in Kaduna as well, we see some of his hard stance in the way he handled issues of teachers, payment of teachers, and everything. So, in other words, what I can just see that El-Rufai has been someone that has not been, shy to take on controversial issues. He's not always been someone that always shy away from controversial issue. That's the kind of person that he is. So, I feel that might be what Tinubu was looking at, because now that this is a new administration, the last thing you want is to have question marks and controversies swelling around you. So is it possible? My thought is that, is it possible that maybe that was what he looked at, and that was what contributed to the fact that, okay, let's get someone that is from North Central, that is almost or equally as qualified as El-Rufai, but can fill that post, but it's less controversial. That's the way I see that.
So are you saying El-Rufai should not have a role in this administration at all?
No, I like I said, I think what Tinubu is also playing is also kind of delay tactics, and more so, El-Rufai has already committed himself by saying he's going to go for personal achievement, like his PhD. So that has even given grounds for Tinubu to make such a kind of decision like that. So in other words, there will be other options that will be open to Tinubu to be, that less sensitive roles that El-Rufai would rightly be able to fit in properly.
All right. All right, thank you. So Bishop, you're up next. So we're doing a round robin, asking then what role El-Rufai should get in the Tinubu administration. What role do you think is big enough to satiate an ego as big as El-Rufai's? Bishop? All right. Let's go then to Enigmatic. So Enigmatic, same question. Oh, are you there, Bishop? Hold on, Bishop, are you there?
That's not Bishop, Mama.
No, he unmuted. Did you hear the question?
Yeah, can you just rephrase it again, please?
We were asking what role should El-Rufai get in the Tinubu administration. So what role do you think would be big enough for an ego as big as his?
Like we agreed before that, we're speculating. For me, if we look at core competencies, and that was what we were saying the other time, even though preferences might differ, with the little I've seen of El-Rufai, the way he organizes, even though he has that forceful look, honestly, he's an organizer par excellence. He has eye for excellence, and he does real work, both in research, both in administration, and both in grooming, people. Bufai delegates authority a whole lot, so he supervises a whole lot of things at the same time. Now, we are not taking anything away from politicians who have put in their own share of work, but where we are presently is trying to get the best for our nation by putting round pegs in round holes. Everybody is entitled based on their contribution, but we want people that can get the job done. Comparing what an El-Rufai will do with what an Akume will do. All you need to do is just go to Benue State after Akume and go to Kaduna State after El-Rufai. Simple. Ditto, other people that want, but it's okay. We all have our sentiments. El-Rufai would be a perfect fit for several areas. Everywhere you see him operate. When he lives there, you will see his landmark. They are too visible. Even the blind will not ask where are they before he sees them. So that's my.
But you don't have a specific portfolio in mind for him.
Like I said, some few weeks ago we were having this conversation. I want El-Rufai to be in a place where the president will give him the backing that look, go and reform that sector. Go and reform that area. You have my support. We need reforms in almost every sphere of our life. Is it in the civil service? Okonjo-Iweala said that more than 70% or 60% of the Ministry of Finance they don't contribute anything. They don't have anything to do there. Orosai said that more than half of people in our civil service are not adding any value. We need, look at what he did in the education sector despite the resistance. How can you give that kind of test, primary 3 tests to teachers, and people were fighting that he must retain them, and labor were up all in arms that he must retain them? Some of those people, you will not allow them to even to take care of your dogs, take care of entrusting children into their hands to train. So where we need reform, we need civil service reform like yesterday. And I really want to. I mean, we have over 600 parastatals and agencies that are not necessary. So if they are going to put reformation of the civil service and the what do you call it? The implementation of the Orion report in one ministry and let El-Rufai handle it, I will go to sleep that he will get it done. I will go to sleep, and yes, I know he will get it done, because whatever decision we're going to be taking that will take Nigeria from where we are to where we want to be, it's not going to be a decision that people will be taking and be smiling. And there is an adage in Yoruba, I don't know how they say it in English, that when two brothers enter the room and when they come back, they are back clapping, laughing. They've not told themselves the truth, the bitter truth. So if we need to get well, we need to take some very, very bitter medication. Medication in reform in our judicial sector, reform in our civil service, reform in our educational sector, reform, and we need somebody that can implement them irrespective of whose ox is being God or will be God in the process. So if we put El-Rufai, like I was really hoping that El-Rufai can take that SGF, because as SGF, the civil service and the federal is under his pocket. And any states that want to follow, we follow queue. And if they don't want to, well, they can remain with the status quo. But all the 600 federal parastatals and agencies, what are we doing with them? I used to tell people that in Ibadan, we have about 6 or 7 agricultural research institutes. But till now, we are still frying the gari the way we were frying it 100 years ago. Till now, we are still producing palm oil. Anybody that has gone to where they really produce palm oil, if not for now, that some children are just trying to. Nothing is coming out of those research institutes. Look at cocoa research in Ibadan. In what do they call this? Onigambari in Ibadan. Look at that's really they call Onigambari. Cocoa Research Institute. They are there year after year. Nothing. They have fish stations everywhere. Look at Nihot. Look at IART in Apata, Nihot in LA. Look at CDs. All of them, you see civil servants there, they will grow old and retire. Go and ask them in their 50 years of existence, what is that single thing, research product that they have brought out that has added any value to our life as a people? Nothing. ITA is doing far better than a lot of them. So why are we keeping them? Freshwater Research Institute, this Research Institute. So for me, we need to reform. We need to implement that Orosai report. Yeah, it's going to be bitter, but that is the only way we can move forward.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Well put. You're up next, enigmatic. I suspect you may have a more expansive look at the El-Rufai space because I feel for all he did in the Tinubu journey. If you remove El-Rufai from Tinubu's journey, Tinubu would not be president. He would not even have gotten the ticket. So a debt owed, a debt paid. But how should that debt be paid? We all thought he would get the SJF, but now where does he go? Enigmatic.
Okay, thank you, one man. First of all, let me just appreciate. We all understand El-Rufai. I believe, is quite intelligent. So his intelligence cannot be called to question. So we can agree that it's an astute, shrewd, and a very intelligent administrator. And then we can also attest to the fact that he's not an intellectual hobo or vagrant in his mindset. So we can give him all those credits. I believe he graduated first class, if I'm not wrong. And then at Bureau, as DG Bureau of Public Enterprises under OBJ, he basically revolutionized the way business were conducted in Nigeria. And then we saw what he did as FCT minister. And basically what he did as, his footprint as ex-governor of Kaduna State. You can give him all those things. In the same way, we understand that he's a bombastic, individual. Sometimes the only difference between El-Rufai and this man are those few qualities that I just reeled out. Apart from the fact that Akume is not someone you can define to be garrulous or loquacious or prattling in nature, right? And you cannot say he's an intellectual hobo as well. He's equally very competent. First, you need to look at the roles of the SGF. What actually does FGF? What does it mean? What do they do in a government? Right. So you see if Akume can do the job, if El-Rufai can do the job. So if you are looking of who can do it better, then that is a debatable option. But the chief advisor to the president, the role of SGF, right? Basically, he said more or less like the chief advisor to the president in this capacity now, Ashwaju, on policy matters, right? And we basically provide support and guidance for formulation of those and the implementation of those policies and the programs of government into fruition. And he coordinates the cabinet. I'm reading this. I'm reeling out all these things to you, so you can, people on the platform and people who are listening will see side by side if Akume is okay for the job, and I will tell you the political calculation that eventually landed Akume this SGF role. So if the one I just told you now, is he able to do that or not? As an ex chief executive of a state who was a permanent secretary. Anybody can Google the role of a permanent secretary. So the role of a permanent secretary is just like the higher level of what SGF does at the federal level, by extension, because at the state level they have the SSG, right? So now in the federal level, he's going to coordinate the cabinet. He's going to be responsible for coordinating the activities of government, the ministries, the parastatals, the departments, the several agencies under the federal government, right? By way of collaborative communication and then, stuff like that, decisions within the cabinet, basically. And then, of course, policy coordination and implementation of that. So is he able to do that? And then you see the government administration too. He oversees the administrative functions of the federal government, which include, managing workflow and processes within his office now as the SGF, because like I said earlier, the SGF office has like 12 sub parastatals under the purview of SGF, including NDDC, Niger Delta Development Commission, and some other subcommittees and departments under this. So, and then it facilitates, of course, intergovernmental meetings, right? Mediates into disputes, promote collaboration and matters of national importance. His immediate role was special duty and intergovernmental affairs. So then national security and emergency management. When it comes to issues of having to meet with the security architecture, the security edge of the administration, he will be in a pole position, right, to offer his own advice, and then particularly to coordinate the activity of the security agencies, basically. Like when Tinubu met with the security, parasheiks of his government yesterday, the SGF would have coordinated with them prior to that meeting, right, in hand with the chief of staff and the protocol officer. They would have drafted probably a policy view or probably a blueprint from the government, translating it to those folks. So hold on one man. I'm trying to, because I don't want people to say because they do not know Akume and they want to rubbish a man who rose as a permanent secretary in the state to two-time governor.
You know his CV. His CV, as impressive as you are listening it out to be, is not that much greater than the CV of most of them at that level. But it's just not a name that pops through. It sounds more of a political payoff than a competence. That role really should have gone to El Rufai. But really now, which role should go to El Rufai is more where we are now.
Okay. It is if you listen to Ashwaju's comment today when he was meeting the progressive governors, he said, no matter how you skin it, we are still playing politics. This is politics in action, one man. Because 2027 will come. The North Central will ask them, what is in it for us? They wanted the speaker, but as it is now, the speaker, they can't get it. The speaker has been zoned to northwest, right? So they need something consequential in the government. So SGF is the only way they can pay them back with. So unfortunately, that robbed off El Rufai's chances. And El Rufai, by virtue of his administrative sagacity and being an intellectual, let me use Dino now, intellectually mobile politician to bombastic in his element, I see him probably, Ashwaju will probably want to have him in a sector that he will bring a lot of reform, maybe the power sector. I won't be surprised if it's made the power because of this new policy or bill that has been passed before Buhari left, that has probably given the state government the avenue or the power to generate their own power. So I see El-Rufai maybe being the power minister, or in a sector that they will want a reformation. I could have probably said, okay, he will be made the petroleum minister, but that would be too much of a cliche, because you want somebody who it's not impossible anyway. He can be made minister of petroleum or power, but I know he's gonna be one of the cabinet members. The reason why
for all of the responses, that one I can align myself behind. If they make him the power minister, I think that'll be a real I can see that one. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
Because that would be more or less like a marquee achievement of this administration if they're able to revolutionize that sector. Nobody has been able to do it. OBJ spent $16 billion in his administration that they couldn't generate anything but darkness. So if El-Rufai,
that's not true. What you are saying, the campaign propaganda. Who told you that?
Obasanjo tried. Buhari tried. Jonathan tried. Yar'Adua tried. They couldn't do it. So if they are able to focus on
Do you
that,
know how many power plants that Obasanjo built during his own time?
but the fact remains that, the fact remains that it's still, we still do not have power supply, regular power supply in Nigeria. I'm speaking to the optics of it now. If El-Rufai is brought into that sector, and he finds a way, right, to have to put everything right, and then Nigeria is able to achieve that marquee power revolution, that will be on El-Rufai's name for life, and by extension, Tinubu's administration. So the politics that played against him, he understands. He's a politician as well, because the Northwest, they have so much pressure on Tinubu, and he can't, and he wouldn't want to, overplay his hands against them. So they have the number two as Senate president if everything ceteris paribus, if everything goes as it is. And then in the House of Rep, they have the number one. So they are having two major seats now in the legislative sector. So they can the same way go to El-Rufai, same person from northwest, and give him and make him SGF. Why North Central is not having anything? And do not forget that they have 4 states from North Central, and the state that they didn't even win in North Central, they did very well, over 25%. So the only way they could have paid back North Central, we can debate that, okay, SGF could have probably gone to somebody else. If I ask anybody who recommend somebody from the North Central who could have been the SGF, because at the end of the day, if you even recommend an egghead or a technocrat from North Central for the position of the SGF, but you still have to have somebody who aligns with your politics and who you are close with, who is going to be able to probably 2027 will still be able to deliver for you and his people listen to. So politically in Benue State, they won 10 House of Rep out of 11. They won 2 Senate out of 3. They flipped the state from PDP to APC in the gubernatorial election, and they won presidential. So all thanks to Akume and his politics and his leadership quality that landed them those kind of victories. So you couldn't have expected anything less. Lalong dropped the ball, so Akume picked it up. He ran a very good campaign and he delivered his state. Lalong, who was a state governor, a DG campaign, he lost his state, he lost his senatorial district, they lost, I think, 2 of their senatorial seats, and they lost almost half of the House of Rep, as against what Akume did, and they flipped almost all the House of Assemblies in Benue State. So it's politics now. People shouldn't be disappointed, because what you will see in coming days, you will see some people you wouldn't want to expect to see in the administration. Is they will have to mix politics with technocrats, because come to think of it, technocrats did not win election for this man. He's coming to politics now. You have to have, of course, technocrats in certain sectors, but you still have to have the politicians going forward. Because when the politicians were crunching the numbers for you, like Ganduje, we saw what Ganduje did. But where were the technocrats? They were in London, US, UK, or probably sitting at home, just doing
No,
their own.
they are waiting. They are waiting for appointments.
They are waiting for appointments. While the likes of Ganduje, all of them were facing the fire. So you can't say because you like El-Rufai, it is actually is trying to play an inclusive government, not trying to go the route of Buhari. Buhari wouldn't have cared. Buhari would probably bring all his major kitchen cabinet from Daura if he has the opportunity. But you can't say North Central, you are just jettisoning them, because they've been shouting already. The governors, they've met him. All the North Central governors, they've met Ashwaju behind the scene 4 times. 4 times that we want the speaker position, but the speaker, of course, as it is going out of our hands. What is in it for us? You cannot give them a ministerial position that will placate them. The basic things you can give them is the SGF. And then when you take it to the SGF, It's just like a Milocon for Akume. He did the job. He delivered. He delivered. So that's it.
All right, brilliant to put. Brilliant to put. There's still a few things I want to put to you, so stay with us. Let's go to Prince Daddy, who joins us. It was meant to be a round robin question, but I think people have expansive thoughts on it. But Prince Daddy, you're up next. It will be a real travesty, and it will be even a mistake on Tinubu's part if he doesn't do something to try and satiate El Rufai. So forget all of these things that El Rufai says he wants to go and do his PhD. For all of the effort that he put into bringing Tinubu into power, he is expecting some sort of payoff. But now the SGF is gone. Which position then do you think can satiate an ego as big as El Rufai, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, hello, one man. Hello, everyone, and our
Good
guest.
to have you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I mean a lot to what is it enigmatic and I think Kolata said about this position. So, but when I watched Erufai on television talking about all he's done in Kaduna State and really that he wanted to rest or pursue his PhD, I genuinely believed him actually. And I don't know at this point in time if he wants to take on this a big portfolio as a minister this time around. I think he really wants to rest or do something else. Somebody mentioned earlier about him being a cabal around Tinubu. Yeah, that'd be a viable option for him, and being an ambassador also to the U.S. or England, also the U.K. I think that would placate him also. In regards to, I mean, if you go, the only higher position than being a governor is becoming a president, and it can't be that right now. So, sure, you can settle for a decent ministerial position if need be. It's not about something being too little or beneath him. That is no service to the country. It's not about a position being too little. But I like Erufai. I think he's a smart man. Is ingenious in a lot of ways, and I think he wants to be. He doesn't want to just take a position. I can read his body language and his words also. That he speaks that he doesn't want to just be there for the sake of being there, being part of the government. He wants to do something that's more tangible, that we can see the results, that helps the country. I think that's what he's more concerned about. And right now, it's beyond that. So it was an FTC minister, governor. It's beyond all those things in the sense that it wants to be more of a valuable person to the country, not this sort of fluffy stuff. So,
What about the Minister of Power that Enigmatic was suggesting? I thought that was an excellent. I think that that portfolio is something that can keep him interested. So that or the Minister of Petroleum, which I don't think he will get because traditionally the presidents keep it to themselves. But the Minister of Power, that surely should engage him enough to keep him interested.
Well, yeah, sure. That's a big ministerial position, but I would say I don't think Tinubu is not. I don't think it is a typical Nigerian or African leader because it's always been, the Minister of Petroleum has always been with the president. Doesn't mean that he wants it. He wouldn't mind giving it to El-Rufai if that being the case. So that's not a problem. I think it has come down. I think somebody said it earlier. It has come down to what Rufai wants. It's not about Tinubu denying him, because I think generally Tinubu sees him as somebody that really wants to help the country. He's not trying to justify for power anymore or trying to undermine anything. He just want to serve. I think Nigeria should be glad to have someone like El-Rufai at this point in time in his career, because now I believe he genuinely wants to serve the country. It doesn't want to, yeah. So, Minister of Power or Petroleum, that is fine. Or just being an advisor to him, I think that's carries a lot of weight also. If you can be around Tinubu and I think Tinubu said also he would like to want him around to consult with him on issues, and I think it will probably serve that position very well. Also, not being bogged down with a lot of bureaucratic stuff.
All right, well put. Excellently put by Prince Daddy. So excellently put by Prince Daddy. The round robin session are now a full session by itself. But then I think Kulata just wants to stay in the background and then chime in just as the topic interests him. So we'll move on from Kulata to Ajan Lekoko. Because this, when I saw this headline, I thought about Ajan Lekoko immediately, and I was curious really to see what he's making of it. So Ajale Koko, you're up next. We will review minimum wage to reflect realities. So this is the assurance that Tinubu is giving, and this is coming off the back of the strap line of the subsidy, either ingenuity or fiasco, depending on what your inflection is or how you've chosen to say it. So the panacea to that removal of subsidy, they are now looking to review minimum wage to reflect reality. So there's ambiguity in those words, but what do they mean exactly is the question. So to that space, Ajan Lekoko. But Ajan Lekoko, before you come in, let me acknowledge the super chats that have come in. Augustine, and then Augustine again, and then Prince Daddy, who does that with some regularity, and Ayo, who does it with frequency. So all that. So Ajan Lekoko, are you there? Ajan Lekoko. All right. Let's go then to let's go to my ASAP or yes, my ASAP.
One
Can
man.
anyone?
One man, I'm here.
I would like to stay behind to chime in. I'm kind of in the middle of stuff here. But
All right, brilliant. All right. So to the minimum wage then, my ASAP. But as you pick up that topic, let me see if Thomas is there. Thomas, are you there?
Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So as you pick up that topic, my ASAP, I have a bit of a headache, which I came in the session with. So with your permission, I'll just bail and go and take some paracetamol and head to bed. But Thomas will guide through the rest of the session. But my ASAP to that minimum wage storyline. Thomas.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Hello, guys. Yeah. So, what do you think about the minimum wage? I have my reservation, but what do you think, ASCP?
Yeah, thank you very much, Thomas. So about this minimum wage. Well, first of all, we're still looking at the president. We're going to give him some time. He just came in. He's at least he hasn't. I think he's just used 4 days now. That's from Sunday. So I think we'll just give him some time to see how he will. He's going to begin his own administration. But that being said, the issue of the minimum wage, when I saw him giving that speech, this money, that was during the time when he had the governors that came around. I think that he was talking in line of how the minimum wage, he was saying that the minimum wage could be used to address the issues of the fuel subsidy, if I'm correct. If I'm correct, I may be wrong. So, but I think that was the line of thought in which he was talking about the minimum. He said something about what can the government do about the sources of wealth and how we can address the issue of minimum wage. Well, for me, I think I would take the position that Mama Zita took earlier. Governments have been increasing. Have been talking about increasing and reviewing minimum wage, and which is actually due, to increase the minimum wage. But here's the thing: if government increase a minimum wage, how does that affect the economy? That's the question. Number one, the issue of the what's it called? The fuel subsidy. I believe that the announcement could have been better timed. Let me put it that way. because it came as though it was even to me when I remember watching the live broadcast and hearing him talk about that fuel subsidy is gone. At first it came as a shock to me because I didn't expect him to say that kind of statement. Because number one, that kind of statement, that something as sensitive as fuel subsidy, something that you would want to execute, with all caution and with consciousness. It's something that you would not want
But
to rush in.
ASAP, before he became the president, he said it, and Nigeria
Yes.
vote for him.
Yes, but you notice that when he said it this time around, there was a difference because the market reacted almost immediately. The forex changed almost immediately. So there's, when he said it then, he said it not in the capacity of being the president, but being the president and aspirant. And then number three, when he said it then, nobody knew how he will implement it. Those things were counted as part of his manifesto. So it's one thing to have a manifesto, it's another thing to implement their manifesto. We know that the issue of fuel subsidy has been a controversial issue, and it has been something that we have always wanted to address. Removing fuel subsidy was always inevitable, but the question that that arises now is the manner in which that fuel subsidy has been released. I want to believe that statement was not planned, because you've noticed when the president was reading out his statement, there were things that he was reading that he wasn't actually reading the script. There were things that were just coming, naturally. So I don't believe that he knew the import of what he was saying, or that he planned to say it in that manner. Bear in mind that after that interview, he came back to come and give another talk and to try to clarify that was not what he meant. So it means that when he said it, it was taken, the way it was taken was different from the way he intended. So, but anyway, the damage had already been done by then. And now in trying to now look for a solution, he was also talking about the issue of minimum wage. But here's the thing: it can have a boomerang effect on the economy, because when you increase the minimum wage, what do you expect the marketers? What do you expect the players in the market to do? Okay, the market woman hears that they've increased minimum wage. What do you expect her to do? Naturally, she will also increase the prices of her good in the market. The trader hears that if increased minimum wage, they will naturally also increase their market. So in other words, you can end up having an inflation even in the economy. So I don't believe that increasing the minimum wage would actually help. Rather, they should look into other ways of improving the economy. Number one, another thing I wanted to say again. If you notice that before the inaugural speech, that they were days before the inaugural speech, they had what's it called? I've forgotten is it a session where they invited Adewumi Adesina to come and give a talk. Now, during his talk, what I noticed was that he mentioned some of these key things, and one of the things he mentioned was that fuel subsidy should be gone. Only for the president now to come back on his inaugural speech and to talk about the issue of fuel subsidy. Also, in the speech of Adewumi Adesina, he talked about the issue of minimum wage, only for the president to come again and to address the issue of minimum wage. So to me, it looks like as if the president is really taking talking points of that he has heard, or and is trying to run with it, but not necessarily implementing them the way it should be implemented, and which can have an adverse effect on the economy.
Can I interject, if you don't mind?
Yes, please, sir. You can interject.
Yeah, the question now is this, because I want to base it on your word. When you say increasing the minimum wage for workers, workers say now are the civil government workers. Now, how do you expect them to catch up with the impact of the fuel subsidy? Because like I said this thing like almost 3 times already here, that this guy is using the approach that OBJ adopted while increasing pump price back then. Now look at it this way. If you increase minimum wage, the cost of production for SME will go up. And those babas that we are talking about, all those market women, they want to put the margin. They want to give the margin so to get value for whatever they are producing, right? Now, if they increase the service, naturally, those SME people, they'll be able to increase their income to meet up with the inflation. Even some private sector too, they will do the same thing. Then how do you now expect the workers to catch up with the inflation? You understand? They have to increase the minimum wage. Then, secondly, you said they have other means. What other means do they have to increase workers' income? You understand? When they increase fuel subsidy, bearing it in mind that the cost of production has gone up.
Let me get you correctly. It seems like the first point you mentioned actually supports my this thing. Would I be correct to say that?
No, he didn't support it. I know
Okay,
exactly what I said.
Can you repeat it, because it seems I was talking on that line as well.
The first question I said is this: when you increase fuel, then for those people that are in SME, you increase the cost of production. Then when you increase cost of production, they jack up the margin to account for their profit. Right. Already, those guys, they find a way to increase their own income to meet up with the reality of the inflation in the market. Now, government workers, they are fixed. They cannot increase their own salary. It's the government that we have to increase. So it is normal for government to increase to measure up so that they can compete with the private people that already jack up their own income by trying to measure up with the cost of inflation that has increased, the cost of production that has increased. So when you say increasing government workers' salary is not the way to go, then how exactly will you tackle that if you do not increase the income?
Okay, so yeah. First of all, like I said, it's just unfortunate that he made that statement, because that statement actually is what the market.
No, my brother, that statement or not that statement, it was going to happen anyway, because we are talking of matter of law.
If it was going to happen in a controlled situation, it's different.
See, my brother, people in the market will always read it, whether you pronounce it at that level. There's a difference between when you don't have that law in place and someone is saying it ahead when the law is not in place, and when the law is actually in place, and whether Tinubu says it or not, is going to be active.
Okay,
the pronouncement is not enough to say this is why things were like that, because after all, some people said there were queue already at those filling stations even before Tinubu even made that statement.
Number one, if people were in the queue already before that statement, the price had not changed. The price was still 185. Now, the thing is this: immediately he made the statement, some filling stations first closed their stations. Then before they then reopened, and they jacked up the price. Now, this is the thing. We know that the provision for subsidy had been made by the previous administration up to June 30th. Am I correct by that? So there's still.
I assume you are correct.
Yeah. So there was still. So that was why I said it was ill-timed. So if now that was what brought up the issue of the confusion now that they had with Labour now. That's NLC. That there has also been provision for subsidy even to the end of June. That why didn't government wait till the end of June before making that kind of pronouncement? So that pronouncement has been, that's why I said it's unfortunate. So now
it's sad. It was sold, but there's not even money to do that.
Yeah. So now, but what I believe as part of this, what I believe that could be done now is possible. Is if they increase, I still believe, I may be wrong, but I still believe that if they increase workers' salary right now, it is not going to help the situation. Yes, it might meet the immediate needs of the workers, but then the other forces, market forces as well, we also jack up their prices with time.
So workers should die. So workers should die in hunger.
I want to profile now what would have been done.
Workers should die in hunger, right?
Sir?
Workers should die in hunger.
No, workers can. Of course.
Do you know how much? Hold on, right now. Do you know how much it takes? I mean, it costs to fill up a tank of a car now in Nigeria. Do you know how much it costs? Hold on. Do you know how much it costs?
500 to 600, between 500 and 600 naira.
No. To fill up.
Oh, to fill up. Okay, you mean to fill up? Well,
Yeah.
it can vary depending on the kind of car. It can vary. I know that I've heard some people say 17,000. Like, yeah.
Average of 24,000.
Yeah.
So if you are spending 24,000 to fill up a tank,
Ajale Koko, you don't need to fill your car up now.
no, hold on. Don't you fill up your tank in Australia? What are you taking?
But this is Australia. Nigeria is different.
Okay, Nigeria is different. So so when it costs 24,000 to fill up a tank, and salary of worker is 30,000.
Which some states are not even paying.
Let's talk to reality. Workers should not die in hunger.
Yes,
Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko.
Let me answer
Worker,
the question.
it shouldn't be that workers must not be at the receiving end all the time. When
Kolata, let's hear from you.
No, I just wanted to throw a position. A worker
ASAP, hold on,
earning.
please. Let's hear from
Sorry.
Kolata.
Kọ́sí àpá gbogbo worker ní títí kí gbogbo worker kí gbogbo wọn kú kí ilé ayé wọn bàjẹ́ àtàwọn ọmọ àti ìran wọn gbogbo ìran wọn kọ́ parun.
Ajale Koko, a worker that earns
30,000.
A worker that earns 30,000 per month cannot afford to own a car, even if petrol is 160. He can't own a car.
So for his transportation for transportation alone, from home to work and back home, that alone will take all his salary. So
Ajale Koko.
gbọ́dọ̀ róúnjẹ jẹ ó láti kú ṣáá ni.
Ajale Koko, what I was even going to say is you must increase workers' salary whether you like it or not, because the private people will increase the cost of services. Whether you like it, there's no other way. SAP. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay,
when you say other way,
at least you will
wait
let
now. No. When you say other ways, I just want you to mention that other ways. Are you saying okay?
Yes, I've not been able to mention them.
School fees should be totally free. It's almost free already. You understand? Are you saying
school fees is almost free?
I would say it's almost free in quotes. I would say it's almost free in quotes. How much do you pay in primary school? Primary school.
That means you are talking about the government
you're talking
school.
About government. It must be government school you're talking about, not
exactly. What exactly I'm saying is that all those areas to jack up workers' income, they've already been exploited already. So what you need to do is to increase the minimum wage physically. So all those healthcare you can say is heavily subsidized. You can say the cost of primary education is heavily subsidized. So you've already maximized that. So the best way is to increase the take home monthly, not in time of incentives. Even if you buy them Star Bus, it won't work as at now. If you buy Star Bus for workers, it may not work as at now. You need to increase that money physically. If there are any 30K, you want to jack it up to 55,000. Now, and you are saying inflation, people will respond to inflation. No, that's the way we see that. Okay, when people jack up inflation, when you increase minimum wage, the market will never take commodity above affordability. The market will force you to look for substitutes, but it's not going to take you out of affordability. Otherwise, the producer themselves, they will never survive.
Enigmatic. You know, we are all here now. We are talking the theory. We are discussing
this is not theory. This is not theory.
You know, you have been talking since I have not.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
You have not even allowed me to even, and you've been telling me that you want, and I've not been able to get to my point. You were all discussed. I've never seen a place where government increases workers' salary and market doesn't respond. I have never seen it before. I am surprised that you are saying this, that they will be. They have ears to hear. They know what is in the news. So when they hear that government has increased it, naturally they will do the needful. Everybody's profit driven. So, but what I feel government can do is this. I'm not saying government can increase salary, that it should not increase salary. Yes, government can increase. But even the salary itself that government will increase, number one, government is even saying that money doesn't even exist. If you heard the speech of Tinubu today, he said that money, where the source of the money, they don't even have it. Is it the government that is borrowing money that we increase minimum wage? Number one, if government even increase minimum wage for its federal workers, what about states? Some states are still struggling to even pay that 30,000. So where do you want states to now find money to increase for its own That is why I said the statement, the speech by the president.
From the subsidy savings.
Oh
Just
my
to help
God.
you out from the subsidy
That's why
savings.
okay. That's why I said that the speech itself was an unfortunate one. But here's what I can suggest that government can do. Number one, is still this thing can still be rectified, in the sense that as it stands now, the NNPC Limited, as it were, came out with a new list of the what's it called, of the pump price of petrol, right? But now, government, according to the law itself, government is the only one, or the president is the only one who has the right to set those prices. So the president, and that's one of the
Which law is president setting prices?
I think you're giving facts that are very incorrect.
Very incorrect.
Yes.
Which law is that president will start setting prices?
Just hold on. NNPC is now a private company.
I said government. I didn't say NNPC. I didn't say NNPC will set prices.
Hold on. Just give me 1 minute.
Okay.
NNPC is setting price like a normal commercial company. So forget the affiliation of governance and NNPC. NNPC is a private company that brings product into the country and distribute it to service their clients. Any other person, private person, can get a license and also bring in products into the country and sell to their own preferred customers. The market has been deregulated. The meaning of deregulation is anybody can play in the market so long you meet the requirements. So it is no longer
exactly. So let me now. Can I now answer? I think you got me wrong. What I am saying is this: you remember that when the NNPCL came out with their list, they basically set the list for the market, and we said
it's not the list for the market.
Hold on.
The GMD said it's their own internal operational document. It's
we know
not
that.
for the market consumption, and that is. Hold on. Just give me. It's their own internal operation document that got to the media. It is not for public consumption. Same way Corn Oil is doing, same way Bovas is doing, same way Total is doing. So I think you've not removed. We are finding it difficult to remove our emotions from NNPC previous operations. So forget about NNPC price list. If any marketer today can sell lower than NNPC, they will sell lower than what NNPC is selling. That is
what I'm saying is number one, I understand that the NLPC has changed in its operation. It is a private company. It is working as a private company. But remember that list itself was leaked to the public. It wasn't something that was planned. It was leaked, and immediately it was leaked, it influenced the market price. And that's not even what I'm even addressing. I am saying that it is in the purview of the president, because there's nobody that is the minister of petroleum right now. Nobody has been set as minister of petroleum. But the president has his own. I'm not talking about the NNPC now. The president still has the right, even if the market is even deregulated itself, right? And it's determined by the market forces. Okay, that's the essence of the regulation, that the market itself, the price of petroleum is going to be determined by the market forces. However, it's still within the purview of the president to say, okay, he can still determine the prices, because there's what's it called? I think the Price Something Act. There's an act where the president can also determine and also set the price and set
how.
No, Kulapa is incorrect. Are you telling me that hold on. Are you telling me that the president has the right to set price on all that commodities that are being?
So president can say sell Omo $20. I'm sorry, 20 naira.
The president will say sell Omo. Sell.
No, I'm not talking about I'm not talking about other commodities. I'm talking in terms of petroleum itself.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think the president have the authority to do that. There's we have ministry that does that. So I don't think
what I am saying is that the ministry that does that right now, the minister that would do it has not been appointed. So obviously that onus falls on the president. But you said the president doesn't have a right. But I know that
no, he can't. I don't think so. I don't.
Okay, wait, hold on. Why are they not regulating prices on bandwidth?
MTN, they're not regulating prices for MTN and all these likes because the market is deregulated. It is based on demand and supply.
Supply,
The
yes,
more,
yes.
wait, hold on. The more the players in the market, everybody finds way to make profit. So, for instance, NNPC can afford to sell because NNPC is the biggest player in the market now. So they can afford to sell lower because they have many franchise and they can still make a lot of profit. So let's say okay, they can. That's why you can see NNPC taking lead as the the big market, the big elephant in the house in the retail business now. If competitions come like Dangote, Dangote wants to also get into retail. BUA is planning to get into retail. When all those guys start coming into in the conversation, you will see automatically fuel prices will drop, and everybody will have more options, more alternative options too, and all this. So that's it. The president cannot say
That's
any price.
well, okay.
So there's a price
Maybe
control.
okay.
Yeah,
There's a
Kulata, yeah.
price control act. There's a price
There's a
control
price
act in
control act that
2004.
yes.
I actually had to go and Google it.
Eh,
There's a price control act in 2004 that there's supposed to be a price control board, price control committee. But I don't know if this has been overridden by PIB because this is 2004.
Yes.
Kulata, so what's the if you are saying there's a price control act, now look at just suppose that with consumer protection, FCPIC, that are in charge of controlling
I
exactly.
need to read. I need to read how this act is written because just the fact that we have a price control act doesn't mean the president can willingly do what he wants. So let me read it first. I need to understand.
No, Kulata, that price control act, I think people are taking that thing beyond context. Even you have, there was a time, I don't know if it's still existing, that you have price control act in the United States. You see, the good feature of price control act is this: you make a product for let's say $2. Now, maybe your margin should just be percentage of that, right? Maybe you should have, especially when it's commodity and it's not a specialized commodity. So maybe you are supposed to have like let's say 25% margin, like all these practices within the trade people. As an engineer, you can build some this thing, but you have your margin that you cannot go beyond. Now, you can't produce something for 100 and all of a sudden you want to sell for 2,000. No, you should stay within a reasonable. Those are the things that price control will do for you, not that president will wake up and say, okay, I don't want you to sell this thing beyond this. No,
No,
that's where
I think
people are missing it.
enigmatic. Yeah. I think you're
That
not
is
very much.
I'm
Ola.
not enigmatic. Now, so my English goodish.
What we're saying here
Ola
is
is
this.
Ola, not enigmatic.
Okay, it's Ola. Okay, I thought enigmatic was here. Okay, sorry about
Yeah,
that.
that's all right. Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this: that number one, the issue of even subsidy has been extended till June, the ending of June, right? And we are having marketers and we are having suppliers already determining their
But
contract.
Issa, what I'm telling you is that it's being budgeted. That doesn't mean there is money to pay for it.
Okay, if
The
you are saying
It's
that,
just
okay,
being
it's
budgeted on
funny. It's
paper.
funny to me. It's funny to me that
Listen,
you are saying. Hold on. It's funny to
the
me that we are.
GMD of wait, hold on. Before you let me just so that you also answer us all together. The GMD of NNPC came out and said, you know what, from February last year up to now, they will be funding subsidy from their cash flow. Government has not been paying, even though there is a budget for it. And government is federal government now is owing them 2.8 trillion naira on subsidy. Hold on. He's owing them 2.8 trillion naira on subsidy. And now NNPC is about going bankrupt in such a way that they will not be able to pay their obligation to their importers to be able to bring in fuel into the country. And from our experiences, you know that if there is a disruption in fuel, fuel flow logistics, we know that it always cross crisis in the country. An example is the fuel scarcity that happened before the elections. Now, so if you are looking at all these scenarios, what decision will you make? Because you can't just look at the side of the budget without looking at the side of the
First of all,
reality.
initially I mentioned that the what's it called? The subsidy has been okay. Okay, here's the thing. You mentioned. I think somebody before you mentioned that there's no provision to even pay for the subsidy. Okay, if there's no provision to pay for
They've
subsidy,
not been paying. It's just been on paper. They've not been paying. Federal government has
okay,
not been paying. NNPC has been the one paying for it.
Now, how we should, if they've not been paying, what is now the guarantee that they will also be able to pay workers' salary too? From which account is that?
So now, if you look at it carefully at Tinubu's conversation today, Tinubu said the first plan is security. Then the second plan is revenue. They look at revenue and they are going to do arithmetics and some soul searching to know what they can come up with on the minimum wage. Now, the truth is there is no money. That is the thing. Everybody's saying subsidy savings. Savings is not going to come immediately. It's not like at the end of the month, there will be a significant improvement in the revenue. No. It's just like stopping a leakage for now. Let's stop this leakage for now. NNPC will try and recover their costs before the end of the year, and then we'll start building up from there. It's not as if there's a lump sum of money somewhere. It's not as if there's a lump sum of something somewhere. What we are doing first is to stop, like somebody that is owing a lot of debt and is borrowing every month. The first person for the person to come out of that debt is stop the sources of the reason why you are borrowing. Stop first, then you can start to build from there. That's what we are trying
but
to.
You have not still answered my question. You see, why I pose that question to you is that you are expecting me to give you a response, which I have already given to you, and you also know that this thing has a limitation itself, which you've also acknowledged that there's a limitation to government doesn't have those funds that we are saying. So okay, if government doesn't have it, then why are we also saying that government should increase salary? From where is government going? Government can increase. So that's why I say
that I will respond to you because it's my my suggestion,
you guys
right?
You keep interrupting. Let me. So here's what I believe. Number one, the solution can never be a quick fix because there's no quick fix solution about all this. Government has to increase. Like I said, I still believe that the Price Control Act, is still within the purview of the president. That one is by the state. Number two, the issue of revenue. Government has to find a way of looking inward and generating revenue. I don't know how government may do that. Maybe through taxes and the rest. Government has to generate revenue, but that would not also be a fix quick. Then number three, we have to find a way of increasing our GDP. So those are the things that we can do but there is no way we can do them that will actually even address the immediate need of the people. That's the very reason why I said government still has to go back and in a way control the price of pump price to at least minimize the sufferings on the masses. That's just the immediate one. Those are my three.
I beg of you, just give me a minute to respond. See, I still stay on it. I still stand on it. Like I said, I'm not saying what has not happened before. I'm saying what happened twice in my lifetime in that country. Any time between Absalam from 1999 till Obasanjo left, when there was an increase in pump price, we have to respond to worker salary. That is why problem solution is termed in two ways: short and long term. There will be hardship within the short term. The short time here, by the word is short time now, anything from months to 1 year max. Because if you go beyond 1 year, then it's no longer short term. So now,
can I ask you a question?
That's what my English good reach.
Can I ask you a question? If government wants to increase salaries, would it be immediate?
It may not be immediate. It's not as
won't they pass through bills? Won't they pass bills?
Oh, they don't need to pass bills.
No, they don't need to pass bills.
Can that be done
as
an organization?
No, Maesab, they don't need to pass bills. We have the revenue mobilization allocation.
Okay, let's even say they increase it. What about the states as well? State workers.
Hold on. So let me explain something. The truth is, we were hearing last month when federal government increased salaries of their own workers by 40%. You were aware of that, right? That was Buhari's period that they implemented. Federal servants, civil servants acknowledge that they've been paid. So technically looking at federal workers are way above minimum wage as it stands today. Now, review of minimum wage is not only binding to federal workers alone, it's going to extending itself into the private sector. You know, everybody has a conscience because the private sector they will not want to allow, you know, entrepreneurs or business owners to take advantage of the employees. Of course, so minimum wage is like a framework that okay, anybody employing anybody in that country should be able to, of course, you know, this is the minimum acceptable wage that you should be able to pay to the person. Now, looking at the current situation that we find ourselves, the thing is, what we are looking for now is revenue. If, well, the truth is, I prefer that if the federal government increases the minimum wage as of today, which Labour is fighting for, the implementation is not going to happen this month. It's probably going to start happening.
Let me quickly chip it in.
Hold on.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
I don't think NSC is fighting for increase in minimum wage alone. I think the number one thing on their list is not increase in minimum wage. I think the number one thing on their list is a review of the pump price. That's the number one thing on their list.
See, let me tell you the truth. They are not going to get a review of the pump price. It's gone and it's gone. No more emotions to that. It is gone and it's gone. The ideal thing is for them to review the minimum wage. And the thing is, state governments are meant to be, they have been aware that there will be a removal of subsidy. How many state governments have made preparations for these times? How many public transports are out there in state capitals? How many? It's only up to the best of my knowledge, only Lagos State has been proactive so far in this regard in terms of public transportation and some other things. But let's put that aside. So even if there's a review of minimum wage now, it's not going to happen immediately. It's going to be happening like next 2 months. August.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. August, September. So the thing is, if you are saying the government should actually put some price control again, the differential, so it's going to pay. And hope you know that by now that the inflation rate that going on in neighboring countries is very high now, based on the actions of smugglers. Hope you know. The vice president.
Angola too has got a subsidy. No, so my ASAP, sorry for interjection. I want to ask something. See, you are talking of revenue, how to generate revenue, how to do this. See, you don't generate revenue when you don't create value. We are saying the subsidy we are using to pay all these few people in Nigeria, maybe they are just very insignificant minority. You know, they are not even up to 0.001. That those are the people we are feeding with our subsidy. Now, I was here when Life is Good said Dino Mendaye is making like 20 billion of subsidy. You start wondering infrastructure that the like of Dino Mendaye put in place. Now, when you don't create value, you don't increase revenue. And how do you create value? You take all this consumption, the consumption subsidy away. That's what we are saying. Yeah, the workers will feed the hardship. Nobody is saying they will not feed the hardship. I was in the country. The thing is this: how long will they feed the hardship? How will the market respond to it in the long run? That's what we are talking about. Nobody is saying there will be no hardship. So for you to generate revenue, you have to plug the loophole first of all to generate revenue. What do I mean in this situation? Now you are removing subsidy. Thank God, Dangote refinery is picking up. There are some other refinery that we don't get to hear about it. What will people do when you take this subsidy away? There will no longer be lobby to get easy money through some kind of government rigmaroling of our economy. Now, what will they do? They try to improve on their capacity to take part to increase the share of the market. What will that translate to? They employ more people. This thing, by the time some people are employing like 5 people, normally it is not that 5 people that they employ that is the thing. Number one, there are many people attached to that family of that 5 people they employed. There are escalations of that particular 5 people in the way they spend in the market too. To the other aspect. So to me, it is my considered opinion based on my experience that every time Obasanjo increased fuel price that time, Nigeria appeared to be more prosperous. See, what we are looking at here is like, okay, we were selling something for 10 naira before. It is 900. And yes, it is 100. But look at it this way. You may be earning money that time, and you may not even be able to afford that of thing for 10 naira. And all of a sudden, because the inflation and your income increase somewhere one way or the other, you are even able to buy like 5 or 1,300. That's where I want to see. See, the value of money is not always this figure we look at. Oh, this exchange rate is 700. No, it's not always. What that money we achieve.
Ola, you always mention this here that when Obasanjo increase price
Fuel
of
price.
fuel,
Pump price.
I mean, become more prosperous. You are not
That's
taking.
my considered opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, you are not taking into consideration the value, the stronger value of our currency.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Baba.
What we have.
The question is this. The question is this. Look at it, Baba. A teacher. No, wait. Sorry, just a minute. A teacher. Wait. No, Ajane Koko. Wait now. A teacher was earning like 2,500. A fresh teacher with Lagos State government was earning about 2,600 as far back as 1997, 1998, right? So even as at that time, some teachers were so poor that they could not even afford to even rent a face me now slap you room, that they will have to team up somehow or to save money to rent it. Now, all of a sudden, under Absalam Abubakar, you understand? That is, so under Absalam Abubakar, they jack it up to minimum wage to 3,500. Definitely a graduate that time will no longer earn 3,500. Maybe they will be earning close to 7,000. And that's 7,000 now. When you look at that market of that 7,000, what they could not afford when they were earning 2,600, they could afford it as 3,500. Then they jack it up again. Is it 5,000 or 7,500? I can't remember. Now again, you see, when you look at that thing, you are looking at the exchange rate. You don't use exchange rate alone to determine the value of what your local currency can get. So we are not dealing with tradables here now. So we are talking of local services, which is what majority of Nigeria needs now. Your yam that is coming from your farm and some other thing you produce locally. So
let's round up. Yeah, you can hear from AY. Yeah.
No. I'm just telling Ajani Koko how I came about it, because I even went to the extent that even all those people that graduated from university in the 90s, you know that your lecturer could not afford a very good car. But go and look at the type of car they were buying in that 2000 and because the currency was good, our exchange rate was bad.
Ola, you're making a mistake. It's not because they increased the price or something. It's because there was economic growth.
Economic, yes, growth.
That's
economic
what I'm
growth.
saying. Wait now, the money coming. Wait, the economy grew. I agree with you. that the economy grew, but you need money to be able to procure the services within the economy. So it depends on your info.
Can I round up? Can I round up so that I can
let's ASAP round up. Yeah.
So
I want to move away from this topic. We have
the economic growth is more important than increasing. That's my opinion, and than increasing the salary of workers. And again, like I said, I'm not against fuel subsidy. I am for fuel subsidy. I'm just only against the manner in which it was implemented, the manner in which I believe it was a mistake. It was a faux pas when the president said it, and which showed by his attempt to try to correct it. And I just feel that we have to find ways, and I don't think that that's the only way you mentioned about increasing revenue. That's the only way we can. There are other ways we can increase revenue, and I just feel that the most important thing is to have an economic recovery. That's the only way to improve the lives of the people. That's my final say on that.
Yeah. Just let me take you to this topic. Yeah, we have to move on. Yeah.
So Thomas, can I just quickly say something? 5 seconds.
Yes.
Because I did research on the Price Control Act. It's actually 1977. So subsidy is a form of price control. Buhari used this rule during his 1984 regime. Of course, it was a disaster. They used it for essential commodities. And that was a total economic failure because you weren't letting people make profit. So subsidy is the last price control, and now it's deregulated. So essentially what is the AY that are saying it? What you are saying is, excuse me, is for the Tinubu to restore subsidy back, something we can't afford. I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. That's not the solution to our problem.
Oh, thank you, Kolata. My heads up. Let me give you this. Yeah, Baba Bode George. he has finally surrendered to Tinubu. If you could remember, Baba said earlier on, like some months ago, maybe 10 months thereabout, that if Tinubu win the election, he will have to move to Ghana. But Baba has doubled down on his word now, saying he can work with Tinubu. So what do you think? Is Baba being hypocrite or talking from the two sides of his mouth? So what do you think?
Well, yeah, thank you. I think I would take the opinion of the people that have spoken ahead. Yeah, initially I had some reservation with what Baba Ajanliko was saying, but I also understand where Baba is coming from, where Baba Ajanliko is coming from. That and I think the be that as it may, Bode George has always had a very strong stance, and as a youth, I've interpreted it that maybe he has something against Tinubu because his words have been very, 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 very vile against Tinubu. That sometimes I can't even explain it. But the way I see it, or I understand where Baba Jale Koko is coming from. So I think we have to just forget about the past and move on. But notwithstanding, this is what I see in Bode George's stance, which I don't think we've talked about here. What I see is that Bode George might be, I may be wrong, but he might be reacting based on the fact that he feels excluded from the government in Lagos State, and I think that was one of the main reasons why he was appeared to always antagonize.
But Bode George is PDP man. How will he be included in their government?
Yeah, he definitely there are other ways he can be included in the government. For example, it could even be in terms of his political appointments. There are other ways that he could have been included, and you know that the APC are always had political stronghold over even on his own turf. So I don't think he will be too happy with that. And I think that was one of the reasons why that motivated him and saw Tinubu as a political enemy. But however, his stance now is actually the stance that is expected. It's not easy for somebody to come back and to go back on his words. So I think he should, on one hand, we should, while we may not be happy with what he has said in the past, but on the other hand, we also have to, commend him for being able to come back and say he's ready to work with the president.
Besap, who is a man of what do you describe as a man of integrity?
You want to put me on the spot?
No, I'm just divine your what is a man of integrity? If you say you are a man of integrity, what's the meaning? What can you expatiate on? No, it's just a question. If you don't know it, tell me, and then I will tell you what is a man of integrity meant.
I don't think I know it.
Yeah, the man of integrity is you have to. We know now. You have to stand by your word. That's the first thing that defined you as a man of integrity. If Baba, due respect to Baba, anybody that go back on their words, I don't think they have integrity. Do you think that?
Thomas.
So you have to be.
Thomas,
I think.
So
you have to be
you guys, you Africa have problem. If you see a spade, call a spade a spade. Forget about age. We are not.
Thomas. So you have to be. Someone have to be one-way traffic. Joro jara joro. Zombie one way.
Ajale Koko, who is the man of integrity? Ajale Koko.
I am asking you. So, by your own definition, man of integrity is a Joro jara joro. Zombie way now one way. You know the
Ajale Koko, 1 second. Ajale Koko, 1 second.
Yeah.
Thomas.
Bishop, who is a man of integrity?
No, I want Ajale Koko to help me to interpret what I want to say. Captain of Kababe, ni Omoluabi. Help me interpret it.
Àwọn Yorùbá náà lọ́bọ̀ lọ́sọ wípé báwo lọ ṣe sọ wípé ẹni tó bá bẹ̀ ó ní láti gbà bí báwo lòwe yẹn mọ̀dẹ̀ àárọ̀ tí mọ́ pàápàá.
lẹ́yìn àpòlé àbùkù ló
ọmọ àlè ló ń rí bínú.
ló ń rínú tí ò ń bí ọmọ àlè náà bẹ̀ tí ò kì í gbà.
tó kì í gbà wọ́n ti lọ bẹ bàbá Bọ̀dé George kí lẹ fẹ́ kó ṣe.
no I don't think so.
I disagree. ẹ̀yin ọlọ́tẹ̀ ṣé òun tẹ fẹ́ kó ṣe nìyẹn.
Baba Jale Koko, I disagree on that. Because
please, everybody, please, if you guys, Jale Koko, I am closing down the section now. Who is a man of integrity? If anybody is divining,
we don't know. Forget it.
All of you guys are Joro. Simba is here. Simba, who is a man of integrity? Simba.
Now, wow.
Jore is the only man of integrity. Nigeria.
So, are you telling me that Baba George is not a Simba? Yes, welcome Simba. All of you now hypocrites. Simba, who is a man of integrity? Can you define a man of integrity to us?
A man of integrity is a man of his word. The man that goes by what he says and stay by it.
Yes.
Is it that good or bad?
In all
circumstances,
right?
In all circumstances. Yes.
God bless you, my brother. That is why I like medical doctor. Medical doctors, they are they don't do funny way. So a man of integrity is a man who go by his word, even though he boomerangs, maybe he falter later, he will stand by his word. I even expect Baba Bode George to go out of Nigeria for even 1 week, show us a portrait in Ghana, and say I'm in Ghana, then he can come back to Nigeria.
That's not the only thing he said. He said I think his political career is also in jeopardy. In my own case, because in 2027, I think he will be very relevant. How do I mean? He said that he was going to retire out of politics after the elections. He said that frankly, that he was going to be an elder statesman and resign out of partisan politics. He has not done that. He said if
AY, you will continue. AY, integrity and politician, they don't match together.
Let's even. I mean, even if he's not like for the optics. You know, one thing I fear about people like that is, you know, no matter how much we look at it, if you look at Buhari today, Buhari still has his political relevance in our electoral sequence today. I can tell you, if Buhari is still around in 2027, believe me, politicians will still go and meet Buhari for his support. And Buhari still commands that level of votes and all of that. So if you compare people like Buhari with their own political relevance with people like Bode George, they are irrelevant. Bode George has shown himself to be a betrayer in PDP. The Jando guy has exposed his tactics of only supporting people.
AY, a man of integrity, is doing anti-party. Is there a man of integrity?
We should. It's not a man of integrity. It's not relevant.
I didn't say that, so I didn't say that, so AY, don't put words in my mouth, so but a man of integrity will stand by his word, will stand by his party. Yeah.
So your Tinubu that destroy Alliance for Democracy is a man of integrity.
Tinubu did not destroy Alliance for Democracy.
No, he didn't. Ajale Koko. No, Ajale Koko. Tinubu didn't destroy them. He chose his own path.
Alliance for Democracy.
He chose his own path. Ajale Koko.
So
Ajale Koko. Tinubu chose his own path.
Thomas, Baba Jale Koko fẹ́ ká máa ṣe politics Awólọ́wọ̀ ni. Àwọn ò sì ní ṣe. Politics Awólọ́wọ̀ tí ò pé Awólọ́wọ̀ tó fi kú, à ní ṣe. Iná ló sì gbé wa débi tá a délé ni. Awólọ́wọ̀ ò di president ni. Kò ní dàrú lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ìdínú yín ó dùn sí náà nù. Àti ojú padà máa ti gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọ̀tá náà ni.
Is Tinubu a man of integrity? He said, I'm going to remove. He said, I'm going to remove subsidy.
No, I think if you look at, I think Thomas, in this last 1 week, the truth is Tinubu is already solidifying his political base for 2027. I see that guy, really, I see that guy giving a massive slide, winning election by a massive slide in 2027. Now you can see people like Ibori moving to him, people like Wike drawing closer. All the people on his face are already nodding that.
Even Baba Bode George begging for post. Come on
Exactly.
now. Come on now.
This guy is already doing
Sure, Thomas, let me tell you what is happening to Baba Bode George. But it's not bad belly, they worry that old man. The reason is that, he is a Lagosian, and he now sees somebody that is younger than him having a upper hand. He wanted to share, exactly, he wanted to have his own share of Lagos, but Tinubu prevented him. And that is the basic thing that is angry.
But why can't he go and join APC then?
No, he
ego, the warrior.
You can't be outside the camp and want to hit inside the camp, can't you?
Yes, that is what is happening.
Do you know what? Let me say this. Do you know what baffles me about we Nigerians? When we are talking about this Baba now, all of us we are finding it difficult to speak. But our various countries, Saudi Arabia, America, we criticize old politicians. We call them by name. We name them in the board. But when we come to our home, we will want to do respect.
It's our culture.
Simba, culture doesn't pay us. He hasn't make anything in that country.
No,
we have to be bold to speak.
Thomas,
He hasn't.
I don't believe the culture, whatever. If everybody can call Tinubu names and all of that, they don't even give him respect and all
They
of that.
they don't give a damn. This Baba, with due respect, that is hypocrite.
Let me tell you, Thomas. We don't do that from our own side. If the other people from the other side are doing that, it's not in our blood, and we were not brought up like that.
Simba, you
it's very. Let me tell you,
it was Simba to Mbu Awolowo and Sin. Don't they don't do that in your side.
Simba Awolowo now.
No, I just said the obvious. I didn't. No, Baba, Mama, so to you. So. Boya Ibo ni mi.
Thomas, Simba has forgotten that Bode George has said many terrible things about Tinubu guy, saying that he's not from Lagos, going to his roots, attacking his family base. You could see. I think we should need to play back.
All those things are political. He just want to demarket him politically. That is what he was trying to do. And he tried so much. He was not successful. He couldn't succeed. So that was a problem.
AY, the answer to your question is already in your question. Okay, you are saying that he said a lot of things about Tinubu. Yes. Now, the question you ask yourself is, what was Tinubu's response?
He kept quiet.
He kept quiet. The only thing I saw Tinubu said was, he's free to leave anyway.
One voice, please. One voice. Let's hear from ASAP. Yeah.
AY, you said a statement that you don't care about culture. That in other words, to help to culture. But even the person you are using, hold on now. Even the person that you are referring to make your reference, look at his own response and look at how it has ended up working in his favor.
Yes,
so I agree. The fact hold on.
The reason why I condemn this thing is because
this guy,
many young people have followed the path of Bode George, and they are not seeing the point where he's turning back and changing his attitude. Many PDP boys have followed that path. Many other guys in Labour Party and all of that are following that path, which is not the right path. Now, when those people change, they don't see that those people are changing. Now, they are not the public eye. The social media is not seeing the new comments of him trying to be patriotic and trying to work in the interest of the country. when people are following bad examples, when a lot of people are copying bad examples, when those people change, the public does not see those things anymore.
AY, if you were here before now, you would have heard us when we were making it very clear that and if you know, this is what I said in the beginning, that this was a man that attacked and attacked. Nobody's denying that. We're always saying something. There's a proverb in Yoruba that says Moja Musa. So if somebody has been fighting with you and then he comes and gives you what do you call this this leaf, and he says, okay, let us stop fighting, would you continue to drag with the person?
Well, the recent no, but also the recent
so
thing
that's just it.
Hold on, but the recent
takes a lot.
conversation yesterday night was that he's still denying the statement. I don't know if you've seen it.
No, I don't think he denied it. I don't think
he's denying it. I can show you. I can send you private conversations from his inner camp saying that he's denying the statement. That it doesn't mean that his party is also in court and he cannot. Is not his.
AY and ASAP. Do you think Baba Bode should just tender his apologies to Tinubu?
Yes, yes, I think so. Yes, I think he
from a Yoruba perspective,
Tinubu doesn't need that. I beg you. They are politicians. There is nothing integrity. They don't associate integrity with politicians. So it's all about interest. So
are you telling me that Baba Bode George is not a man of integrity?
I said, wait, you. You say you study electrical engineering, and didn't you do logic? I say you can. There is no correlation between a politician and integrity.
Is Baba Bode George? Are you saying now? That's what you're saying now. It's not a man of integrity.
I said integrity and politician are two parallels that they can never meet. What do you want?
So Baba is not a man of integrity. It's not me.
Let me ask a question.
Don't tell me.
Prince, let's hear from Prince. Yeah.
Yeah. So, quick question about integrity, right? It's an issue of an issue of integrity or principle. See, when somebody makes a mistake, I think it's okay to change course and apologize if you want to as a leader. But when somebody compromises their principle, that's a different thing. Now, are you saying that Mr. Bode George is compromising his principle? Because when it comes to integrity, there, I don't know.
No, he did. He changed his word. And that is his principle.
But what Prince is saying is that you can change course, but not change your principle. So I think the principle, he has not changed his principle yet. Which we don't even know. It's not his principle.
The principle is already compromised.
He compromised both.
His principle is not.
He compromised both. We are all speaking English. My brother.
Politicians are chameleon. Politicians are chameleon. You understand? Politicians are chameleon. They only change to what favors them. So what Bode George has done is not out of his profession. That is
Baba is doing what is going to favor him now.
That's one of the known. That's the one trait of the industry. Are you saying Obasanjo has never lied before, or you are saying Tinubu has never lied, or you are saying
Obasanjo is also quiet now? So all those guys are quiet.
Thomas. Let me tell you what the problem with Bode George. Let me tell you. Any money. That's what Yoruba is. Somebody that you can beat, that you go and beat. Obasanjo that you go and fight. Obasanjo that imprisoned him. He put him in prison, and he cannot attack Obasanjo. The younger one that he can attack is Tinubu, and that is why he has been attacking
Tinubu. Simba, what do you think Tinubu has never responded to him?
Tinubu it shows more maturity than the old man.
Come on now. Come on.
No, let me tell you. What in Yoruba? Let me tell you what in Yoruba land. If an old man did a bad thing to you, and you responded by doing a bad thing to the old man, people will not see that bad one that the old man did is your own that they will see. And if Tinubu has been responding the way that man has been attacking him, nobody will say anything against George. the one that Tinubu says, that is what everybody will be saying. And so for Tinubu not to have responded, that is the best way to respond to behave. And
So are you
that is
saying
what is working
Tinubu
for
is
him.
mature more than Baba?
It is more mature, it's more matured, and he's a good Yoruba son.
Then Tinubu, Tinubu, one thing about Tinubu's caucus is, I think about Tinubu curries favor from the beginning, right when he was young. There are some set of people that he curries their favor, and he doesn't look the ways of people like Bode George. If look at Tinubu has support from people like the dead former Oba of Lagos, all those unique traditional rulers, and all of that, and which they talk to Tinubu, they advise Tinubu. Tinubu asked them, add them in their camp, and he had their backing. So they're having Bode George backing at that point in time was not really of any significance to him. And the thing is, Tinubu is a very focused person. From what I've seen from him, he doesn't really like distractions. Whatever he's trying to do, he gives it a very, very, very full focus, and he doesn't care whatever anybody's doing. So that's the kind of person.
Oh yeah,
Let me say
that's
something.
fine.
Yeah, quickly about Mr. Bode George. I mean, watching him over this, I guess, months or years, to me, I think is a man that has hatred in his heart for Tinubu, really. And tomorrow, I guarantee you, tomorrow is going to come back and still say something bad and criticize Tinubu at the end of the day. It may be politically expedient for him to do so right now because I think Tinubu was the one that reached out to him. Correct me if I'm wrong, with his people. So he's just trying to do his best until he gets rid of that hatred that he has for Tinubu. Then we can really see a harmonious relationship between the two of them. Until then, I see this man coming. If something goes wrong in Tinubu's administration, I see him coming and criticizing Tinubu and castigating him. That's what I see.
But Prince,
Prince Daddy. There is nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong. Even if something goes or if Tinubu do anything wrong, to criticize him. The only thing, let me tell you, this guy will continue. The hatred, as you said, Prince Daddy, is very deep inside his heart.
He always
The only thing that can solve it, let me tell you,
always sound personal.
Whether he apologized or whether he said he will work with him, Tinubu should be aware of that guy. He should not allow him to get close to him. The only thing that can solve their problem is death. Believe me, death is only death that can solve their problem.
I agree with you. Yeah.
But Simba, I think since Tinubu won now and you even say, but they judge even castigates him, even saying that let's see. Maybe it will be inaugurated. I don't know. Maybe you listened to that one of his videos.
I was shocked today when I was listening to one of the former Attorney General under Obasanjo, when he was specifically saying that the current legal process going on has turned into an academic exercise. When I heard it from him, I was like, wow, what? Because I think the reality is he has been sworn in. He's not the president. And the thing is, we cannot undermine the powers of a president. So he cannot afford to talk to Tinubu anyhow anymore, the way he was talking to him when he was...
Because I can see he has tempered down the rhetoric as a little bit.
Most guys that are coming on TV now, you cannot just talk to the president of the country anyhow.
No, AY, moreover, look at this. Tinubu and OBJ, they are sworn enemy. But whenever they need to gain something from each other, they become friends. When you look at Atiku and you look at, the Atiku may be the wrong example. What I'm still saying is this: all these politicians,
Tinubu and OBJ,
when they are playing politics, when they are playing politics, they can say anything. They are competitors. But it's only when he start doing that now beyond this, beyond the May 29, that is when you can ask, okay, this is a big problem. But as for Bode George and Tinubu, forget they will sort themselves out. I don't see any issue there. Whatever Bode George might have said is just because they are a PDP man telling that an AC man that the APC man that you will say everything. Even your day of this one now, look at the lies in lies that get this thing. You think if you see Tinubu tomorrow that he will say the same thing? No, even outside the country, If Tinubu now comes to, let's say, the United States and
but Ola, you can't compare Udeyin to Baba Bode George now.
That's not even what I'm saying. You say
yeah.
something when you are playing politics, but you say another thing when you are face to face with that person, and all of a sudden you start giving the person respect. It's politics.
Yeah.
So when
Ola, these people that you are comparing, I don't think is among the three of them. Ola, among the three of them, the only politician is Tinubu. Obasanjo is not a politician.
No, what I'm
Obasanjo is not,
generally...
let me finish. Ola, Obasanjo is not a politician.
Ola is not the politician too now.
Ola, yes. Obasanjo is not a politician, he's just an accidental politician. Politics is not in his blood, and he has never been practicing it. He came to become our president by accident. George Bode was also a former military man. He wanted to be relevant politically. He found it very difficult because he did not know how to do it, how to play it. So, and that is why you see the two of them talking the way they are talking. And the man that they are playing with, have you ever seen whatever they throw at Tinubu? Have you ever seen him responding to them? Tinubu will never, because he sees them as just like people, just noisemakers that doesn't have any relevance. Believe me.
You are being rigid about the definition of a politician. You are being rigid. Because, and I can easily understand that because Bode George and
he's an elderly man now. Come on, Ola.
No, that's not what I'm even saying. That's so. See, in the politics, we have different characters. So that is exactly the way they will respond. Now, but Obasanjo, Tinubu was not responding to something, or they threw at him. I bet you, if it were to be Awolowo, he would responded, and that would not make Awolowo not to be a politician. Because half of what you were telling Obasanjo, Tinubu, it were to be Awolowo. Honestly, no, they will not walk on the road because Awolowo too was very intolerant. If you want to see that, Ajale Koko, if not lie, I just jam you because I know that Emma Soke, I'm saying rubbish. See, everybody with his own style. Everybody with his own style. You know, that's the style of Tinubu not to respond to you because
Okay, Ola, I agree with you. Now, if you are a student and you are learning your politics from these people, which one of them will you like to follow his politics?
Me, I will follow Tinubu's politics.
Simba is very difficult. It's very difficult to say.
It's obvious now. It's obvious.
No, it's not difficult. You say Awolowo, you say Bode George.
Wait now. It is time and space. See, it is time and space that we decide. You give what it requires within a particular time and space. You don't just use one model fits all. I don't do that. So I will take part of Tinubu in certain period. I will take part of Obasanjo at a particular time. I will take part of type of Awolowo. So the like of
okay,
he has claimed from Awolowo. So now the mistake of Awolowo, he incorporated it into his soul and made sure that he corrected that. That is why he went into national politics. Why people were saying no, he is betraying Yoruba. He should have done like Awolowo. But what Awolowo did that time, we could not have given him the national to become the president of the country.
But
so,
the same thing.
Ola. That was what Akintola was trying to do. He called attention of Awolowo that these regional things that you are practicing will not allow you to achieve what you want to achieve at national level. And that was what became the fight between the two of them.
Exactly.
You understand? So the man refused to learn. Awolowo was very rigid. He refused to learn because he believed he knows more than every other person. And that was the problem that he had.
Really. Akintola tó ń gbẹ̀yìn lọ gbẹbọ jẹ́ tí kò inform àwọn party leader.
That is the way, that is the interpretation. That is the interpretation that you want to give it. That is the interpretation you want to give it.
Let's hear from
No,
Majale Koko,
I know
please.
that where I'm going. I know where I'm going. I know. I want to engage Baba Jale Koko. That was why I went that way.
Okay,
Let's one voice.
Mr. Thomas,
Let's hear
can
from
I
Majale
quickly
Koko.
Can I take?
Let's
I
hear
have to
from
everybody.
Majale Koko, please. Yeah.
The party,
Please, can I quickly just take my leave?
leaders,
Just to thank
Let's hear from
everybody.
Ajale Koko. Hold on, please. Ajale Koko, yeah.
the party leadership was very clear back then. The leadership hierarchy, the hierarchy of the leadership rather, was very clear. And the number one was Awolowo among the hierarchy of the leadership. So, and you cannot go and meet the leadership of another party, opposition party, without the knowledge of the entire leadership of your party. So he was going behind the scene to strike deal, and that is what Yorubas simply call Agbeyingbeboje.
Odale, Saboteur.
So that was what he did. And the party leadership went against him that you can't do this. And he started rolling out series of law against the party in Ibadan as the premier of the West. So that was it. So,
Okay, Baba, can I respond? Can I respond?
Interpret it. Oh, Awolowo was too rigid. It was it. No. Olo sọ pé òkà ti dọ́wọ́ ná ó wá kú bàbá ẹni tí ó bọ̀.
Baba, Awolowo was too rigid. He was too rigid.
May God bless you, Allah. May God bless you, Allah. May God bless you.
Why?
It was too rigid. Land it here.
We don't have to argue this. Everybody can hold to his own opinion. So
that's fine.
The fact that is at hand is that he went behind the scene, behind the knowledge, without the knowledge of the party leadership, to meet with the leaders of the opposition party, and that wasn't that.
Baba Ajale Koko.
We lost Ajale Koko. Let's just move on. Yeah.
Thomas.
And speak to the road to recovery, because we've been through. Oh, where's Governor Peter Obi? Has run away. You should go and bring him for me. I need to talk to him about a few of those. Let's go and bring him. I don't want to join issues with Governor Obi. He's an excellent governor and a patriotic Nigerian, but a few of those things he was reading are not quite accurate. Thank you. Don't run, sir. Thank you very much for retrieving Pastor Obi for me, Governor Obi. So thank you very much. Now I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about the Nigerian economy and answer the questions that I know you've all been.
That is Kemi Adeosun digging at Peter Obi with all these bogus numbers. He always quotes.
Wrong statistics that we always see.
No, not wrong. Fake statistic. So that is to Maesa. What do you think about mocking?
That was about 6 or 7 years ago, or more than that, sir.
What is 6 or 7 years ago?
Is it a recent thing? It's not recent, though.
It's not recent.
It's about 6 or 7 years ago. That was when she was a minister now.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
So Peter Obi has been this guy.
I have to take my leave.
I think they want to sell a dummy to us. So Peter Obi has been a pathological liar since 6-7 years ago.
Thomas.
No, we have to nail that man down. We have to nail him down. we've named him already now. Nigeria have named him to the
Baba
post already.
Ola,
if
Kulata, I agree
Ola,
to you. Mr. Thomas, I agree to
Ola,
you. Bye-bye. I have to
if
go now.
we, yeah, thank you so much.
Yes,
If
sir,
we
thank you.
mistakenly vote this man as the president, oh my God, it could have been. So this man has been a pathological liar since 6-7 years ago.
We have
It
dodged the
is.
bullet already. So to me, I
So,
want to.
Thomas, you're going to change your politics now. Whatever your style you start with is what is just that when you come to national level, it gets amplified. You know, Peter B has always been like that. You know, he tries to, he talks a lot and does a little. That's my own case for him. Please, let's move away from him. I don't want to discuss him anymore. His case is already being trampled up in court. He's just trying to. Even now in court, they are laughing every now.
No, I think that guy has to pay fine after the judgment. He has to pay big fine.
They'll find him a lot.
Because for the kind of the emotional trauma that he puts Nigerian youth into, our taxpayer money that is wasting in courts, and in fact, so many they should just give him like maybe 50 billion to pay.
No, the lawyers should be the one to be
Reparation.
fined. Honestly, the lawyers that even because they know better and they help. So I think our judiciary system, they have to reform that because what I learned from someone there, maybe enigmatic can say something about that because that's his feet. Because lawyers and all those legal experts, they can't just be going to court and be wasting and be abusing the judiciary. So to me, I think those lawyers should make example out of them if there are things within their ethics.
Ola, do you know what they did? Do you know what they did in court yesterday?
What did
The state, they brought some other states the state that were not in their distance before in what they submitted in their what do they call it now?
Prayer
or
what?
They brought additional states, and the INEC said no. You cannot be bringing new things into. You have a case already. Pursue your case. And the reason why they are doing that is that they see that they don't have any case. And that's what they are doing. And you know what they are doing? Now, his followers, the obedient, will now say, why is INEC behaving like this? Why are they doing? When you are bringing things that are not in your prayer, in your case, you cannot be bringing new things. You've already submitted. This is what I want to pursue. You cannot be bringing new things into it.
Thomas, you know the funny thing on this case?
But in the eyes of the public, they will be saying that there is an echo, is this, and that is what they are doing. That's witch hunting, blackmailing.
Simba, at the end of the day, their lawyers will be fined heavily because these are not in their prayers at all, or even in their pre-hearing, nothing at all. And they just go and bring the certified copy of those one and just lump it together.
Remy, you know one thing.
Remy, let him land, please. Let him land. Yeah, hold on. We can't touch over each other. Yeah, Remy, land it. Yeah.
So these people are very crafty. They brought all those certified copies. They did not. It's not in their prayers at all. They did not even agree to it at pre-hearing at all, and they lump all the documents together. And when INEC lawyer complained about it, and then the justice now said, okay, because the counsel to APC and Tinubu said, don't worry, at the final of their pleading, they will take that into cognizance. But what I just want to say now is that this is a very illegal and crafty way of Obi counsel. This is totally unacceptable. But don't worry, at the end of the day, they will find them heavily, and I think the lawyers will also be sanctioned for doing this kind of activity. It's totally uncalled for. It's totally unwarranted. This is terrible. This is not good.
But did Peter Obi doesn't have money to hire a son?
No, the issue here is that they have they have shouted more than enough, but they don't have a case. Because if you do have a case, how can you be telling the court of appeal said that your witness, somebody locked your key. You did not find the people who had the key, so you cannot bring the document today. They just continue to. How many days do they have? 3 weeks. Today is Saturday already. That means 1 week is already over. So they have 2 weeks to plead another case of how many people to bring 50 witnesses, which they cannot even bring.
But do you think they are just keeping the hope of the obedience?
No,
These
Thomas,
people don't have a case.
Thomas, what is happening is one thing. One thing is all those papers that they are dragging. Who is the institution that is responsible for giving you certified copies? INEC.
Yes.
INEC give you certified copies. Any other copies that you are bringing and they are admitting to oppose is nonsense. Number two is all the lawyers, all the witnesses they brought to court, they've asked them, the first witness they brought on drug abuse, do you have a copy of this? Are you aware of this? Are you aware? The witnesses are saying, are you aware that there's a clearance report from the US? They will say no. Are you aware that this case has been treated by the Supreme Court? They will be like, I don't know, the guy is just coming to court.
No. You are right. What they did is that when they went to INEC said, what document do you need? They will list all the documents they need. INEC will give them, they've paid for it, INEC will give it to them. But when their petitions, all of these things they collected, those documents, they were not in their petition. So they just collect any document they like, and now they say that, oh wow, we did a mistake. We should have put this one there when we started. We did not put it now. Let's try to push it in. Maybe they will not know. So it's just a back
but Remy, are they calling the judge a daft?
Yeah, of
because
course they are.
At
the end of that's why I tell you that at the end of the day, some of these lawyers will be sanctioned heavily. And
because they already have their petition on the table of the judge.
Yes.
It's numbered.
Yes.
It's being read out.
Even apart from that, they did not even put the documents.
No, Thomas, it's normal. It's normal. When you bring in documents, the court will admit the documents, but the opposition counsel will say that they oppose. You mean that it's Peter Obi that is having his own floor now. So INEC will have their own floor at some point, and APC will have their own floor at the point. So at that point, when APC and INEC is actually coming on board, they will actually give defense to whatever documents.
My friend, that tribunal petition is not that way. Before you go to the petition, you already listed all the document or whatever you are going to present.
Yes, but the court is documenting them as evidence. Like they are bringing, okay, we'll take.
Yes, of course, the court will say, okay, take it in. It's no problem. It's fine. And when they at the end of the day, the way they will track you and give you an heavy sanction, then you will know.
Exactly. When they get the heavy sanction,
the funny thing is that even two of their witnesses that are supposed to come to court, they said they are healed. Can you imagine that? That they are healed, they couldn't come.
Anybody can be healed, so that is their own escape. I just find they are just dragging. I just think that
by APC.
It's possible,
What if first affair?
No,
it could be possible. What can be possible in Nigeria?
Yeah? Remember when Thomas.
Let's Remy land now. Somebody is talking, please. Yeah, Remy. Yeah.
Baba Jaliko, I hope you can remember when Ogbeni was analyzing the other time about 1 month ago. He said in the tribunal, the witness you are expected to see, you won't see them. Some of them they will come and start different things.
Yes, I can remember. Yeah, he said that.
Yeah. So maybe this witness already collect money.
Everything like Ogbeni told us is gradually coming through. Everything
is coming through. Yeah, he has been in petition before.
Yeah.
So this kind of situation can happen because in Nigeria, if you want to, that's why I said that politics is a dirty game. If you are not ready to pay, to do it financially, morally, and spiritually, and anything you can give it to him, everywhere in the world, it's not easy. How can you tell 3 court, is it 3 or 5? The 5 court of appeal just that somebody locked the room and you did not find it. Is that an excuse? If I'm a judge, in fact, the second time they were so angry at them that they should get their hands.
It shows of seriousness on part. If the door cannot be broken, if you are very serious about your case, You say it's luck. Is it a
initially from day one there is no case or there were no case? They were just trying to pull everybody's leg.
Hey, guy,
Now
real
everything
quick,
is coming to
I
light.
was gonna say, Remy, look, these lawyers of Labour Party lawyers, they're not stupid. It's a raining day. They're getting paid. Didn't you
Of
listen
course,
to?
if I were
Did
them
you
too, of course, this is a lot of money. So
a lot of money, billions of dollars. Even this guy said, what's his name? Festus Kiyama said some of the lawyers approached him and told him to say, "Hey, a guy, we did do whatever." They know it's a game. It's a gimmick, and there's a lot of money to be made. That's why they have so
Oh
many
my.
frivolous lawsuits out there about past things. They know they're not going to win, but the longer they stay in courts, the more they get paid per hour. It's all making money. They're not stupid.
have you ever been to a lawyer, and a lawyer, especially a lawyer in Nigeria, and any case you take to a lawyer in Nigeria will say, "Don't worry, I will defend you," because it's all about money. That's how they feed themselves. So they won't tell you don't have a case.
Remy, I hear this from a lawyer. He said, "You guys that normally bring case to us, you guys na mumu." He said, "After you leave, the other party lawyer, they call each other the liars. They said, you, when you are coming next week, you said you have not prepared for a paper. Let's adjourn the section." The two lawyers of different clients, they will be in together, be adjoining, because a hearing appearance of a lawyer in one section, they know how much they are going to make.
You know
two
what?
lawyers of this different
appeal
clients.
Alone, this appeal alone, if you appeal presidential election result, it costs nothing less than 5 billion naira. I bet, where is everybody getting money giving all this? 5 billion, that's a lot.
Peter Obi is a millionaire. He said he's richer than Bill Gates. When maybe
5
Obama.
billion naira. You just make some people rich like that. I don't understand it. Because of what? You cannot keep this money and fight for the next election. Just give them 5 billion without no case. What? Oh my God. What?
No. Remy, they said Peter Obi is a stubborn man, and he has never lost any case.
Thomas, to me, generally, I think people spend this money because it's not the money they work for. It's the money they stole from the government.
No. Peter Obi work for his money now.
Are you kidding? You work for who?
He's an exporter and importer now. Container.
Thomas, you know the way the Igbo traders behave. You think somebody will take 5 billion naira of his business money to be given to lawyers like that? Obi, as stingy as Obi is, you think he will be able to do that? Obi is very stingy. And that's why I don't think is this money he got it from somewhere. Maybe it was contributed by his followers.
No, I think some of those Igbo guys, Igbo businessmen, when they were during the elections, they were giving him support and they were giving him money. And the thing is, he has to go through the process so that in 2027, if he needs money to raise for campaigns again, they will willingly give him.
He's not going to get that kind of money anymore.
Well, you know, he has to try his best and try and be like, oh, come back and say, oh, the business we did first, it failed, but if you can give me another money, I'm sure
really?
You know now.
No, AY. I think what Obi is doing, he knows what he's doing. At the end of the day, he will put all the blame on judiciary. There is a judiciary system that is no good. That was why he lost. And he will be using that one to carry all his angry mongers.
Let me tell you something.
If he's trying to do that, I told you he's not going to contest anymore. He's not going to contest anymore.
No, he will contest. Obi will contest. He's a very stubborn person. He will contest. It might not be in labor, as Rodolph said on this platform. He said it. Rodolph said it. Rodolph said it. He said it might not be under labor. He will go and look for another party. There are so many parties that are waiting for. All of them, they are dead. All these 18 parties that doesn't have it's only stop-up party like the Wori party that will not allow such.
That momentum, he cannot have it anymore.
No, it's bad. We said before also on the platform.
I don't think he can go back to PDP because Wike and Makinde and all these guys are still in PDP. They're just waiting for the end of the petition.
Please, Daddy, you said something. I couldn't hear you very well.
Now, I was going to, before Rudolph said, I think I've said it, and I think some other people also, we don't expect Peter Obi, based on his pattern, to stay with Labour. I mean, he's been to 3 parties already. So we expect him to leave Labour and go elsewhere. Okay.
Peter Obi is a man He's a man of integrity.
Well,
He will
see, it
never
can
go
go
back to
back to
PDP.
Abga, but again, that would
Soludo
not
is
give.
not going to welcome him. That's one thing.
If we
Soludo is
go
not
to
going
the
to welcome
other
him.
Labour Party, what's the name of that Labour Party that Oshintokun abandoned to come?
ZLP, Zenith Labour Party. Zenith Labour Party.
ZLP. Yeah.
How many votes did they get in this last election? How many votes did they get?
Simba, we follow him there. If we go to
I don't even think they have any votes. I don't think they. And that's you remember one day I asked you guys, why don't people collapse to two parties? Because this is the first election that we can say we have like third force.
No,
2019. Let me finish, please. 2019 election. The person that came third in that election was Alex Nicholas. Ask me how many votes did he got? He got 110,000 votes. No, even some of you there, you don't even know him. Even I don't even know him.
Thomas, I bet Showore made a lot of money in that 2019. So, do you remember how many votes he got?
33,000.
33. Right. He tried.
Are you trying to dig on Baba Dejeliko? Simba, you are a
that is
suspect.
what you fraudulent APC allocated to him.
No. In 2019, Showore made 50,000 votes.
And Abu Muhammad, what is the name of that?
What can I do for you?
INEC chairman. That is what you allocated to Showore now. So we shall see.
Obi will continue. Let me tell you, Obi will continue to contest until he dies. Believe me, that guy is very, very stubborn. And I know him for that. He's a very stubborn guy.
He will contest, really. He will contest. But the thing
Yes,
is,
he will contest. Whether he has a chance or not, he will always try his luck. He might not have the momentum that he has now, but he will always have his luck.
The problem is trying to do is, I think one of the problem is we will have to sit down is try and build the party. But the thing is, the party does not have the goodwill of Nigerians anymore.
The obedience said, anywhere Peter Obi follow, anywhere Peter Obi go, they'll follow him. So if you go to Labour, if you go to Abga today, ZDP, Kowa party, they will still follow him.
Miscreants, okay? It's not obedient anymore. So those ones are not obedient anymore. They are IPOP. Sympathizer to them. They are the one following him.
Are you sure?
But Thomas, ask yourself a very good question. All those influencers in Lagos, all those people following him in Lagos, where are they? Are they still talking about him? They already moved on. The part of the for IPOP miscreant, they're part of the obedient. They are the ones they shouting now.
The thing is, Thomas, IPOP is even folding now. They're also folding now because they are seeing that there is no way from Tinubu's inaugural speech. There's no division. Nigeria is going to stay. So it's either you align or you look for another country. Nobody's going to see the country to you. So there's nothing like secession.
Why? Do you hear what this Mba, this is it Enugu state governor said?
They said they should stop sit at home. That from Monday we'll see what will happen. That everybody should go back to business and there's no sit at home. Everybody will have to align and play national politics. So
how many times has their governor been saying that? They always say that they don't enforce
I don't think. Then I think Tinubu will be very decisive on Nnamdi Kanu. Is either the guy?
No, let's say it clear. It's only him. The only person that said that before was.
No matter what Kanu is still going to stay there for the next 6 months.
Exactly. So Tinubu will use the instrument of the law.
What he can do now? They already hook him for 6 months again. So before they can tender to his case, maybe end of the year. So by December, they will now know what they are going to do about it.
Why are you guys even suggesting it's released? Why are you supporting?
It should be released. The only thing is that
hold on, everyone, please hold on, please. I'm not object to his release. I want him to be released. But my problem is, what is the next thing? Is he going to be released unconditional, or is going to release
conditional. Let me finish,
Of
please.
course, with an affirmative conditional release. They cannot release
Conditional release. Because
it's
if it
going to
was
be
released
conditional.
it could be changed.
Yeah, it has to be, if it's released, it has to be released conditionally. And he must follow the condition to the latter. If he
And he will not jump bail again.
No. When they release him conditionally, it's not going to just release him and then ship him to UK.
Remy, hold on. Are you saying they should release him and take him off all his charges or bail him? Which one are you suggesting?
No, what I'm trying to say is that if
a political release,
political release conditionally, and when they release it conditionally, it's not going to just say I release you today and then they'll just allow you to go to UK. No, you are going to stay in Nigeria for the next 2 years. You are not going nowhere, and they'll monitor you. If you infringe on the latter of the condition, they'll just pick you up again. Because this kind of people, their rhetorics are terrible. They have caused several deaths to a lot of people. If not because the people want peace, it's not supposed to be released, it's supposed to be jailed. But because of Nigerian situation, that is why we say Nigeria is all about ethnic, tribal, or something like that. So because of that, because of peace, then we release him
personally, I don't think Tinubu will do that.
He will.
Hold on. Let me just give me some. I think Tinubu will want to strip him of his influence. I think that's what Tinubu will want to do first. This guy gains ground because of the pathetic situation of the Southeast. When things are being done rightly, when their level, their developmental level is increasing, I don't think the guy will have any voice any longer.
So don't you think his influence has already been reduced?
Yes, it's reducing. Look at how much.
Assuming that you think a lot of Igbo people will follow Obi like that? They won't, because it's in jail. That is, his influence has been reduced, and the more they kept him in that place, his influence will continue to dwindle. And when it continues to dwindle, then the people of the South, the elites there, I'm talking about the elite, they'll find a way into the mainstream policy or find a way to at least make sure that their region is stable. Because now the region is not stable, they cannot go to their work. A lot of their citizens are just going all around Nigeria, leaving their homeland. Leaving their region, going to other region. That's why you are seeing a lot of them moving to the north, moving to the south.
Remy, do you believe that they don't even allow children to go to school on Monday? They now go to school on Saturday.
If you are the father, how would you allow your kids to go to school when you don't know what might happen? Because
it's Saturday school that they are doing now. Saturday school.
Because the one they are reporting, that's what we know. What about those ones where we don't know? All of these people, if you owe me money, I go and kill you because I'm a member of IPO. If you do this, I go and there's a lot of life being lost. In fact, I pity them a lot. I think that, oh my God, it's not really good. But I don't know.
You know what is actually going on? It's just like what the court guys used to do on campus. That's what they do. What is happening in this?
So sometimes I wonder, even if you want your people to go away, but you are destroying the institution, you are destroying the facility, you are killing your own people. The set of people you want to protect, you are killing them. For what reason?
But they started by lying against X-Men. There is X-Men that is attacking them. Now it's no longer X-Men. Everybody is clear to everybody now.
This is the same set of people you want to protect. You want better life for them, and you are killing them. And these people are moving away from their hometown. They cannot farm, they cannot do business, they cannot do nothing. They cannot send their children to school. And if in fact, so many people I'm disappointed, even in most of their elite, even in Obi himself, I'm totally disappointed in him as a leader. If truly you are a good leader, you're supposed to speak up against all of this evil being perpetrated. Because you, as an opportunist, you are using them now, but you are using them to kill your own set of people. And you go there, you are saying you are the champion of the people. It's totally unfair. What about those people that have lost loved ones? What about those people that a lot of
But now, Thomas.
Hold on, yeah. Do you know how they killed the wife of Dora Kweli, the husband of Dora Kweli? They killed him like a goat, like a chicken. Very pathetic. That man, Chidi Akweli.
Only because the woman is fighting against drugs. And because of that, they maimed the husband. And I'm sure that probably they also poisoned that woman. I know that the woman died of cancer or whatever, but they would have sent a lot of spiritual attack to him one way or the other. That country is really, the people there, I'm sorry, the mind of black man sometimes is so evil. I don't know.
But okay, now that the NLC has declared strike, and you know, right from time, they are actually the one that normally fought this subsidy removal.
Mm-hmm.
Do we see a way out for Tinubu?
No, what the NSA is waiting for is just, to me, generally, I think you guys have analyzed it very well. The NNPC is now a private limited liability company in which no more subsidy, and they have to just relate. And if you see the price they have put there, it's nearly the same that the price is selling in international. I'm talking about petrol now. In fact, in some European country, if you calculate how much they are, although the purchasing power of the currency is not the same thing, but in Europe, if you calculate it to what is in naira, it's about 1,500 naira per liter. So if Nigeria is paying 500, I know it's not easy, but like people, like Ola said here, which is very good, most of the people earning 30,000 naira now, I don't think they can afford to buy a vehicle. I think what the government should do is that the federal government already increased federal worker by 40%. Some states increased by 20%. Maybe some of these states have to increase the minimum wage. I'm thinking that if it can be maybe 40 or 45,000, and then we need to pump in more buses, transport buses. We have to buy a lot. I don't know, so that most states, especially in the big capital city, they have enough buses, and then maybe the state government can now try to subsidize the buses. I don't know, but that would be.
No, Remy, I don't think that one has never worked before, because I remember there was a time during Obasanjo, he did something like that. He bought all these Mercedes-Benz buses. It was not successful. During Jonathan, he did something like that.
No. What they bought,
buses.
Luckily for Nigeria now, we have Innoson Motors that is producing buses.
Let me finish, Remy. If you say so, government will, all those things, anything that government gets involved can never last. Let me tell you.
Simba, okay. Another thing they can happen.
Tinubu has said, they've said the $800 million that they loan, they are not subsidizing any consumption any longer.
Okay.
They are only what they will support. What they are calling palliative is not palliative they want to give. They want to give interventions. And the interventions will be targeted at productive activities. Something like maybe MSMEs funding, providing support for MSME businesses, but not targeting consumption related activities like transport.
I hope, because I've been hearing something that I don't feel comfortable with, that they are going to be giving people 5,000 naira. I think that
no. Tinubu has cancelled that. Tinubu is
no, it was worried that it was saying that before.
So I don't. Okay, if they are going to do that, they are going to support small and medium scale enterprises.
Yes, exactly.
By giving them interest-free loan, I think that's welcome.
Exactly.
But I also think
but that one, Remy, that one to me, it cannot. It is something that yes is good, but it's not something that people will see and appreciate. What I'm thinking is that okay, if we have a claim that we are spending like 30 billion naira every day on first subsidy, that would be like 900 billion in a month. If we can add just 1 billion naira to all the states to increase their allocation, so that they can jack up the salary, because it's actually the workers that are crying.
Sorry, Simba. I want to ask Simba a question. Does Tinubu have power to tell each state governor how he spends his allocation?
No.
No, what I'm saying, he can do it this way. By the time he's discussing with the NLC at the national level, okay, what you want to do is that from this money that we are going to be saving from this subsidy, we increase the allocation to the state, so that the state will also have the capacity to increase the salary. We will increase the salary at the federal level. And this is what we are expecting the state, so that each NLC at the state level should go and be talking to their state governor to put pressure on them, so that instead of making it national, at that time, I think it will have broken their whatever they are fighting for.
So that's exactly what they want. They want
NSC does not have a case in this case. Federal government has done their own part of increasing salaries for federal workers
by
now
40%.
By 40%. They've even started. Thank you, Remy. So in this case, if NSC wants to talk at all, they should talk to.
Have they started receiving the salary? Have they started receiving the salary?
Yes.
But the problem now, let me tell you, the problem now is they will say, okay, the federal government can pay. What about the people working in the state level?
So the state also collect allocation now. Why can't they also?
Is the federal government responsible for the state?
Lagos State increased by 20%.
You know what they will say? Let me tell you what they will say is that they don't have capacity to pay. That's what they will say.
And the money, you are right. The money they say they can jack up the allocation.
Remy, it's not even that they will not jack up their allocation. The subsidy is affecting everybody, so everybody will automatically get increased allocation. But at the same time, each state getting increased allocation does not automatically mean that the state governor will increase the salaries for those states.
You. That's the
so
problem.
The thing is,
why? You know, we don't want to immediately. Tinubu's problem is this national NLC. Immediately it takes out them. Let them go and be fighting at the state level. Let them go to the state level.
Simba, the problem you should know is there is no work, no pay policy. That paper, that letter you are seeing is just on paper. Come Wednesday, go and check the number of Nigerians that will follow them to go and protest. No, nobody will go and follow them to protest, because you will know the condition of, if you're a federal worker, you know the conditions of your federal working conditions. If you're a state worker, you know the conditions of your state working conditions. So it's either now that everybody will be like, if your state governor communicates that, okay, we are working on this thing, so why are you going on strike? If you already received a memo,
maybe like a state like Lagos State that they already increased their salary.
So you think Lagos State will follow? You think Lagos State workers will follow NLC to do that rubbish?
I don't know states that are owing like Benue. Maybe they will follow because they are owing
exactly.
A lot of
salary. Even Benue will not follow now, because they know that they already have a governor that they chose and they like the governor and they are in tune with the governor. So this is the best time that Tinubu did this thing. Everybody has the goodwill of their governors, and everybody knows what is going on. So the guy, they will just make NSC leadership look stupid. And the proposal they are trying to say, federal government should revert back to the old price of NNPC.
How can
everybody knows that it's no longer possible. It's nonsense. It's no longer possible.
Because they are you know why they are doing that, Remy? Because they are the beneficiary. They are the beneficiary of the non-working refineries and all those things.
Yeah, and they will be these labor leaders. Some of them are so corrupt that they are collecting kickback from this.
Exactly.
Tinubu already met the progressive governors on yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yes, he met the progressive governors. Yesterday. So he met them. He already told them specifically, make our people understand the decision we have made, and each governors know what to do because they know their people. The information is now the information. See, the thing is, we are the one trying to simulate what is happening in Nigeria. Everybody, typically, every local person typically knows the situation of Nigeria now. With regards to this subsidy. So everybody knows that is a pain, but hopefully we trust Tinubu to get the money to divert it to other things. It has been translated in different local languages, so everybody understands the reason for the hike in price. So there is no reason this is problem with Buhari's government. Buhari was not communicating what was happening, but this one is a word.
Another thing, if you really want to look at it, diesel, kerosene have been deregulated several years ago, and nobody is complaining till today.
Remy,
so if both of them have been deregulated.
This is coming down. This is now 600.
No, I'm trying to say.
In fact, the pumping machine I use on my farm now, we have already switched to diesel. We are not using petrol any longer because it pays us better.
Simba, I want us to go back to the topic, please. We are not yet in the dark hours. Yeah. Let's go back to the topics of today. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah. I will take Simba. Yeah. I will start with Simba. Simba, The Nigerian Pentecostal, and please, guys, I want to reduce the interjection too. Let the person flow very well, then we can interject later. Thank you. Nigerian PFM, the Pentecostal Church, they have doubled down.
Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria,
Yes,
PFN.
they have doubled down. Go back on their words. Go back to hit their vomit, saying they are supporting Tinubu after all the memo Peter Obi sent to them not to vote for Muslim ticket, after all the yes daddy tape, after everything. So they are double down now, going back to Tinubu, begging on their knees that Tinubu should forgive them. So what do you think?
Well, to me, I think I see it as a good development. That is politics for you. And then, so we know now we have a president in place. So all we need to do, everybody should rally around. We don't have two countries, we have only one country. If our country improves, everybody will benefit from, even including those of us who are in the diaspora. We all have family, we are all hoping to go back to our country one day. If our country is good, some of us will not be in diaspora. So if they have done what they have done before and they're now retracing their step back, and I think one of those things that is also showing to them, that is very glaring to them, and that's all the lies that the politicians have peddled to them. It's now obvious to them that this thing is very clear now. So I think I see it as a good development. We should not actually castigating them for that. We need
But why can't
maximum
we
support.
castigate them?
We need
Because
maximum support. We need maximum support for our government. Everybody should rally around our government, whether it's Peter Obi or Tinubu. We have somebody in there now. We need to support that person to succeed, and that's the only
But do you think
everybody
we should
can
call them
benefit.
out? Do you think we should call them out?
No. We should not call them out. We should not call them. Let me tell you one, Thomas. Our electoral process, we are making a lot of progress. Even a lot of Nigerians now have the political awareness. Come 2027, this kind of things that happen this time around, so many people will not be able to fall into all these rhetorics that they fell into. And we will make improvement with time, and you see that we make progress. Believe me. It's just that what happened this time around, most people are just coming to politics, especially the young Nigerians. They don't know anything about history. They have little political knowledge. But now, you cannot tell me that somebody will come 2027 and then start using religion and all those things to actually to campaign to them. It will not get as maximum support as they get this time around. And if PFN is doing this, I think I see it as a good development. So that's the way I look at it.
Yes, but I understand what you are trying to say. You are trying to mend the fence, you being careful on your words. But don't you think we should call them out, because they shouldn't have gone in that route in the first place, isn't it?
They didn't know. You understand? They were carried. I think it's their emotion and the way their leaders actually is their leader that misled them. That's it. They have learned their lesson, and it's
talking about. I mean, what are you talking about? When the people in the north, when they were doing their own, how many of you came here and castigating them, telling them
what did they do in the north?
When they were campaigning for Tinubu, when they were having
releasing. So are they campaigning on religious?
Oh my goodness! Just continue, please. Continue.
Tell us what they did. No, hold on, please. Rational mind, please. If you want to speak with us, don't speak with us in ambiguity. Just tell us what they did. Then we can call them out as well.
Dude, don't tell me you don't know what was going on.
I don't know.
Hold on. I'll answer your question. Didn't you hear them? All this, what's it called? All these people, all these, what's it called? Different groups in the north. What's it called? The different groups that were campaigning, that were saying that is the turn of the Muslim ticket is the best. this and that, and that and this.
Provide
I know one
evidence.
man does not play
Please,
that
just
on
provide
YouTube.
evidence.
Wait,
Don't
let me
talk.
land.
Provide evidence.
Let me land. Oh, you said what? You're
Give
asking me for
evidence.
evidence.
Give evidence. Provide
You asked me for
evidence.
evidence. Oh, God.
Yes,
Okay.
give evidence. We
All
have
right.
evidence of
I
Yes Daddy
don't need to. I
video.
don't need
No,
to.
no, no, no. We have evidence of Yes
If
Daddy
you
video.
do not,
We have
if you
evidence
have
of
not
Salah
seen
and
it,
Marco. We have evidence of. I'm giving you evidences. Give us evidences and
no,
stop
you've
spinning.
not given me any evidence. You only said PFM.
I said we have evidence of the Yes Daddy video. We have evidence of Salah Umaku.
I'm not here. I'm not here.
We have evidence of
All I'm trying
NHS.
to tell you is that it is not fair for you guys to be castigating one religious group and you're leaving the others. And that is what we do best in that country. That is why. Hold on. No. That is why one religion feels that they're entitled.
rational mind. I'm not. No, but I'm the one talking. I'm the one that is talking now,
Okay, go
and
on.
you
Sorry.
cannot. You
I
didn't
have to
see me
interject you.
castigating. I'm not castigating anybody. What I'm saying is very obvious. AY is asking you. He said we should provide evidence. We all have the videos of pastors campaigning based on that. It's very. If you see any. No, just let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Rational mind. If you can just give us one imam or Islamic cleric that you can provide the video and he's saying that no, that is Islam or whatever. Because we cannot just be, I think what the problem that the rational mind has is that maybe the area where you grew up, you don't have opportunity of actually living among Muslims and then other people. Because the way you talk about because yes, you said something yesterday that I say you said those there are so many things that you don't need to be talking.
What was it I said that led you to conclusion that
No, I cannot say. No, let me be saying it. This is a global thing.
Listen. I'm more than all this thing you are doing. If you want to talk to topics, talk to the issues. Don't bring anything outside of it.
Give us evidences of
Do
whatever
not tell.
you are saying.
No. I'll provide you evidence. No, don't worry. Hold on.
Give evidences.
Don't talk over me. I will tell you. You're asking for evidence, right? Go online. Just type in 20.
Bring your evidences. I'm not going online. When I talk, I bring my evidences. Bring your evidences.
Okay, Thomas.
Let me just say this. Hold on, please. We have countless of videos of pastors. I'm a Christian, so don't think I'm trying to castigate them. We have countless of videos of pastors saying this is a war against Christian, Muslim ticket. There's no equivocation about that. Nobody can doubt that. We have the audio. I don't need to play it again. Of Peter Obi himself going to one of the biggest church, second biggest church in Nigeria. Redeem, I can say Redeem is the biggest. Winners is the second biggest. Telling him, after election, we discover that. So, talk to your people in the church. This is a religious war. We see many pastors, countless. Do you want me to mention names, videos, evidences to prove that Peter Obi rode on a ticket of religious card? He played it very clean. But we were asking rational mind now, just give us one evidence, two, of an imam in the mosque saying this is Muslim ticket.
But rational mind is trying to tell you how you can get those evidences. You guys don't want to listen. He said you should go online
those evidence, Baba, those evidence I'm saying is
you
very
can try it. You are the moderator. You can try it and let us see what he's saying.
My problem is only one man that can check videos and upload videos. One man always upload videos to me. So I don't have the opportunity to do that.
Thomas, can we just move ahead? Let's move ahead. This is immaterial. It's inconsequential.
Why is it not immaterial? Why somebody
it's immaterial? Because it's a dead
Remy, what has this man done is when rational mind comes to disclose something, bring evidences. That's what I want.
That's what I want. Hold on. We are not hold on, please. Rational mind. That is how Remy talks. You should know him
I know that's how
from
he
now.
talks. I know. But sometimes
No,
he
he's
does
not
have fun.
angry. He's not crazy with anybody.
I mean, the beg, I
Yeah.
mean, sharing
That's how he talks. So forget about how Remy talks. We know Remy. That hold on, please. That's enough, please. We know that is how. But we can't even move on. We are still on this topic, and Simba has the floor.
Okay.
Simba has exonerated them that we should let it go. People interjected I interjected him and still push him. I have to push him hard, saying, do we need to castigate them? Do we need to call them out? Because what they did is not good for the nation.
Hold on. My point is this: if you are castigating one people, castigate the others too. I've never seen one time yet. Hold on.
Give me a reason to castigate them.
Hold on, I'll give you. I've never seen one time here on one man's platform here. One man ever played those during those electionary period. When we had videos, they say even one imam from what's it called from Ilorin. Don't refer to on Creole. It was calling Christians Creole. He was talking about having many kids. And what was he speaking to? He was speaking to the election. That because of the Muslims who get their ticket, they are all making noise. And even in this Nigeria, who are the people that are more when it comes to, he was talking crap. But I understand if one man does not bring something like that up, because we don't need to be fomenting or creating religious divide. But I've never seen one time you people bring those kind of videos. All the ones
but rational mind, if those videos, because we don't have it.
And that is the reason why this same one religion, they feel entitled in that country more than the others. Islam, those people who practice, let me not say Islam generally, some people who practice that religion, they feel more entitled. That is what the likes of that kind of imam here from Ilorin here, referring to this. So the point is this: let us if people do not bring this thing up, I won't bring it up, because for me it's a very when I say sensitive, I don't like castigating one people and then leaving other people. You're making them feel superior to the others. You people can be talking about PFN here. They have the right to align with whoever they want to align with, just as the Muslims or any other Muslim group have the right to align with whoever they want to align with. But when people come here, you castigate one people because they did not go with your Tinubu or Bola, whatever you call it, and then you're making it look as if they've done the worst crime of ever. Come on, guys. Come on.
Okay, thank you, Rational Mind. Thomas, can I quickly come in, please?
Yeah, you can come in, please. Yeah, come in.
Actually, the election has come and gone, and everybody use various tools. They think it can help them to win the election. Some people overbear it, and at the end of the day, the result has come and has gone. And the reason why I said we should move on is because religion is a sensitive issue, and that is why we should move on. Because we know that there are some pastors and some imams that try to say something that is not good for the polity. But at the end of the day, I'm so happy today that we have a new president, and Nigeria is coming back to its senses. People move on with their businesses. Nobody is fighting one another on the street.
I think I agree with Remy that we should move on. We should move away from this topic because of the sensitivity that topic has.
And we guys that we are talking, and majority of us we are the southern part of Nigeria. We have already integrated. So why
Ajale Coco. You guys, Baba, I respect you. I respect your view, but we have problem. If you have problem, we always say the same thing.
We cannot solve the problem on this platform. Yeah.
You can't solve your problem if you don't discuss it.
Okay, when you discuss this,
let me finish, please.
Back and forth. It will be back and forth for the next 2 hours or 3 hours. So what? That is why
Let me
it's
finish, please.
not important anymore.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please, if you don't mind, please. What Rational Mind just raised now about one imam called Christian Kirio, calling them that they Shamwele Igbadun by. I am not aware of that.
Me
Since
too.
he
No,
mentioned it
it's
now,
true. It's true. I'm aware of it. I
I
watched the
am not
video too.
aware.
Yeah, I watched the
So
video too.
yes,
It might not
Me,
make
I
it
was
might
also
it,
I'm
look
not aware of it. So that's why I
that
was asking
I
for
am also
evidence.
might
not
not.
aware of it, but it does not mean
I
that we should
wasn't
not
aware
talk
of
about
it.
it.
I am
So
aware of
But
it. I am aware
Ajale
of it.
Koko, that's why I say sometimes our
Sometimes some of these things might not make the news.
Yes.
So it is what make the news that one man usually,
we bring
you know,
the one
yeah,
man doesn't go to Sokoto and find news.
yeah.
It's
So, but
what is on the internet.
I have watched 2 or 3 videos like that where some of these crap-head religious fanatics in the West and
But Ajale Koko,
yeah,
that is
the
your
West
fault.
was
You
were
don't
saying
bring
all
those
sort of
videos to
nonsense.
us. Ajale Koko, that is your fault. You don't bring those videos to us. We have to castigate the both side of the religion.
Thomas,
We have
when
to.
we look
Yes.
at Thomas, when we
Rational
look at
Mind is a member of this platform. I'm a member of it. But Rational Mind is telling you, and I'm confirming it. Yes, it's out there. So if you don't see it, yes, nothing wrong with that. But I
Thomas,
saw it, and I'm supporting
Hey, Thomas, can I
Rational
interject real
Mind.
quick if you don't mind?
Thomas,
So,
when you also
so
look at
let us move away.
yeah.
According to Remy, it's not. Let's forget about it.
But Ajale Koko, I still
Let's
disagree
forget about
with
it.
you.
What do
Okay,
you want to
since you're
gain?
gonna forget
What do you want
about
to
it,
get
so
from it?
okay, I think we should
know.
move away from it. But we, I mean, as a Christian, also let's stop kidding ourselves. To the degree in which the Christian churches in Nigeria, politicized this election, is not to the same degree as the Muslim or any Islamic cleric. We know that.
Thank you.
In a church
Thank
where they
you.
have thousands and thousands of Christians sitting at the pulpit, and you have a political leader standing on the pulpit telling them that it's a religious war, is not the same thing. I could have made a video also, or any other person make a YouTube video and put it out there online. It's castigating Christian or Muslim. What I do doesn't really matter. It might go viral, but these people sit in the churches of thousands of people listening to political leaders and their what you call them, their GoDaddy or or their godfathers on the pulpit, telling them that it's a religious war. Rational Mind is not the same thing. It's not the same degree. Of course, there are videos out there.
You tell me to move on, but you want me to come back to this topic.
No.
That's exactly why I said we should move on because just
Hold on,
Let's
please.
move on. Let's move
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. If Ajale Koko, any can move on, but this is something that should be addressed. Hold on, let me land before anybody interjected me. This is how we are saying move on with Biafra. What is today? It's still coming up. We have to talk about it and create solution, and so then we can move forward. Some people
So
have
if
not
you are
healed
talking
from.
about creating solution, then let's condemn it, and it's condemnable. It's an action that is condemnable, and I think Nigerians are already aware of this kind of thing. Nobody is going to come back in 4 years and sell this kind of idea to them. We now know the difference. So
The
it's
solution
easy.
is
So
politicians
let's
should
move
move
on.
out from mosques and
Thomas,
churches.
don't deceive yourself.
Exactly.
Religion is part of our politics. So as
It
long
should
as
not
you
be.
cannot do away with religion, there is no
Baba
way
Jale
it will
Kuku.
never come
Baba
back. It
Jale
will
Kuku.
surely come
Baba
back.
Jale Kuku.
Yeah.
Baba Jale Kuku. The
Yes.
thing is, have you ever seen? That's the thing. We need to understand. After the election, have you ever seen Obi go to churches? Because they've already warned him. Politicians should stay out of churches and mosques. Religion is a personal thing. What we need is competence and character out there in our governance. We don't care wherever you worship in mosques or churches. They should stay where they are. We should stay
No, you
politics.
can't blame Obi. Obi was desperately looking for support. And then the way that APC governed the country, the way that Buhari divided that country along religious line, ethnic line, and all this.
Even
And
Baba Jale Koko
Tinubu,
is the
hold on
optics of
now,
wait,
hold on
Let
now,
hold on, please.
hold
AY,
on.
please
Okay.
help me.
Yeah,
Let him land, please.
yeah.
Okay.
The way they divided that country along religious line, and Tinubu now came out with Muslim and Muslim ticket attracted such a strong opposition and energized the Christian base that, oh, so they want to relegate us as if we don't exist in this country. So we can't blame the Christian as such or the Christian leaders as such. The APC acted very insensitive to
Babajale Koko. Who first? Babajale Koko. Let's be honest with ourselves. Let's go to the
unity of this country. So
please don't let us talk on each other. Let him land.
I wanted to tell you that.
Hold on, please.
Hold on.
Don't let us say as if APC have not done anything wrong as well.
They've not done anything. APC did not do much. The danger. Just hold on. The danger started from 2015 when the church started this Islamization agenda. If you know Bishop Kuka and the cohorts, they started this thing right from there. That was where it started happening. Trailing Buhari, the Buhari plans for Islamization, and seeing security being linked to churches was being connected to Islamization. That's where all these things started from.
Now, where did you get your information? 2015. What 2015 are you talking about?
2015. Were you not there when Bishop Kuka met Buhari in the last few months, and Buhari asked him, "So have I Islamized Nigeria now?" When he was talking,
what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I mean, I don't even know what you're talking about. 2015.
Exactly. You won't know what I'm talking about now.
Hold on. Don't come here. Hold on. Don't come here and say things that are not out there. Maybe something you know in your own privacy. Hold on. You addressed it. 2015.
Yes.
There was never any time that it was said by the PDP that Buhari was trying to Islamize.
No. What happened in 2015 is that a lot of Christian leaders the government that those two that were killed in the northern part of Nigeria were Christians. They accused them that they deliberately targeted the Christians in the north. They accused the leaders at that time.
What did you say? What did you say, Remy?
Listen carefully, and give me 1 minute. During that time, most leaders, the Christian leaders, they accused that Boko Haram or the Sudden, their major target were Christian because there was some church that they were bombed and there was some suicide killing. So they accused that this war they are fighting in the north is against Christians and they are killing a lot of Christians. Now, the problem with Buhari is that Buhari did one thing that was so stupid. Then later he was protecting his own clan, which are the Fulani. And at that time, a lot of this is so they were killing a lot of Hausa. So there is a lot of division between the Hausas and the Fulani themselves. And then later, people got to know that these people are not targeting any Christians. In fact, they kill more Muslims than Christians. They kill more Muslims than Christians in the northern part of Nigeria. And if the truth must be told, anybody that want to win election in Nigeria, if you are the southern part of Nigeria, whether you are a Christian or you are a Muslim, if you are the southern part of Nigeria, there is no way you are not going to pick a Muslim.
Can you mute?
So when Bola Tinubu pick a Muslim candidate, it's a purely
hold on, Remy, you like to talk for the sake of talking. You're not addressing the topic here. He is saying that the basis for the campaign in 2014-2015 by the PDP was that they accused. Hold on. Before you, AY, are you new here? Let me land first. Let's just not be talking about each other. That is what Thomas always talk about here. Now, the point is this, that, Remy, you're not addressing the matter. AY said that the basis for one of the campaign lines that the PDP used in 2015 was that they accused Buhari of wanting to Islamize Nigeria. That's what they said. And as far as I can know,
that is true.
Okay, now you give me an example. But as far as hold on now. As far as I can remember, there is nothing of such. The only thing they said in 2015 is that Buhari is brain dead. That they said that.
Okay.
All the campaign, I followed it. Hold on. All the campaign, I followed it. There was an issue on ground. The Madala bombing and everything, there were issues. That was never used by the PDP. That was never used by the PDP.
No,
that
no,
to say,
I was not saying no, rational mind. I was not saying PDP. You didn't get me right.
So who are the one using
no,
what?
listen,
Okay,
just listen.
right.
Listen. Post-election, first 6 months, when Buhari started his appointments, and there was still insecurity going on, and the target was likely, like Remy said, was going to churches. Churches were more attacked than mosques, but Muslims and Christians were both killed. Christian leaders in their when they were exercising their agitation, they were giving it a religious coloration. And you could remember then when Buhari was making appointment, and they were referring to the service chiefs dominating, having more Muslims dominating, and the actions, and they were giving it a religious coloration of the service chiefs were giving more protection to the Fulanis, ethnic Fulanis, and Muslims.
When was this? When was this?
No. Listen, hold on.
When was this? I'm asking you when.
Wait.
No,
2015, late 2015, 2016 now. After
Let's
the
not talk because we want to talk. When was this? When was this? Was it during the election campaign?
It is post-election, post 2015 election, post 2015 yes.
So what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Listen. And Bishop Kuka and his cohorts, they have affiliation with PDP. You were coming out with these letters to Buhari, giving it this religious coloration. And this was when issue of Islamization agenda was coming up to the fore. And Buhari, like he is, he was not talking. He was not talking to debunk it. They were not giving any explanation. And those things were taking roots. And it spans throughout Buhari's tenure. And at the end of Buhari's tenure, few months to Buhari's leaving the office, Buhari asked Bishop Kuka, so now that you've been crying that I wanted to Islamize Nigeria, have I Islamized Nigeria now? He asked Buhari, Bishop Kuka face to his face, and he could not talk. So when you are saying that religion getting spirit into our politics, how did it come about? And I'm trying to give you one of the causes. I'm not saying that's the only cause. I'm also trying to tell you that everybody is a culprit in this thing. If you say, the people on the other side who are Muslims are guilty of it, Christian leaders are also guilty of it. And being guilty, I'll just trace one aspect of the causes and the symptoms of how religions started paving its way into our politics. And
hold on, my friend. Hold on. You, for your information, I'm not a young man. I'm an older person. I'm sure I'm older than you. Hold on. You can't be telling me stories like this, like as if I'm a GJC or I'm just new to all of this. What I want you to understand is when we are arguing, let us argue based on what we're talking about.
Okay.
The issue was the issue. I get where you're going with this. That because you said that the Christians are equally guilty, but that's not what the issue. No, that's not what the issue is. This is the first time on one man's platform here. I am the only person that criticizes Islam. I criticize it if I have to criticize it, but I've never seen anybody. And I understand if one man does not bring those videos that I'm talking about, like that one I gave you an example of, or many other several ones that were done in the north. If he doesn't bring it up, I can understand. We don't want to stoke. But when you come here, you take one group of a sect or of a religion, you start castigating them. When you did not do, and maybe it was oblivious to you. Excuse me. You like Thomas made me understand that he wasn't aware of those videos. But the point is that I've never even seen one of you here ever criticize these other people. Maybe because you don't know about it.
Rational mind.
Let me answer that. Hold on. You answer it.
The topic in question was.
Do the Farabale. I'm not going to listen to you. Farabale, you don't interject people. When I'm talking, please allow me to talk. Very loud. When I'm done, I'll let you talk. My point is this. Let us not apportion blame to only one group. I will come here if I see any imam, even from the day one when Tinubu started this religious shenanigans. I criticize him here on one man's platform. That he was the very first time he went to hire about 1,000 mullahs. This guy that is in NNPP today, that guy that was his campaign manager then, when he went back to go and join Kokosu. Jibrin, whatever. He was the one who went to hire about 1,000 mullahs 1,000 cadis and all imams, they were praying for Tinubu, which is not, well, there's no problem there, but I see problem for them.
Do they pray and say something against
hold on. You see, dude, I'm too sophisticated than all this back and forth things. I understand when religion is being used in politics. I understand it. Don't give me this no, don't give me that. I know when I see. It's a dog whistle. People in the north, when they see you acting more like you are of this religion, of their own religion, they rally around you. It's a dog, it's baiting them that, look, see me. I'm starting my campaign with my religion people, our Islamic people. You were praying for me. Pray for me. If Obi had started like that, I know some of the APC bigots or religious bigots and fanatics.
But rational mind.
Rational
it is not the religion that they are attacking, it's the misconduct of some of these
we should apportion blame to each of them.
pastors.
That's what I'm saying.
Rational mind. First, number one.
But we should agree with rational mind that it is good for us to balance it by bringing,
we totally agree
by
on
some of those others.
Nobody disputes
Islamic clerics too.
Nobody disputes that fact. But look at the topic now. First and foremost, look at the topic Thomas raised. It was targeted at a particular group, PFN. And we're discussing at PFN. And if it was not targeted at all the religious bodies, it was targeted at PFN, and we are speaking to PFN. So I think that's the first thing you need to know. Number two is when you say we don't criticize them, the videos are not brought here. Number one. Number two is the ones we see that going to the extreme. We saw videos of one pastor saying the wife of Tinubu should poison him. Right? Yes. We saw that. I know you can't deny that.
And we also saw a lot of prophecies.
And prophecies. We saw them. And we saw them and we criticize them based on what we can see. If we see videos of clerics, Muslim clerics speaking to the extreme like this, of course we criticize it. But in that country, we know, you and I know today, that the people that use the religion that use media the most is Christians. They were the ones that use media the most, and they are the ones that we can see through their activities the most.
The one you see. Don't say the one that use most.
The one we can see.
Are you in the
country? Wait, are you in that country? Are you in that country?
Listen.
Are you in Nigeria? So how are you seeing if not through the media?
Listen.
Hold on, everybody, please. This back and front is getting irritated. Please.
We should move on.
Please.
Thomas.
Please. I'm not stopping you not to speak. Please, let's calm it down. The optics is too high. Let's just calm it down. Yeah. So finish your thought. Yeah.
Thomas, like, for example, when you look at Nigeria as a country in the entirety, you will see that major noise are coming from the south. And we should say the truth. The noise come more from the Christian leader because they felt they were being cheated because Bola Tinubu does not pick a Christian vice president. Obi lash on the opportunism and it continued to propagate his idea. And luckily for him, a lot of the Pentecostal churches and some Catholic churches and they supported him, and they were going to extreme. And today, EPFN now said, "Oh, they are ready to support Tinubu." That is the base of what your question was based on, and we were
exactly.
And
yes,
exactly. In the northern part of Nigeria, we do not see all this agitation like the south. Let's say the truth. In the north, you do not see
Remy, the one you did not see, because like somebody said there, we in the south we make a lot of noise. We use a lot of internet. But let me tell you something. I want you to understand this today. It's because we focus more on ourselves in the south. Because we in the south we claim to be more educated.
Okay.
Let me tell you something. Hold on. Let me land first. Continue.
Hold on, please. Please now. We can't talk on each other.
Now, Thomas, you yourself. Sorry, we're not talking against each other. He has given me time to continue. I don't know why you're talking about.
I can hear. Hold on, please.
Okay.
Rational mind.
All right. Hold on. Mongbo. We can't hear you. Anybody hear you?
One by one. You don't like it. Go on, please.
Go on.
Now, my point is this. If you go on YouTube, oh my goodness, there are lots of Hausa channels, religious Islamic channels from the north on YouTube. So many of them. But why? We concentrate more on our southern whatever, our southern politics and crap. We forget to look at them. If you go on these Hausa channels and all these Hausa religious channels, oh my God, you see a lot of fanaticism there.
Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to make you understand.
So Rational Man,
some of them are linked to this election that is passed. It's because we are not focused on that. That's why we just focus on the ones from the south.
Rational mind. You are not looking at it holistically.
No, you are not.
For me, if you are a Southerner and you are contesting election in Nigeria, the chances of you picking a Christian Northern candidate is very slim.
I understand.
So if it's very slim, first, you cannot blame Bola Tinubu for picking a Muslim vice president. You cannot blame him for that.
I never do.
So, no, listen. Please just listen. If Tinubu or Muslim in the southern part of Nigeria have been agitating like the Christians are agitating, do you think that will not lead a lot of crisis in the southern part of Nigeria? Do you think Christians are even more double than the Muslims in the southern part of Nigeria? No, because the Muslims in Nigeria, in the southern part, and the Christians, we are already integrated, and they were tolerable enough to accept all the SSs. What we are saying here, they are just talking about PFN alone. That is why I said we should stop it, we should move on, because I know this big bat will come. So nobody is claiming superiority here. What happened during the election, everybody knows that Obi is an opportunist. He lacked on it, which is that is what he did. But unfortunately,
Tinubu was an opportunist too.
I agree. But unfortunately for Obi, that pathway does not lead him to victory. Now, it gave all Nigeria a good lesson. I like it happened this way because I know that religion is one of the biggest problems of Africa. So in the next 4 years, nobody is going to come and be telling me, hey, I'm a Christian or I'm a Muslim. Religion now is nothing in Nigeria. We want policies based on issues.
Says you, right? Says you. That's your opinion, right?
It will continue to happen this way because this is a precedent. So when it's a precedent happen in the next 4 years, okay, I can be a Muslim from the south. I pick another Muslim from the north. I want to win. Fine. If you're a Christian from the south,
no problem with that. Remy, I've said it on one man platform here before that I understand why Tinubu went with the Muslim. I get it. And I understand those things are surrounding it because it's not just it's not just enough just picking up a Muslim running mate from the north. You have to play that game, that card of okay, this is the Muslim, and play all the whatever around it. I understand, but when you do it, other people are doing the same thing, and you are accusing them.
So when you are talking now, you ask yourself a question: why does Buhari pick Christian from the southeast 3 times? And even when he want to pick another vice president candidate, he also pick a pastor, Amir Oshibado. It's the same gameplay here. So same
gameplay as what are you talking about?
It's the same gameplay because he pick a pastor, picking a pastor.
Did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said?
So I heard what you said, but what
you did not. And if you hear me, maybe you didn't even understand what I was trying.
I heard what you said. You said there's a lot of YouTube channels and also people that.
No, that's not what I've left that. I said something.
You also talk about Bola Tinubu.
I said, let me repeat myself.
I agree with you with that. But what I'm trying to tell you is that when Buhari pick Oshibaju and pick a lot of Christians in the southeast, which are Catholic member, there was not a lot of agitation like this. And because this kind of election is a 3-way horse, because it's now tribal from the 3 major tribes in Nigeria. And Obi saw that this is my own pathway. And the pathway, it just passes that way. And then it became too extreme that some congregation were threatened that if you don't vote for this candidate, you will not see this, you not do that. So they were threatening. It was more common in Christendom than
you see, you go again. It's more common because, like I
said, that is the truth. Unless you are not saying the truth.
Don't give me this. That's your view. That's your view. That's why I said to you.
Fine, and that is your own view too. Your own. Everybody has their own
you use the word holistic now. I don't even know. Maybe you even know the meaning of the word holistic.
What do you mean? I don't know the word. Why should you say something like that?
Remy, rational mind. I'm the one that holds the floor, so the two of you should stop. The two of you should stop. I want you. So enough is enough. So Thomas, another question. I'm the one in charge now.
So mind the way you talk to people, please.
And Remy is okay. It's okay.
You just have to.
Thomas is not in the house. So
are you 100 years old or are you 200 years old?
Remy is okay.
Sometimes you allow things to flow like this because one of the things I was learning from them, both of them, because rational mind is coming from a perspective, really, and the reason why I understand that we may not understand those channels because the language medium of instruction in that country is also divided. Of course, in Hausa, in the northern
Nigeria, but rational mind too doesn't understand Hausa now. It doesn't speak Hausa. So I wonder how he understood what they're saying on this Hausa channel. Oh, Bausa now. Bausa. Oh, Bausa
now. National mind. But he's suffering.
Rational mind. So if Remy is coming from the aspect of that, it is more common. You know, let's say it's YouTube now, looking at recommendations from his YouTube, of course, that will be more of the things you will see. You will not really see more of those Hausa things and all of that. So you can't really blame Remy to say it's more common holistically. And also, you cannot say that the one from Hausa end is also much more than. So in overall, really, it's condemnable. Religion is personal.
Okay, let me summarize this space now. I think from whatever side, I think we should play less of religious politics in Nigeria. It has not been helping us. Even ethnic politics, none of them has been favoring us. So we should try as much as possible to do away with both. And let us move forward.
Simba, let me address something, please. Rational mind, we should please now.
I think someone before you go ahead, I think rational mind should apologize to me because the other day I call him a bitter mind, and I apologize. You don't have monopoly of language, okay? And you are not you are not really older or whatever. I don't care about your age, so you should apologize. You cannot be talking down to me that way, okay? Please, you should apologize to me. So if you do not apologize to me, me and you were on fire.
We should have got it.
I beg that giddy gone.
It was something. What did I say that is annoying to you? I said, no, get this right now, Remy. This is what you do a lot. Oh, they're calling you on sorrow.
What could you tell me? Tell me,
Rẹ̀mí kí ló study tó bá ṣe engineering ló study àjẹpọ̀ ò kàwé.
Mi kí ló sọ?
Tó bá pé engineering ló study ò kàwé.
Mi ò study engineering mi tẹ lọ bẹ̀yẹn. I'm just in my
alágbẹ̀dẹ ni ẹ tó bá pé engineering ló study.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ rárá àtọ̀. So mi ò kà rárá àtọ̀. Ó kàn
Thomas is Agbaya because Thomas carry us enter politics. Na Agbaya.
Na me, Jadi. We have to dig on Peter Obi small now. It's been long we dig on him. So we have to dig on Peter Obi small. That is why.
Okay, Thomas, can we move on? Can we move on now?
Okay, let's move on.
Yes. Simba, let me bring this. Yeah.
Well, I didn't want to sound on.
Yes, let's.
Thomas alone. Well, I think Thomas is driving.
Okay, what do we say about this Oanaze's case?
where they are saying that deputy speaker is not they don't want deputies, it's too small, looking at their efforts at the election. And also
Which effort? Which effort? Which effort?
no.
Which effort?
No. Oana is talking now that they should reject zoning for the National Assembly seats. That every lawmaker should vote their conscience. They are trying to probably trump whatever arrangement APC is having for the National Assembly leadership. What do you think about that?
Unfortunately, politics in Nigeria now depends on what do you contribute. I'm sorry to say that, although we want national cohesion, but you cannot give me 1% or 2%, and then you want the biggest cookie in the jar. So it's unfortunately, I don't think Southeast can get that speakership position. Maybe if they
No, Remy, if you look at what AY is saying, I think is not what they are trying to play is just to destabilize the zoning arrangement and the kind of endorsement that APC has given to some of the candidates. They are just the kind of politics they are playing now is divide and rule. They want to divide and scatter the house for APC. I think that because if they are coming from what they contribute, what have they contributed? It's not that one. They are not after that. They just want to add their own voice to cause more chaos in that house, so that maybe something like the the Saraki type of coup will happen in the house. So and that might actually work in their favor and get one of their kinsmen to actually get a better deal for them. I think that's what they are
but
trying
if you are
to.
talking about the speakership position now, unless the speakership position has to come from the opposition, it's not going to be from APC. And the problem the opposition have is that, don't deceive yourself, they are not also cohesive. If they want to pick, is it going to be from PDP or from the new Labour Party? And we know that from NMPP, they also have a lot of representatives that have been coming to the House for 16 years now or more than that. So who are you going to pick among the opposition to support? And if you want to pick from APC, who has shown interest from the Southeast to become the highest ranking member they have is that Kalu. And that is why they gave him the deputy speaker's position. So whatever the game they want to play now, I'm sorry, it's too late. You can see.
What about the Senate? I think their interest is more in the Senate presidency.
They cannot get the Senate. The reason why they cannot get that Senate is because out of the 6 regions, you can see that a lot of people already line up in support of Akwebu. And I think Akwebu will probably get that Senate seat. Because now Bola Tinubu have already given this North Central a very good position, which is the secretary to the federal government. And so most of the people that are agitating in the North Central for the speaker, they will drop and they will just support the person the party already anointed.
Remy, if you look at it, even the one in the House of Rep is seeming. In fact, that was the one that everybody even thought that there would be more problem. But now is the Senate that's actually looking more dicey for Akpabio.
No, I think this is just a game, and so
what mistake?
He's throwing everything. Look at it.
Let me no, forget it. You know, one thing they didn't understand is that the Northerners, first of all, they will look at their party, then the next thing they consider is their region. And there is no senator from the north that will now want the speakership to go to Southeast. I'm very sorry to say. They will not allow that. Okay.
Can I ask a question? Okay. I want to vary the thing a little bit. We call ourselves the giant of Africa, and we are still crawling after how many years? We complain that the foreign influence, like especially France, you know, the economy of France to some extent depend on West Africa and especially the Francophone, is that the way to call it? The French-speaking country in Africa.
Francophone.
Now, what do you think Tinubu economic policy, how do you think it's going to escalate in such a way that we are going to extend our influence in Africa. Already, I know we are exerting our influence in the area of banking. We are doing that one, although we are not doing enough in manufacturing, but thanks to Dangote, the haters of Dangote can say whatever they like. I think our telecommunication too getting to that place. And I know that Bola Tinubu is talking of extending our gas to Europe to compete. So what do you think? Because personally, because why I'm saying this thing is that I'm indirectly exploiting the opportunity too. Because me too, I won't declare asset of 1 trillion at least. So what do you think, and how do you think we can benefit from all this Tinubu economic policy? I would rather break, because that's what I want to discuss personally instead of who they are going to allocate, whatever they are going to allocate, because I don't see how the allocation of Senate presidency, because especially if it's a bad choice, I don't see how it's going to benefit me personally. So what do you think what do you think the influence of this is policy we have in West Africa generally?
Yeah, first in the short run, just out of West Africa, Angola already followed the same suit in Nigeria by removing subsidies.
I agree. They did it almost about 2 days after we did it.
So that means it's a good policy. And then when you talk about the gas pipeline, which they have during the Buhari administration, I think maybe I don't know whether they have started laying the gas pipeline. If we can do that, that would generate a lot of revenue for Nigeria, because we are just flaring our gas. And I know that Europe needs gas a lot. And if Russia is not giving it to them, then countries like, I don't know, in UK and some other European countries, they suffer a lot during the winter, because the money you pay for eating is a little bit high. So if they can get a steady gas from Nigeria, that is a stream of income from Nigeria, and which will create additional employment opportunity for our country. I think the way Bola Tinubu has started handling all of these cases, that is quite frontal. I think I really appreciate it, because no matter what happens, you just have to start from somewhere. I don't believe in saying that what he has talked in his inaugural speech is not good. He has to start. What is the difference between May and June? Just 30 days. So let's start our cross now. Let's start to suffer now, and then we can enjoy in future. And I think, to me personally, I think our generation, we are just the sacrificial lamb. If we are not ready to be that lamb, then the generation unborn of Nigeria, they will not have a great time in that country.
Remy, Ola, I think personally, I think
I can hear you.
Okay, so I think it's not something that will happen immediately, but it's something that will happen there will be an exponential economic growth in the next 3-4 years. And why do I say this? It's because, one, in the West Africa, we have the cash, we have the people, we have the resources, and we have the human capital and manpower. All we need is organization. So to remove the influence of France from these guys. So one of the reasons why I will tell you that is, it is obvious now. Look at the aspect of fuel subsidy. Statistics that happened in the last few days shows that we've been subsidizing fuel for almost the entire West Africa, because immediately we remove that fuel subsidy, we could see how it translates to inflation in those countries, and how even Cameroon decided to shut down their own refinery because they were getting subsidized oil from Nigeria. It shows you the influence we are already playing. I think so, and I hope that in the next coming weeks, I see presidents coming from other countries. I mean, Western countries, West African countries,
because they are getting
listen,
moving in with petrol from there. That's why they shut down their refinery.
No, it affected a lot, because I think you will see the statistics. Yes, you see the statistics. At least one of the confirmation I heard was from this guy. Said it. Shetima said it. Cameroon was an example. He said it. What I'm saying now for the refinery.
To them, they can lie, give certification.
No, listen. The vice president
right there have a working refinery in Niger, our next neighbor.
How much are they been buying fuel? How much have they been buying fuel? So if they have a working refinery, are you telling me that no matter, even a common Nigerian that is getting fuel at 118 naira, if I'm competing in Niger and I can compete favorably with whoever is selling at the commercial price in Niger?
It's a common.
No,
it's
I'm not
normal economics.
I'm not disagreeing with the fact that our fuel is cheap when taken out from our country to our neighboring countries. I'm not disputing that. But what I'm saying, the point you make that
the point of the refinery is not my statement. It is a statement of the vice president. I didn't bring his statement up.
AY, don't give up like that. Now, why are you afraid? What AY said, Baba Jali Koko? If you have a refinery and you have cheaper fuel coming into that same country, you cannot, even from your own refinery, you cannot produce at that lower cost, and you are competing from a country whereby you are producing your own maybe at 600 naira market rate, and somebody is bringing the one from Nigeria for 200 naira. How can you compete?
How much petrol do we take to that country that sustain that country?
Baba Joko, you don't know. That's why you are saying this.
I advise you to go to around Nigeria. You will see.
You don't know. Let me tell you, Baba Joko, we have some truck. We have some truck. Remy, just wait. We have some truck now. I used to see them. They call, in fact, the Rano. They carry 66,000 liters. And each time you see them like 7, 8, 9 of them following each other. They are not going to any police station in Nigeria. When you go to the north, that's when you see that our border are so porous. And it's very easy for them to just go. I have said it on this platform. Our petrol travel as far as Sudan, and as far as Sudan. So
you just need to go to Shaki. You can see many petrol.
And that is the big players. The one that they are carrying with jerry cans. Those people who are living at the border states like Katsina and all those Sokoto and Kebbi.
They are young guys and they are making millions from it.
If I remember very well, I know that since '87, I've been aware. If I've not forgot anything, that's as far back as '87. I know that our oil used to be smuggled into the neighboring countries. So see, this singular fuel subsidy removal, like I can't say this. In fact, I will have said something on it more than 10 times already now. Like the other time, Kulata was telling me that it was just because of economic expansion. That was why Nigeria was better for it that time. See, one thing about impact in the macro impact is this: you have different variables, multiple variables. Look at it from this angle. Yes, the economy was expanding. But you as an investor, before you even try and invest in a country, you want to look at the spending power. Do you have money within the public that they can use to buy my services? So now when you see now that there are more money in the hands of consumers, then that is when you can think of expanding your product within that community. Of what advantage would be MTN that people could not buy handset, for example, even as expensive as handset that time. People could buy. So that's why I'm saying that if you channel the savings from subsidy, you put it in some social infrastructure, you increase worker salary. All these noises about things will be well, the workers will die. It will never happen. I'm not a kid. I've experienced at least someone that can tell you about what happened between 1990 dates. We see I'm not talking as a primary school or even secondary school. You know, when you are talking as someone that is already in the labor market already. So to me, that's one point to see this thing, the investment that will come into that industry. Because look at it this way, even by having different exchange regime in Nigeria, you are driving foreign investors away.
Yes,
especially when you are telling MTN and all those airlines that go and find your this thing. And meanwhile, you are round tripping, you are subsidizing our dollars for your cronies. So you carry nepotism into our dollars in Nigeria. So okay, you give dollars to some people and they will take this into a black market to go and make like almost 100% profit on it. So when you close all those things, the next thing you see is that the foreign investors will have confidence in you. How come that people are only seeing that petrol pump price has gone to 500, But how come they are not seeing the movement in the foreign in
Thank you.
our
Why are importers are accessing foreign exchange?
How come they are not looking at the body language of the foreign government? So those are the things we should be looking at. But we are so narrow to this subsidy removal that we don't even really understand that this subsidy removal, subsidy we think we are benefiting, is the reason individual is not progressing in the country.
Ola, there's something I wanted to even add to that. There's something we call quality of life, which is more than money. Quality of life. So that is, and the thing is, the more so I would prefer that somebody's earning 30,000, somebody's earning 40,000 in that country, and the person's child has access to good public education, good public health. Those things you can't buy them with money.
That's part of the benefit, like the like of Tinubu did in Lagos. Now he reformed the civil service in Lagos, and the next thing he went ahead to do life assurance for Utrus Lasako for the civil service servant in Lagos. Because when people that do not really know Tinubu, because those are the kind of intangible things that people don't see. People only see roads and they only see some kind of physical infrastructure.
But it's more than that. It's more than that.
The money being saved from subsidy can be reinvented into public primary schools. Because if public primary schools, as you said, if they are okay, why send my children to private school?
Okay, one thing we don't know.
Look at this. Someone in his manifesto is saying recruit 3 million, 4 million soldiers. Then what will they be eating? Cassava, egg, all those things. I keep telling you that you have to look at the macro correlation between what this man is saying. Okay, just imagine you employ 2,000 people, 2 million people. How are you supposed to pay that? For example, now the money or subsidy that is concentrated in the hands of maybe about less than 100 Nigerians, they will take the money overseas. They won't even spend the money in Nigeria. But now you take the subsidy away. Now you give to 3 million people, for example, to start.
Farmers.
3 million people will come and spend that money in that economy. So farmer that knows that there's market for my product now, you go back into farming, productivity will improve. Even don't forget that the 3-4 million soldiers too is a level of productivity on their own.
We can do it.
Wait, Coca. Then what is the impact of 4 million soldiers? Maybe all these foreign criminals that have occupied our forest, they will run away. So those are the way we are supposed to look at this subsidy removal instead of all this consumption mentality. Because a banker that earn like 800,000 a month now will be crying of subsidy removal because you still want to make sure that your 800,000 is what to keep there. But you are not even looking at what is that 800,000 doing for you. You are living in the life that you wake up in the morning, you don't know you are going to return in the evening. You are living a life that you cannot even take your children to public school. You are living in life that people are hungry on the street because they cannot do anything, that any little mistake like this, that area boy can descend upon you.
You are building a mansion amidst criminals.
In addition, Ola, you can see 4 million or 1 million or 500,000 new soldiers. The boot that they are going to be wearing, we can make it in Aba over there.
Yes. The cloth they will wear.
The cloth, you can also make it in Onisha.
At least
those people there.
Inosi is producing a vehicle for our military now.
We also have a Nigerian company that started to produce armor tanks or something like that.
Exactly.
So what are we waiting for? And so a good example is that I know that most of us here, we went for the youth service in Nigeria. You spend your 2 or 3 weeks there. We are being fed breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Where are the food coming from? Are they not buying from farmers, local farmers, and then they give it to Mama?
Let me just even back what you just said now. You know, when Buhari came in 2015, there were most of the APC governors, they were doing this school feeding program and people were just looking at the money that they are spending. You know, that time actually boost agricultural production in Nigeria. In fact, egg, fish, everything was selling like crazy. You see demand, they will say from Niger State, they will just come to Kwara State, they said they needed like 5,000 crate of egg that they are using to feed those puppies in their school that time. But immediately they stopped that school feeding program, everything crashed. So if more people can be employed, and they earn salary, more money will be in circulation. It will have a spiral effect on everything.
See,
people, even the small businesses will thrive more.
Simba, what people do not realize now, is this. Now, even by merely removing this subsidy, people look at it one way. They don't know that our fuel, our oil that we even export, is dependent on what this international community will do. Look at how America now, they be fighting against crude oil. You know, they are bringing all this idea. Let's say tomorrow now they stop buying our crude oil. Have we even thought about what is going to happen to us? And we are still talking of fuel subsidy.
Have they not started?
And this is the time we are supposed to use whatever that is coming for that fuel subsidy. Okay, look at this from this way. Now, because some people are getting free money, the real investors in that market, they are not there. But now that if you remove that, the real investor will come. You understand? I don't want to use the idea of Nitel or those to explain, because it's difficult. I know that even in university, I know that macroeconomics is very difficult to even explain to even the graduate, to not even so, because people only see this thing from the micro, in fact, super micro. I don't even know. In fact, infinitesimally micro way. That's the way people see it. Oh, things will just go up. Things will just go up is what you see, but like you don't even look at what is the general impact over time.
One benefit, one clear example I tell to use is they removed diesel, price went up. Now price is coming down. Everybody, diesel is 600. No news, no more news.
I want to also add kerosene with it.
Gas went up, spiral. Now
kerosene
is coming down.
Where did you get diesel coming down?
Where
did you get diesel coming down? When
diesel is 600.
When diesel is 600, you say diesel is coming down. Where did you see diesel coming down?
Baba Jale Koko. Hello, listen, please. Ola. No, I want to tell Baba Jale Koko. I want to tell Baba Jale Koko because I bought diesel yesterday. I'm just telling you, so that it's not.
Simba, you will talk. See, whosoever that is putting me on the background, the last time you tried it, I will just quit straight away because I hate being humiliated. If you want to stop and control this, please come on. Like whosoever is putting me under the ground, this will be the last time I will tolerate this. Even though I know that I could be cool, but I have my own limit. The next time you move me underneath, that will be my last time on this forum. My presence will not benefit.
I did not meet you. I'm not even on the regular.
I'm just saying it this time around because this is the last time I will accept this, because that I cool, that I try to be diplomatic. Doesn't mean you should take advantage of it.
Challenge the person himself.
No, I don't know the person.
Is not here.
I'm just
if Thomas meeting you, tell him.
Even if this one man, Thomas, whosoever that is putting me on the ground, this will be the last time I will accept that. Please, don't take my tolerance for stupidity.
It's okay.
Okay.
We want you here.
Okay.
We enjoy you.
Baba Jale Koko. I bought diesel in a lorry yesterday, 630 naira.
Thank you. What was the price when he first Simba, please? What was the price?
We have bought it 900 before. But in fact, yesterday, let me tell you what happened. Immediately the diesel price went up to that 900. We switched to petrol engine. But now we are all back on diesel because it's cheaper for us to use diesel at 630 per liter rather than to buy petrol at 515 naira per liter. And that's how business is. You look for cheaper energy source that you can get. So presently, diesel in Ilorin, and I'm very sure it will be cheaper than that in somewhere like Ibadan or Lagos. So in Ilorin now,
it's 600, 500. What are the difference?
And the rest. Let's say what
why would you say it's cheaper?
Cheaper? What do you mean by cheaper?
You said diesel is cheaper than petrol. How so?
No, I'm not saying that. You didn't get me. Every other person get what I say. It's only you that didn't understand.
What do you mean?
Diesel, if you are using, let me tell you, if I'm using diesel at 630, it's better for me to use diesel at 630 than to use petrol at 515. Because the consumption is like half. If you are using diesel burn less than petrol.
Okay.
If I put 1 liter, of diesel in my engine, it can last me 2 hours. And if I put the same 2 liters of petrol in my engine, it might now last more than 1 hour. Did you understand the rationale?
I get you now. Now I get you. Now I understand. Now I
So I'm waiting for the other marketers like O&O and the rest. How much are they selling petrol in their filling station? Because it's now competition between them and
No, everybody is selling at that price, and that is why you say that there is no queue anywhere in Nigeria again. Everybody is selling at that price.
And Nigeria already, at least we have respite. If we can have steady, so no more complaint, no more stop complaint. We don't have petrol anymore.
Exactly.
This is the price. And then I expect most of this market to now come with innovation. The innovations like this. If you have our card, or maybe they have an innovation with the bank.
You guys not considering the economic effect of the high price in the petroleum.
So what's,
of course,
what's
we already said
But
about it in the short run.
The economic effect does not
what's the economic
matter to you
effect
guys.
on when diesel was removed? You know, most of the big engines, you know, most of these transport haulage trucks use diesel. When diesel skyrocketed, when it was removed, when there was an economic effect where the price went up, then over time, because of the regulation, the price came down and everything normalized. So you expect that now there will be increase in price, then over time in the next few weeks it will start normalizing to an extent, because now the product in the market were solely imported by, as of now, the products still in the market are solely imported by.
What do you mean by the price normalization? What do you mean? The product that was sold like 300 last year and now 650 or 850 this year, before coming down to 650 that you are reporting now.
It was not sold like
you
that.
are saying that it normalized. How is that? How does
then
that
it came back
represent
to
normalization?
600. Yes.
No. The point is trying to say, let me help you.
If you allow me, please. I want to tell Ajaleko something. If you allow me, please.
Can I just say one?
And what guarantee you that the price cannot go up to 900 tomorrow?
Wait.
No, is there any guarantee that it cannot go up to 900
wait,
tomorrow?
now we are talking of the waste in the way we manage our things, not only price alone. Those waste alone are even the problem within Nigeria. Okay, look at this. So I have a graph before me here now. Do you know that in Nigeria, look at the fraud in our system? Do you know that we consume more diesel in the 80s in Nigeria more than what we consume in 2014? Can you explain the reason for that? Because look at it this way now. Between 1998 and 2008, we consume diesel like it's almost more than twice of what we now consume in 2020. How do you explain that? It simply means that most of those diesel, when was subsidized, used to find their way into another value chain through corruption. I can put the graph in the private chat. If someone can post it online, and you will see this graph. Because look at the situation whereby, let me give an example. All of a sudden, you are consuming like over 9 million diesel. I'm just making an example now. In a 28, for example, and you now come to 2012 after they have already removed that diesel, and you are consuming like 4.5. That is exactly what is happening into our gasoline. That's why I call this thing false benefit. When you say Nigeria is consuming 60 million liters,
no, 73 million. 73 million now. That's what they say we are consuming.
73 million
per day.
Now, when you say Nigeria consumes 73 million, if you take this subsidy away, you might find out that Nigeria is not actually consuming more than 30 million.
Ola, they compare Nigeria with US and which other country in Africa, and they discover that it's only in Nigeria that our own has almost quadruple, not even
the automobile in Canada of 30 million population alone will be more than the entire automobile in Nigeria. Yes. So what are we doing? So when you go to US, it's just extreme. There's no way to even compare US when we are comparing. So
US is about more than 300 million population.
Exactly.
So
no, Remy, I think don't say 300 million again, because the truth is I'm beginning to doubt our population. Are we that?
It's not our population he's referring to. He's talking about US population.
They use more automobile.
Ola.
Sorry,
Do you
how
even
many
look at
household in the US that will not have
if I can come in, please. I was kicked out when I came in. I heard Ola saying somebody is. What went on when I left?
No, I just see that anytime I try to talk, someone will mute me. I tried it like about 3 times, and that person was muting me.
So
when did that happen?
It happened like about 10
Today?
minutes ago.
I was kicked out.
So I don't know who was muting me. So and I saw that person asking this
Hold
question.
on, please. I was out for almost 30 minutes, so I wasn't the one that is doing it. So
Okay,
it's
you are
only
playing
rational
yourself.
mind that have. Yes, it's only rational mind that have the right to do that. Let me land. Let me land.
Me signing
Let
now.
me land.
Am I signing?
Yeah.
I'm signing through my regular account. I'm not signing to the.
Not to the host. So who is muting Ola?
I don't know.
Because he wasn't. I wasn't on the screen. If you guys see, I'm not on the screen.
Okay,
Because
Thomas is already settled. It's already settled. So
Yes,
Ola. Yes.
If I want to meet Ola, I'll tell him that I'll confront him. But I don't even have access to it right now.
Rational Mother Thomas alone. Mother Thomas alone.
No, I'm just trying to.
Monto Loshi ní 30 minutes. Monto Loshi.
Continue, guys. Continue.
No, hold on. I will come.
I didn't know clean. I know more. Yeah, Jolu.
Ṣé gbúrò ìyàwó Sowore? Ìyàwó Sowore ṣe gbúrò ìyàwó Sowore?
Yeah, which we are showing.
Ola. Don't be surprised with this removal of subsidy. Our consumption might even drop to like 30 million. Believe me.
Even below 30 million. Sir.
Yeah, we've seen the fraud in this already, right?
You understand? So that is, if you now look at how much we are going to save in foreign exchange by halving that let's even look at it from the money that we're going to save from the subsidy.
Just a day alone.
In fact, the advantage, the impact, the what we are going to get from removal of this subsidy is so monumental that it's not something that we are supposed to even be discussing. We should just close our eye, at least make that sacrifice for a little, and the gain will be so monumental. Forget about the money, the direct money. It's going to have a lot of things on our foreign investment, and even the investors will be able to repatriate their money. It is a lot of advantage that we are going to get from this thing, and I don't know why people are just looking at it. What will be the effect on the bread? Let me tell you, my wife. Let me tell you what is happening. My wife is a distributor of all these biscuits and everything. My wife, your wife, So what I'm saying is that if they increase the price of diesel, the company they jack up their price. Then when they remove the subsidy from diesel, and then even the cost of trucking their goods, that time increase. But now what I can see, she was telling me 2 days ago that they have reduced the cost of transportation because most of what they use is actually truck that use diesel, not petrol. And they cannot, because of petrol, say they want to add to their home price. Because whatever the little ones that they will use, maybe Korokwe or taxi to ferry within the town to their customer, has already been taken care by the drop in the price of diesel and the cost of transportation they used to bring those goods from Lagos and Ibadan to a lorry. And so if we are just looking at it in a microeconomic way, like Ola said, that petrol goes up, then the price of everything goes up. I don't think it is true.
In addition, Simba, the price might go. The price might go up in the short run.
Let me ask something before you go. Like Simba, as we were saying, now look at the Look at the fraud now. If they say we are consuming 73 now, look at what is going now. The crude oil we are giving to this guy to go and refine. That means that they are stealing something. They are stealing like about 43 million away. From right now. Those 43 million carry some other materials that follow crude oil, and not only that, you are now subsidizing for additional 43 million barrel that they are selling away. So look at if front and back, left and right, everywhere they are stealing our money. And now look at what we are losing, and look at what we are losing. Even if we invest 1/20 of those in some of our air sector and all those stuff, it will be that all these subsidy stealing has been in 80. So you know that our population, we are even have more population now, right? Then look at it. How come now that the diesel we are consuming now is far less than what we were consuming in 1980? Is that not a surprise to you?
Is it not? It's not the same thing that happened at election when Shagari won an election with 12 million in 1983, and Tinubu is winning with 8 million.
8 million, exactly.
Simba, I don't know whether it's 3 or 4 years ago. Maybe it's a subsidiary of PPR, Petroleum Pricing Product. When they do their own statistics, they discovered that Nigeria actually were using 28 millions of petrol in a month. 28 million. So see the differential now, up to 73 million. And of course, there's going to be an initial suffering in the short run. Let me finish. There's going to be an initial suffering in the short run to market people that sell products in the market. But after some few months, everything will start to regularize. Because if you continue to put higher price on your product, those ones that they put a little margin on their product, they will sell more than you. So at the end of the day, their parity will come into it, and everything will be fine.
Remy, I'm beginning to doubt that the prices will even go, considering our population. I'm not sure that our population is up to what we are calling it. Really, I think there is a fraud in our population. And the thing is,
I guess no matter what happens, Nigeria is more than 120 million. That is for sure.
Well, I don't know what to say.
Our last population census put us at about 160 or so. All these other ones that we are is just a projection. All those ones that we are seeing is just a projection.
It's more than 120.
Using our fertility, the birth rate and all those things. That's what they use to project.
Because the rate of birth is not really decreasing in Nigeria for the last few years. It's continuing to increase. Where you have a family having 5 kids.
Are you telling me that how many people have 5 children in this contemporary generation?
No, AY, because maybe you are living in the south.
Not Lagos or Ibadan or whatever.
People like Simba and Remy, they have 6 kids.
Who told you like that? How can I have that?
People like Simba.
Rational mind.
Remy, let's look at the south alone. How many people are having 5 children in the southern Nigerian alone? When I mean southern Nigerian, extend it a little to middle belt. How many people are having
I think you should just leave Lagos State too. If you go to Oyo or Osun and people are still having 5 children. No. Because
I'm not sure like that. I'm not.
Is the elite in Nigeria? They don't have many children, but the elite, they are still having many children. Believe me.
They are pumping. Nigeria, they like pumping children every 9 months. You don't know nothing.
And every day is the culture and religion that is actually driving it. When you ask them, why did you do this? They will say, Along.
Don't even be surprised. The so-called pastor imam is already having 5, 6, or 7 children. So if your imam or pastor have 5 or 6 children, how can it go to the people and then preach to you that you have to?
Timbalo be Tinubu or be Adenuga. I will just be pumping out children. I have like 50. All right.
Yeah. I don't know.
There is nothing wrong in that if we can take care of them. If you will not bring them and be liability to the public. It's good for you.
Yes. So I will have money like that. I'll be pumping out children 50, right?
One thing.
You have so many. Who will inherit your property? So you have many children to inherit what you have.
Two or three is okay for me.
To the extent that, look at what is happening to Abiola now. Look at those children. They just waste away this man asset. The guy that is. To look at all the children, they are just fighting unnecessary war. All the assets are just wearing.
No, I didn't get load you Abiola Lau.
Hold
on. Those times, hold on. Those times that Abiola has money in his own time. That money you cannot count. Money
because we cannot count it. If we can count it, Adenuga, show charity be Abiola. Abiola have investment all over the world.
It does charity now. Maybe not like that.
I know rational mind.
Abiola was a millionaire, was not a billionaire.
Rational mind. You look at money differently. It depends on your metrics. Are you looking at it in the future value? If you look at Abiola's money in the future value contest, say you will know that millionaire those days might even be better than some multi-billionaire these days, because to even cross across become a millionaire, especially when you used to have 75 kobo to $1, it's not a joke. So it simply means that if you have 100 million that time, you have more than $100 million. So
and when you can't,
you expect Abiola to grow, not to be stagnant.
When you can't,
Abiola was supposed to be alive today, probably we won't be. Probably
one voice now, please. One voice.
Probably if Abiola is still alive today, we even be ahead of Dangote. So
yes,
don't discount what happened during the era of Abiola. But his children are not like him, so because they've divided his empire, so we understand that.
And when you look at Abiola investment, he has investment every facet of human endeavor. Is it banking?
Ola.
Is it publishing? Is it farming?
Amen, Simba. Amen.
Is it true that
I want to ask you a question. Have you not noticed that it's very difficult for us as Black, especially in Nigeria, to pass wealth from one generation to other?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's difficult because our environment is yet to mature. You know, we are going to get to a particular level that the investment within the society will be cornered by some certain groups. So by that, we will be able to pass generational wealth to people. But I think now Nigeria generally is like a virgin, and we have political instability. So once we get that one right, it will be easier to pass generational wealth over the years. So, and look at it this way: even when we make money, sometimes some of our people, we take our money overseas, like all those Pandora, all those things. Some people will die and they will never know where the money is because of the way we get our money, and because of our we are so vindictive that okay, if this one is my political enemy, if I get into power, you want to kill that person. You see, like what the like of Sanusi did to Akimbola and Co. He could have handled that thing better, but just because it was more of a vendetta. You understand? Yeah, we are not saying those guys are clean. No, I will not vouch for any human being when it comes to doing something wrong. But you could have done all those things better. So look at the way he went after them. Like I say, I will make sure that I wreck you. You understand? So because of such mentality, when our people have their money tomorrow, the first thing you want to do is that to take the thing away to America. And our people are so terrible in such a way that you will even take your money to America, UK, Switzerland, and you will not even tell your members of the family. And maybe along the line, something happened to them, they died, and those money, they are gone. So that's one of those reasons that we find it difficult to pass generational wealth to our people in Africa. So it's unfortunate situation.
In addition, Ola, you could also ask this question. Most of our politicians or our people, they will go and start the money in abroad. Look at how UK is giving us conditions. These are Nigerian money. The money you have used in your own system for 30 years. And when you want to repatriate back the money, you give us condition how to spend this money. I don't understand Black men at all. Sometimes I just think their brain is just wired to do unnecessary things.
But
The money you make in your
I
country,
think
the money you put in
that culture is changing now because of, you know, look at the way they seized Russian assets, like this Russian Ukraine war, and they seized Russian assets. Everybody is a common thing now that if you are putting a lot of your investments in another country, you can wake up any day and any time and you
Yes, if not
misbehave
because
and
of the
state
people
yourself.
like all these Dangote, $10, and most of these rich people, they continue to invest in Nigeria. I guess if a lot of Nigerian billionaires just copy the style of Dangote, steal money, invest that money in Nigeria, it's all better than taking the money to America.
Even me, I prefer that if you steal money but invest it in the country, don't
Because
worry.
you invest, you also create wealth you create employment for people, and when people work, the spiral effect will be on their
No,
family.
no, you invest it in the country. Somebody will also steal it from you, from your company.
No, I'm
Let
not.
us say until we have sense in that country.
Yes,
So,
so I just don't get it. So all this money, look at that Diezani under Jonathan. Look at
yeah, that's the problem. Why did she take the money outside the country?
it's mind blowing. It's how come a woman like that is supposed to be we trust our women a lot, and see how she just it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And now she's claiming a right that she has a serious cancer. That's why she does not want to come back to Nigeria. Come back to Nigeria. Let's strip you of all the money you have taken away. These are a
Is
lot of
Adewale on the platform? Adewale.
Yeah, just came in now. I can see his name there. So in the long run, we are going. In the short run, ordinary people will suffer for it. But don't worry about Nigerian elite that have 6 or 10 cars in their yard. If you can have 10 cars, I think they should tax them heavily. Road tax heavily. How can you have 10 cars? You don't need to complain.
sincerely, I'm looking forward to tax policies of Tinubu. Really, I
There
want
must
him
be a
to.
progressive tax, and the more you acquire more wealth, the more you'll be taxed, because they are not being taxed. So everybody just do whatever they want. Look at all of them; they will buy Lamborghini. I'm not that I envy them, but these are ways that we can create more money, get a lot of money from these new entertainers that they will buy. Some of them are like 6 Rolls Royce or something like that. Tax them heavily, man. Let's collect money from them. If you want to live in Banana Island, we already know you are a rich man. Let's give you a property tax every year or every 5 years. There's so many
Remy,
ways
the
you can
reason
earn money.
the reason why Nigerian put their money in foreign banks is because Nigerian banks can fail anytime and there's no insurance. In the
And if they die,
2000s,
if that Nigerian die, will
There's
that bank in
insurance
foreign
now.
land give the
There's
family the
FDIC.
money back? Will
in
they give them
in
that
the
money back?
2000s, they were Nigerian. I remember when Sanusi came in and started investigating banks that failed. They just took people's money. So all the people that had their money in that bank, they lost their wealth. So they don't trust that Nigerian banking system. That's why most
You know,
of them,
what I'm trying to
even
ask,
you won't put your.
what
Would you
I'm
rather put
trying
your
to
$5 million in Nigerian bank or American
What
bank?
I'm trying to tell is very simple. Now you put all your money in America or wherever you stay there. When that person passes away, with that bank in abroad, will they give the money to the next of kin of that guy in Nigeria? They will feign ignorant. There will be a lot of law. There will be a lot of something we cannot give back the money. And if you have 5 million, as an average, if you're an hard-working Nigeria and you have $5 million, I think most of your money you would have repatriated back to Nigeria. If you are that hard-working Nigeria and you have that sort of amount, unless you have a lot of business in where you domicile.
Let me give you a practical example of what you just said now. One of my colleague here died, a doctor in Saudi Arabia. And then his body has been, in fact, we contributed money to transfer his body back to Nigeria. We're having problem now retrieving his money for his family in Saudi Arabia. Very big problem.
Then you will know that all these foreign countries that bring out a lot of restriction, a lot of laws. I also like here now, if you want to be a member of a bank, you can contribute as low as €200 to be a cooperative member of that bank, and this gives you an access to buy some of the products, some products in some special shopping mall that they are under the same group. But if you say you want to collect your €200 back, they will tell you you collect it back after 2 or 3 years. So you can see if they collect €200 from a lot of people, they are using the money to trade more for their businesses. And if you want to collect that money back, you have to give them a notice. I want to collect my money back, and okay, fine, we will give your money back in 2025. So who are we deceiving? We black people will continue to deceive ourselves every time. If truly you are the hardworking type and you have that kind of money, and you know $5 million in America, you know what it can turn investment in your own country. I think you take that money down there. But for us,
it will start being too vindictive. Like I said, look at Mike now. He just back up what I said the other time. When Sanusi actually went after Akimbola, right, and Hebrew, Cecilia Hebrew, yeah. The thing is that the way you went after those people, you are sending signal. You were sending signal to others too. You just take your money out, the money you are supposed to invest. Now, meanwhile, we are the such kind of country that we need to go back to the model that the Latin America used, like in the early 19th century, just to open the market to invite a foreign investor. How do you allow foreign investor to come to your country? Is that you let them see transparency, you remove all those kind of a rash attitude of Sanusi then, and like this exchange regime that used to we have multiple exchange mechanism in Nigeria. No, you unified everything, so you give investor this kind of rest of mind that anytime they bring money into that country, they'll be able to invest. So Nigeria is a country that, whether we like it or not, our deficit in infrastructure, our deficit in investment, if we like sell all our natural resources for the next 10 years, we are not likely to meet all those deficits. The best thing you can do is to encourage the foreign investors to come. Just imagine no foreign investment in telecom. Nigeria, today we will even be talking of shutting down Twitter or whatever, because we will still be struggling to even have that Twitter. People will even see that Twitter as privilege. They won't see it like a commodity in the realm of information technology.
You see this idea of relying on foreign investors for the long term goal. I mean, it's a terrible thing because let me tell you, it's good, but if we are looking towards the future, I think we should start investing in research and develop research and technology, all those things. So that way, because what I'm trying to say is this: because if we have to rely on these foreign investors and all these things, one day maybe America may want to sanction Nigeria and just tell all those American companies to leave Nigeria, and our economy will go free fall. Like if we have to continue to rely on all these countries.
Let me quickly just answer him. Let me quickly answer him. See, even the America you are talking about, they have some ample of foreign investors in the economy. Get that right. Canada, they have some ample of foreign investor in the economy.
We know, but what percentage?
United Kingdom, you see. United Kingdom, you see. You understand?
We get it, but these people have power. They are powerful. You see what they did to Russia. Wait, let me say this. If you see what they did to wait, let me say this.
How much did Roman Abramovich sell Chelsea, for example? How much? We are talking of
exactly. What I'm trying to say is these countries. Wait now, let me try to make a point. You see these countries you are comparing yourself with. These countries are so powerful that even Russia is not as powerful as the United States. When all those companies pull out of Russia, well, overnight, like almost then, Russia is still standing. Wait, because Russia
is standing. Russia that is already bankrupt. What are you talking about? You can see there are people suffering all over the world.
But hold on. I'm not trying to talk about Russia. It's not the point I'm making. I'm saying Remy, that's not the point I'm trying to make. Wait, let me land so you get my point. What I'm trying to say is, if they would have done exactly the same thing to Nigeria, like put all the Western companies out of Nigeria, all of them, we are finished. Like overnight, we won't even last this long. Russia at least lasted this long.
No, Michael, that's not the way you look at it. Now look at it this way: if MTN want to get out of Nigeria today,
Ola, you can see our people are begging you not to leave the platform.
Oh no. I'm going to be this now. It's not. See, I was just sending I will be in the background because if I want to speak and someone keep muting me, it doesn't. I'm not passing my opinion, right? That's what it means. So if my voice should not be heard, so there's no point of coming on board, right? That's what I'm saying. So if you really want my voice, then you won't mute my voice, because muting me is like silencing my voice. That's what I was pushing back. Me, okay, can move sorrow.
I'm just kidding.
No, so the thing is that, Mike, we are talking of foreign investment that will come and put factory in our country. Now, because we want to go, will you carry your factory overnight? We are not talking of portfolio investors. Portfolio investors those are not the one we are talking of direct.
Maybe he's talking about those ones that will just invest in the stock exchange. Then
Exactly,
when they see that things are not better, they run away.
Okay, when Abramovich was sanctioned, then they find a way to sell Chelsea, and the investment of Chelsea is still in
Man, if Abramovich was won at home Premier League, you think they would just cut him off like that? Are you kidding me?
No, wait now, Mike. How
Chelsea is just a team in Premier League now.
How did Chinese? Okay, let me tell you the story of Chinese. Chinese is just a reimagined economy. They used to dominate the 50% of the world economy prior to the 20th century. Get it right. But due to all this aggression, invasion from the Western world, they dragged the economy down to like 2%. Even United Kingdom, they deindustrialized India, because India and China, they were the one coordinating the world economy. Now, when after the World War, China tried to go like a protectionism style, and they were not exposing their industry to the external world, and they were not growing. But in the early 80s, Mike, wait. In the early 80s, they opened up the economy to foreign investors, and American investors, they started coming to that place. You know, as a capitalist, normally they are greedy. They want to go to where they can get a cheap labor and make huge money. You know, they will produce in China. And
so you agree with me? They did it for a short time, right?
No.
Foreign investors are still in China.
Yes, I agree with you because
and then they leverage that to spy on them and use them to learn how to build their own products. Right?
China closed their country for 20 years. They closed down that country for 20 years.
No, it's not like that. Remy,
no.
I disagree with you.
What happened? I lived there. I lived there before moving to Europe. They closed down the country.
Remy, you need foreign investors first to actually build your economy. Then why it will also side by side, you need your local manufacturers to also pick up. And once they start picking up, of course, your exports will have started increasing. Then you can depend more on your local guys. Look at now, they are giving Tesla a run for his money. Elon Musk had to go to China recently.
But you guys should not forget what we call technology transfer also. You don't forget technology
Nigeria is not doing that. We're not doing that. All these years, all these companies in Nigeria, which technology have we transferred to Nigerians? Nothing. Since the 70s.
Roads, we can make our roads.
We still haven't learned how to make our roads. Trust me, we still using Julius Berger. Julius Berger hasn't even transferred it. Road technology to Nigeria. They don't. Nigerians can't make anything. We haven't learned how to make anything.
Mike, you are doing your assumption is totally wrong. Nigeria, you cannot compare Nigeria with China or the biggest economy.
I'm not comparing. How did I compare?
Now we need investors in Nigeria.
We do. There's no question about that. I'm saying that, but I'm saying
not really for Nigeria.
We should do that. Okay.
Let's take an example of telecommunication. I remember in year 2000 when they gave MTN and Econet license, they sold license to them about 273 million by Obasanjo regime. A SIM was sold for 10,000 naira at that time. But now, then later, maybe 2 or 3 years later, Globalcom also came on board. And when Globalcom came on board, it gave them a run for their money. A lot of people.
Let me ask you: does Globalcom manufacture the SIMs? Does it manufacture all the technology that it's using?
The SIMs are manufactured in America, everywhere in the world. The same thing. They have.
But what I'm saying is, we don't manufacture. We don't produce absolutely nothing.
You cannot do that. It's America that do that to the rest of the world. Any SIM you are seeing is from China. Is from America. So what can you say?
Including the one that are using in China and Russia.
Yes, it's from America.
Let me address what Mike is getting wrong. You see,
getting wrong.
We are in the we are in the era of second globalization. If you don't know, globalization means that you cannot, if you really want to move forward, you cannot isolate yourself from the global.
But I never say you isolate yourself now.
Wait now, Mike. If United Kingdom want to go on protectionism today, it will. I'm telling you, if they last for 1 year, then they are back to the era of being the Great Britain. Look at it this way: you are saying there are no foreign investors in China. That's not true, sir. That's not totally
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, man. Come on, stop putting word in my mouth now.
Oh, okay. Sorry if I get you wrong. Now, this is
why
where I
would I
want
to
you
do
to see
this?
it. Wait, when foreign investors, when foreign investors come to your country, you believe that they don't transfer technology. There are levels of transfer. What you are saying now, all of a sudden, Nigeria should start producing every part of cars. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world as we speak today. Because that is what globalization is. You produce both somewhere, you produce glass somewhere, you do some other things somewhere. That's the way you do. Otherwise, you will produce your product because you are shutting some people out. They will not have to deal with you. They will lose you. They will leave you in your enclosure, and you'll be swimming in your economic doom. So the thing is, you have to give incentives. Well, okay. Why do you think America? We are talking of China again. There are two things that make that accelerated the Chinese growth because of corporate tax in America, and whereas China is giving them some incentives. So whenever an American make money in the UK because they don't want to pay like the 28% or whatever percentage, they reinvest their profit back in that economy. That is how they manage to accelerate. Because it is the same people that will be selling product to you in America. They are the same people producing in China. Now, what is the benefit to the Chinese people?
Yes.
They are people that are supposed to be bandits, all those things. They are gaining employment because employment is what we want to target by the time we are bringing foreign investors. There's no way you learn in a company that will not learn anything. It's just like look at our computer village now. Now,
so what have we learned from all these companies that's been in Nigeria since the 70s? What have we learned?
Mike, just hold on. Ola, in addition to what you just said, apart from giving them a very good tax incentive, majority of not only America, Western, still from Europe, they just bring all their factory. They make China the manufacturing base of the world. All these major brands, Buick, all of them, so many of them, even Toyota, they brought all their brands to China. Everybody is producing in China. What does the Chinese do? Which I think that
without America, China will never emerge.
So what does Chinese do? Which I think is a learning curve for Nigeria. The Chinese started to learn from all this Western because they have their factory.
Exactly.
They started to learn from them, and they started to make a copy, inferior copy of. They started from phone manufacturing. If you know that time, there's a lot of inferior phone coming to Africa from Chinese market. But now you can see their brand competing with the same thing like iPhone. If you know Huawei.
No, Remy. I think we profile. No, wait, Remy. I think we profile China wrongly. Look, China manufactures based on the quality you put before them. They manufacture for you based on your cost strategy.
I know.
China are not.
Ola. No, what I mean is trying to let you know is that
one voice now. One voice, please. Please.
Okay, Thomas, we heard you. So, Ola, what Remy is trying to. What Remy is trying to, and what Remy is trying to let Ola know is that
Hold on, Remy. Simba, who is calling me?
This is Bartholomew. Let me say something before
Our boxer in the house. I hope you are not here to beat us today.
Yes. Congratulations to our brother, Bola Tinubu Ahmed.
Yes, it's been long. How are you, brother? How are you doing?
I don't okay. Thank God.
We haven't heard from you since the election.
You know, I like to step by the side and listen. You know.
Are you sure you are listening to us?
I listen every day, my brother. But you know, sometimes I'm busy, but I like to listen by this. I like to step by the side and listen. So I have a question.
Yes.
You know, yeah, I hear one of our brothers that said that you know, when we're talking about this fuel subsidy, he said that he said that fuel is going down. Okay, so you see, You see, yes, that is something that we're not supposed to be doing to ourselves. Sometimes sometimes if I want to ship in, sometimes I've kind of, sometimes many of us begin to say something that that kind of ashamed of myself. Like today now, right? Today now, my wife have to take my daughter back to school from Oka to Onisha. Before the fuel subsidy, it was 700 naira from Oka to Onisha. But today, since they start this very fuel subsidy, my wife went to Onisha today with my daughter back to school. They pay 1,500 naira.
Yes.
So how can somebody will come to this very platform and telling us that they remove it? So you see, sometimes when we begin to say something that is not true, sometimes let us know that when there is not.
remove it.
I'm coming.
First, we should understand what is by subsidy.
Let me, my brother. Let me finish before you begin to say something that we don't understand. Sometimes let me finish. You see, there is nothing that add money in Nigeria that ever go down. Tell me one. There is nothing that not even if rice add 1 naira in Nigeria, it will never remove that 1 naira. If it is anyone that you know that they ever add money,
SIM card
was 10,000 naira in
10,000 naira. What's it today?
Now, how much is SIM card now? 500 naira.
Yeah.
SIM card, who they buy
it's
SIM card?
Even free. It's even free. They give it free now.
Don't you know that I'm talking about
example of
They just debunk you. You say name one thing, they just give you one. They just name SIM card. So what's the next thing?
Your problem is that we all know that we have a problem and we always like to ship it something where. Don't you know that?
No, they didn't ship, they give you a direct answer.
I'm coming. Don't you know that when they give you SIM card, are you going to chop SIM card in your mouth? Are you not going to buy credit on it?
Tell one thing and I give you one thing. What else do you want?
But that I'm telling you that
I want to give you
they're supposed to give you
well, you didn't ask them. They want to use SIM card now.
Hold on, please. Hold on. Everybody should hold on, please. Bartholomew just came in. Let's just give him. Let him speak, please. Yeah, Bartholomew, continue. Yeah.
So when they give you a SIM card for free, they still they win you, because at the end of the day, you will still recharge card, recharge credit on it. How many credit?
It's not by fault to recharge card. If you are not calling, you don't need to recharge. So it's your choice to recharge.
If you don't have credit on your SIM card, does it have value?
Whose problem is that? Whose problem is that? Whose problem
you can receive call, Bartholomew. If you don't put through credit, you can receive call.
No, you can receive call, but if you don't, what is need of having a SIM card? Is not to put.
But Bartholomew, that is not anybody's problem. Hold on, please. If you want to call your loved ones and family, you have the prerogative to buy a card, calling card. If you don't buy a card, that is not MTN problem.
No,
that is not my problem.
Can you mention food for me? Can you mention food that ever go up and go down? Can you mention food for me?
Yeah, the prices of food fluctuate. So it's not every prices of food
fluctuate. It went up and go down.
And go down. Yes.
Can I ask Bartholomew one question?
Which one go up and go down?
Prices of food, food stuff.
Which food?
I don't know the kind of food you eat now. Yam. You cannot say the price of yam in October is the same thing in June.
Bartholomew, can I ask you a question?
It's everything has to be it faces the law of demand and supply. So Bartholomew, so you can't just that one is just cheap blackmail.
Okay, Bartholomew, if you don't mind, this is not personal, but I'm driving at something. What do you do? Are you a trader?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm good.
Are you a trader?
Yeah, I'm a trader now.
Okay, look at it this way. When NITEC was existing, Night 10
Ola, don't take us to night 10 now.
Wait, you don't even know where I'm going. Wait,
Ola like to drag. Ola like to drag it.
Ola, if you just ask the question.
Ola, don't debunk the guy, man. Don't need to give the guy a long
just wait. Do you even okay? Where am I going? If I may ask you, where exactly am I going? Tell me where I'm
just go to the question straight. Forget about night 10. Just ask the question.
Leave Nitel. Forget about when Nitel come.
Wait, Bartholomew, wait. I asked you, you say you are a trader. When Nitel was existing, assuming they have 1,000 people, then as a trader, you only have 1,000 people to patronize as many traders as possible. But when they remove subsidy of Nitel now, let's say aka this regulation, they take it, they deregulated that market. We now have 500,000 people now working in the telecommunication sector instead of 1,000. Now you have 500,000 people that want to patronize your product. Now, this is the way you look at subsidy. You don't even look at, oh, my price of food is okay. What if you are selling, if they are selling a cup of rice for 1,000 naira and you are unable to buy because you don't have customer to buy your product? Then out of 500,000, if they raise the price of, if the subsidy generates so much job that you now have like about 50 people now buying you, will you be able to buy a cup of rice? Those are the little things that people do not really focus on. We only focus on, oh, this thing, the downfall is 100 naira, next is 200. You don't look at it from that angle.
Ola, let me ask you a question. Ola, let me ask you a question. What type of local business have you done in Nigeria before?
I was into payment systems, so I was basically servicing devices for some banks. Even though I work in a bank too.
So you're not a businessman?
What are you talking about? I said I was servicing banks. I was providing payment system solution to banks in the industry, about capacity.
Okay, but still you buy food from market.
I buy food from market, so
yes. So can I ask you something? If you carry 100,000 naira now, go buy food stuff for your family. 100,000 naira now, go buy food for your family. Can you be happy with it?
Okay, let me tell you. While I was in NEPA,
answer my question. Answer my question. Yes or no?
I'm
Can you be
answering
happy
you.
with it?
I'm answering you. When I was in NEPA,
no,
I could
yes
not,
or no? Answer my question.
I'm answering your question. When I was in NEPA, I could not even afford money to buy motorcycle. Now, when economy change and the telecommunication industry boom, and I picked my own business apart from working from this thing, I was running 2 cars consistently, running 2 inverters in my houses, and I running 3 generators. What about that? So this is what I'm talking about. You don't limit it to, oh, it has to increase. What is that policy going to add to you in terms of expansion in the economy?
Ola, do you know that? Do you know maybe me and you can afford that generator?
That narrative
that
you are painting,
they cannot afford it.
That narrative that you are painting for Bartholomew cannot understand it.
Let me come in.
I got your point.
Bartholomew, what is happening in Nigeria is the effect of the increase in the price. Everybody knows that a lot of people will suffer, especially the lower middle income earners. But in the long run, things will stabilize. Everything will be fine. I will give you examples. The diesel we are talking about is totally, there's no subsidy on diesel. Before, the price was 900 naira per liter. But as of yesterday, in which somebody confirmed here, it is now 630 naira per liter. Now, the petrol price around from 488 to 550, depending on the city you live in. In no distant time, when more people continue to do this business, there is tendency for the price to come down. But I'm not telling you if it come down to 180 naira, but at least we now know that government is not subsidizing it anymore. It now depends on the forces of demand and supply. For you, if you have 6 cars, you know if you want to put gas into your 6 cars, that's a lot of money. So that means it will cost a lot of wastage. If you don't need to go to a lot of places, you don't need to buy a lot of gas. So it will cost a lot of, in a simple term, what they are trying to tell you is that even if you are selling as a trader, if you are selling your product for 1,000 naira, and if people are not buying it, if the person beside you is selling for 900 naira, people will buy it from them. So there will be forces of demand and supply that plays out. So in the long run, everything will stabilize. It's good for our country. But now, people will suffer. It's true, especially lower income earners. People will
Remy,
complain.
let me add to what you just said. This is what I was trying to say, Bartholomew. The subsidy we pay today, probably you use it to service like about 100 people. You now save money from it now. You now use that money now to increase worker salary. That means increasing this worker salary means that you put more money in people's hand. So when you put money in people's hand, what they could not afford before, what they cannot buy, because normally when people have money, the behavior is that they want to spend. Now, because of that subsidy that go to someone's hand that used to take the money to America, but that's now the weight has been redistributed now. We now have several workers. They were buying one item from you before, even though the cost of that item has increased now. You will have more people to come and buy the same item from you. It's impacting your own life too. That's exactly what we are saying. So it is beyond, this thing is beyond increase in transportation alone. But you look at what does it bring to you. Will your income remain assuming you make $5,000 a month now. Now, will your income remain $5,000 even though they increase all those way? No. If your income will grow beyond that, then it's added benefit to you because more people will come to you. You too, now you increase the value you are rendering, services you are providing to the people because people can afford to buy because you've distributed the wealth from few people to high number of people. That's exactly what we are saying. The subsidy, if government will be sincere with it, that look at that word, if government will be faithful with it by redistributing that weight, it makes them more potent to be able to buy services. That will include whatever services you are offering. If you have one customer before, maybe that one customer that used to come to from overseas to buy your shirt, but now because they've given people more money now, more money in their hand, you may now have additional 10 local people now. You now have 11 people patronizing your product. That's just the way it is. I know, like Simba said, it is difficult to explain, but pardon me because I'm not a teacher. I know I'm not a good teacher. So so that's the way it is. The doom around subsidy is not always like that because it does not benefit you. That subsidy, in reality, you think it benefits you. No, it doesn't benefit you.
Bartholomew, I have a question for you, and I'll simplify it. Let's say in Onitsha market now, is only one person that is allowed to bring in one particular product into the market and sell the product at his own price. Is that concept good for a normal market? Everybody should be allowed to bring their product from anywhere and bring it into the market and sell. Let's say we are selling shoes now, and only one person is allowed to bring shoes from wherever and bring it into the country and sell. And we're now saying, no, that concept is wrong. It does not help market. Let's give the market, open the market up to many people, as many people that want to go into the market anywhere to go and bring shoes and bring them into the market and sell. That's what the government is doing.
And those people will employ new workers.
Yeah, exactly. So we need to go beyond ourselves. We really need to go beyond ourselves.
No, what they used to do is that government will just call them, give them, okay, you bring in 30 million liters of fuel, and they will just give them forex, and that's what they do. They don't even they don't employ people. They don't need to employ anybody. It's just one person that will swallow all those money, and the wealth doesn't spread around for people to benefit.
But last time I checked, they say if there is no pain, there is no gain. So if we have to pass through this pain for now, for gain tomorrow, I don't think is bad. People don't think maybe we are talking from diaspora. That's why we are talking like that. I think everyone here have a brother or a sister or mother or somebody that you are
I don't think there's
depend
anybody on
on
this
you.
platform that doesn't spend money in Nigeria.
In Nigeria, I
Exactly.
spend money in Nigeria daily. I said daily. If I'm giving my
Please, I
mom
wanted
okay,
to ask question. Are you people hearing me?
We can
yeah,
hear
we
you.
can hear
Midwest.
you. You
Okay.
can hear us.
I can ask. Okay.
Please
If
go
you
ahead.
can hear
There
us,
was
we can hear
subsidy.
you.
So, there was at a time a diesel was also, there was subsidies attached to diesel.
You are breaking, my brother. Can everyone hear me?
And when the federal
We can
government
hear you.
Midwest, you are breaking. We
remove
can't
it, they
hear
would have
you.
they achieved since removing diesel, please. I want you me. Sorry, I will ask later. Let them continue.
Yeah. So let's just forget that. Yeah.
Okay.
I still
I'm
want
able to
to.
get a good network.
So Thomas, to back you up, see,
Somebody can
playing
continue.
football game.
Somebody can
Now,
Yes, we
continue.
are continue. Yes, yeah, we are continue. Can't wait for you. Yeah.
For you to buy a plate of your exotic food now, you know how many hours you work, right? That's your pains because you do the groundwork, right? But now, but if someone takes that job away from you, you will and now replace it with a one peanut. Okay, go and be buy a camel in the morning. Whereas the money you can generate yourself, you know. So that is what subsidy is doing to us. Someone is taking your destiny away, and they will giving you peanuts. They take an empire away from you, and they are giving you and they are giving you a plate of rice in the name of subsidy. So
Yes. Yeah.
so to me, like I said, when it comes to macroeconomy like this, it's always difficult to explain until people start seeing that. Because you know why I'm confident speaking this way, just because the president is Bola Tinubu. Even though I cannot trust human being, but I think it is reasonable for me to believe because of his past. Because the man is sad, the man is an economist to the core. So, and he understand what he's doing, even though he is not the one that removed the subsidy, though. He's not the one that removed the subsidy, but I think he is going to be able to redirect the saving from that subsidy to do appropriate thing. I'm speaking based on his record, right? So, to me, even if you are fighting against the subsidy now today, we are fighting to bring illegality, because the law of the land says that there will be no subsidy again, and you say, okay, there must be subsidy, and the only way you can do this is to go and repeal the law that removes subsidy, Petroleum Industry Act, to go and repeal it, and you now bring your subsidy back. So
Ola, it's only if you want
Simba.
Nigeria to become like Sri Lanka. We cannot survive this subsidy till the end of this year if we want to continue with it. Our own situation will be worse than Sri Lanka. Believe me.
Let's listen to this video. I'm closing in the next 1 hour. I'm not exiting that. Let's listen to this video. Then we rehearse maybe 3 minutes or thereabout. Then we shut it down. Yeah, I'm digging on Baba Bode George again. Yeah.
Then Tinubu versus Bode, what has it got to do with the price of milk? I said to you that if I want to relocate, now by that time 78 going to 79, I might go. If we had been shouting, and I am happy the president has signed the new electoral bill, if by whatever chance he gets to the villa, I won't be part of this country. And I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I can go to Ghana, live in Ghana, and be watching you with a binocular from afar. You will see what will happen. Say this is Alpha Beta in Lagos. It will create some alter beta somewhere to carry your money and carry the thing. His wife will now be Senate president. His son will be governor of Lagos. His daughter will be Yoloja of Nigeria. Abba. What has he done to prove that he deserves to be honored by anybody in this country? He goes around there. Is how? Nothing personal. In fact, my niece called me, Deola Macaulay. He said, Egbomi, you know, some of their people are spinning that, it gives me money.
To abuse him.
That Bola gives me money. Let him bring the money. I will tell him to follow me to Lagos Island. People who are hungry are there. I grew up there in Lagos Island. I went to that popular school, St. John's School, Aroloya. Played the local football there. I grew up there, not in Ikoyi here. But we thank God today we were educated. My parents were, my father was a civil servant in the Ministry of Defense till he retired. My mother was a nurse in the island maternity. They sent me to school. And they thought the rascality of Lagos was so much. So they shipped me to Bode Grammar School. And even if I come back again, I'll go back to Bode Grammar School. Because that was where ethics, the fear of God, what you expect you to be, to live up to be. Money is not everything. It is your character that counts. Because the day you pack up, and you never know, when the angel comes, he says it's time out. Don't tell him, give me 2 minutes. No, you are gone. Remember Alexander the Great, that great general that ravaged the whole world, made so much money, made so much asset. In the end, on his way back home, he fell ill. He called for his doctors. He said, I am likely to die. But make sure that coffin, you put my hands out. Because he started doling out all the assets he has acquired. And said they should leave his hands outside the coffin so that people will see that he's going home with zero. Isn't that enough lesson? If he hasn't been to school, let him go and read history. The richest man in Kuwait, the same thing. Had gold-plated aircraft, gold-plated vehicles, gold-plated bed, gold-plated gold bars. When he died, they showed us the little place where he was buried. End of story. So let them have that honor and the fear of the Almighty God to redistribute this stolen money back to the people, to educate them, to have a first-class health program in this country. Good roads, good life for everybody. Guarantee 3 meals. And those children in primary school, when we were there, it was local, it was there. We enjoyed ourselves. We went to school without shoes. And we will go back to that Onola in Isalegongo to play football, barefooted. But all my friends, all my classmates, in fact, in one of his own papers, he said he attended St. Paul's Aroloya. There is no St. Paul's Aroloya. He was lying. Is that the man we want to entrust? The resources of this country? We need to take a deep breath and be extremely careful. If he gives you money, collect it, it's your money. But think before you vote.
So that is Baba some months ago. And now I think Baba has doubled down, saying he's going to he's not leaving Nigeria anymore. He's going to he need the appointment for Bola Tinubu. That is support Mike. Do you have Mike there? Mike.
Yeah. Alpha.
Mike, yeah. Baba Bode George, Baba ti yí padà, Baba ti gba dollar. So what do you think?
Yeah. So he hasn't moved to, so he didn't go to Ghana.
No, he said he's ready to work with Tinubu. So he's not going to Ghana anymore.
So can we say that all those things that have been spewing out all over the years is just propaganda?
Yes, Mike. Yeah, Mike, take us there. I think we have spoken on it. It's only you.
Because I'm not talking about it because I joined later.
Are you not talking about it? Oh yes. Yeah. I will come to you, Simba. Let Mike go first, please. Yeah, Mike.
Let Simba talk. Let Simba talk about this, and I'll go after him.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that means all what he has been spewing out all these whiles are just out of hatred and malice. Because as you can see, if you are ready to work with the same man you've accused of so many things. I think to me, generally speaking, I'm sorry to say this, for Yoruba people, I must say Yoruba, sometimes our Yoruba, Amani Lara, unnecessary envy or hatred somehow. Because you have been competing against this same man for the last 20 or 30 years in Lagos and you continue to lose, there is tendency for you to like, oh my God, what am I doing wrong? Then you continue to spew a lot of lies and propaganda against him. For example, to be frank, I think to me, everybody has his own luck. I think this guy, our new president, is just destined to be the president of Nigeria, considering all those obstacles along his way to become the president. If truly we believe in God, I think God really destined him to be there. But for now, for Baba to change his mind, to say he will really want to work it with him if Tinubu consults him, I think reality is, where does he want to go at 78 or 74 or 75? Everybody loves their country. So if this is the new...
I asked this question before, Remy. You were not here.
Yes,
who is a man of integrity?
A man of integrity will be a man that can stay with his word, and that people will, if he said, this is me, or this is what I'm going to do, and you have to live up to it. If you cannot live up to it for several years or several decades, then people will consider you not a man of integrity.
Let me push you back. See, who is Bode George? PDP shifting. Now, what was the purpose? What was the purpose of a political party? Is to present candidate to contest an election.
Yes.
Now, if you are into competition with your products, you sell products, and you have your enemy, you have your competitor around you, what will you do? You find a way to promote your product better. So, although some can get dirty, like Dangote was almost getting dirty with Lafarge at a point in time by indirectly insulating that the quality of the cement was responsible for house collapse, for building collapse, that we should raise that. So what Bode George was purely doing was politics. So now to be forceful about it, that was why he was saying, no, I'm ready to leave the country. To be forceful, to tell you that I'm serious about this thing, to make sure that he did everything to promote his own candidate.
I understand, but you can see, even when it's not political time, he always continues to criticize this same guy when there is no election coming.
Remy, my question hasn't finished before that came in. So the act of Baba now, did this the act double going back to his vomit? Did he stand as somebody that has integrity?
That's a big word.
With due respect.
I don't think, unfortunately, with due respect to Baba George, he does not live up to his word or live up to what, because he vowed that if he becomes the president, he's going to leave to Ghana or anywhere. I expect him to go to Ghana first and then come back again, but it's not going anywhere. But maybe he can say that, okay, Tinubu sends some emissaries to him and they appeal to him. That is why he's staying back, at least, so that
Thomas and Remy and Ola. If Bode George was your big brother, or whatever he said, will you guys stay this way and castigate him?
So that is why we
I'm not an hypocrite. I'm not an hypocrite. I will castigate him.
With due respect to him. We say with due respect, because
with due respect, yeah.
Because he has been maligned this guy for several years, whether it's political time or not political time. Every opportunity, he just continued to malign the same person.
Let me respond to Bartholomew. See, Bartholomew, I'm not castigating Bode George. I know Bode George is when he was the military administrator of Ondo State. And I know that man, there are other parts of it you don't know. He's a man that I will say he will not oppress you, even as the military administrator then in Ondo State. I still remember when Feyi George, his wife, slapped a woman in Ondo State, and the woman slapped the wife back. I can't find it on record where Bode George was vindictive, because he could use his power that time to run after that woman and do that. I think he didn't even try to. I think it was more of worried. I could be wrong, but that's what the situation I understood at that time. So he didn't do anything about it. I think he was more of even concerned about the situation. So now we are saying, what we are saying about him now is that, okay, if we try to castigate him now, a politician, you are castigating a politician. Is there trait? You try everything to...
I want to say something. You know, Bode George was sentenced to jail during
It's a convict, ex-convict.
And I think the beef he has with Tinubu is because there
Let me say something. I think Bode George is a senior to Tinubu, Abi.
Yes.
So okay. I think many of us here can be Bode George's son or grandson, right?
Yes.
So if we can be like this and talking to this way to Bode George, I don't know if brother Tinubu is your Messiah or whatever it is, which I'm not against him. I'm not against Tinubu, and I'm not against Bode George. But I know that as Ola said, Tinubu is a politician. Bode George is a politician, which Ola said that he was in PDP. So you can see that politicians they always attack each other. So it's not our right to come here and castigate him, Bode George. Why he's attacking
Thomas, I want to talk. If you give me opportunity.
Hold on, please. Yes, I will talk. Yeah, you don't have you said we don't have right to talk to but I can see also that you two don't have rights to tell us what to say. Is it bad?
No, but I say Bode George is a senior man. He's the elderly man. He's the elderly man.
That is my brother. That is your problem in Africa, and you will continue be in abject poverty and problem. When you see
Thomas, let's ask Bartholomew a question.
Hold on. He said me, Hold on, Thomas. He said me, I will continue be in poverty.
I said no, you. I said Africa. Africa. I said no, you. I said Africa. If we see a truth, we can deceive truth. We can't call it out. That is our problem.
What's Bartholomew's opinion about Wole Soyinka's speech against obedience? What is your opinion?
Who?
Wole Soyinka, what he said about obedience. What is your opinion?
My opinion about Wole Soyinka, my opinion about what Wole Soyinka said, or what Wole Soyinka said with obedience, whatever. I think Wole Soyinka is playing politics, and I can remember that the same Wole Soyinka is the one that campaigned against Goodluck Jonathan. They are the one that brought Buhari. So Wole Soyinka is a politician. So what am I going to say about him?
Politician. Why do you call for Wole Soyinka a politician? Has he contested for any post?
He campaigned for Buhari. He campaigned for Buhari.
Tell us how he campaigned for Buhari. How did he campaign for Buhari?
He campaigned for Buhari, and he campaigned against Goodluck Jonathan.
My brother.
How did he campaign for Buhari? They can talk. You can talk against. He's not an elderly man again because he's a politician. He campaign for Buhari that you don't like. So you can talk against Wole Soyinka. But Bartholomew, we are not making sense at all to what we are saying. Believe me, I'm very sorry to say that. Let us discuss what we want to discuss. If you don't want to hear it, you can close your ears. We are saying the truth, and let us say it.
So I should not talk again.
No, you cannot tell us what to say. You cannot tell us what to say and not what not to say.
You say I should close my ear.
If you don't want to hear what you are saying, you can close your ears.
No, but we are having discussion. You are saying your own opinion. I'm saying my own opinion.
Your own opinion. Your own opinion. No, Mike, you just wait. Mike, wait. Your own opinion is not to tell me not about what I want to say. You can say this is your own.
No,
you said you should not talk about him. That's what you are saying.
No,
you said we cannot be saying he's an elderly person that we should not talk about him.
No, I'm saying that both of them, Tinubu and Bode George, they are all politicians.
Let me tell you, you are not even hear my own. If I say my own, maybe you will even somersault, because what I want to say is even worse than what you have been hearing.
I hear what you said. I hear what you said before. You said more than that. I hear you before.
No, I have worse ones to say now. That's why I'm asking you, so that you give me space to talk.
No, you can say it because they make. You can say it because they make ear to ear. So I can hear no problem. No, you can say
Bartholomew, please listen to me. Without interjection, listen to me. Yeah. What do you talk about obedience? Costing Tinubu?
Who is obedient? Who is obedient?
Did I call you obedient? You don't listen to people. My brother, listen. Yeah. You don't listen to people. I said, what do you think about the obedience? Did I call you obedient?
No, obedience means the people that support to be happy.
Do I need to tell you that?
We're having a conversation.
Hey, my brother, just listen. Listen without interjection. Let me finish my question. Then you can come in. You are telling us now that we should not talk about if George is our brother or our father, we will be talking about him like this. And I respond to you. If it is my father that behaved like this, I will call him out. Now, I'm throwing this question to you. What do you think about obedience? Telling Tinubu and the shake, like the shake.
It's not obedience.
My brother, I said, listen. I said, listen. Listen first. Listen, please. Please. Let me finish, then you respond. They curse him. He's going to die. He's not going to reach there. They're not going to swearing him. All manner of curses. So why are they not respecting Tinubu? And you expect us, we see something wrong now. We are calling this somebody out. This person we are talking about is a Yoruba man. No? And we see something is wrong. We are calling him out. So what do you think about the obedience? Calling Tinubu sort of name. Respond to that, please.
Okay. You said obedient. You said obedient. You said Tinubu. You said obedient. You said Tinubu and the shake. I know. I don't speak to people health because obedient.
I'm not saying you, but Bartholomew, do you understand my question?
I hear what you say. Listen to me. I hear.
Thomas, can we move on? You are the one that said we have only 1 hour left. So if you continue this way, you spend the whole 1 hour on this one.
Okay. Let me leave. Let me leave you talk, my brother. Go ahead and talk. Let me listen.
Answer the question now.
Okay, but I'm not obedient now. I don't even support the politicians.
I'm not. Did I call you obedient?
But I tell you that I don't know anybody who say Tinubu and the shake.
Thank you. If you don't want to answer the question, thank you.
I've told you that Thomas, that route that you are going, you cannot get out of it.
Come on now. We are not daft here now. Everybody here, we are educated now. I'm asking you simple question. I don't call you obedience.
I'm not talking about education. I'm not talking about education.
You know, Thomas.
I don't know who's not educated.
From that clip that I watched now, if you ask for my opinion, I can give you
response for me. Simba, please give me good response, please. Thank you.
Okay, what I can say, he gave a little background of his life. That he was born in Lagos Island. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Simba. Go on, though.
Okay, and he said when he was becoming a rascal in Lagos, he was sent to Bode to go and school in Bode. Fine. And he also mentioned that his father was a civil servant in Ministry of Defense. And that one gave him opportunity of becoming a military man. And his mother...
And educated as well.
Exactly. So that is one. He rose in the military and became a military governor. And we all know what he did, his performance as a military governor. He was appointed as the chairman of Nigeria Port Authority. We knew what he did there, and that was why he was imprisoned by Obasanjo, because of the money he stole in the Nigeria Port Authority. Now, this same man is now preaching, talking to Nigerians. They got the few younger ones that doesn't know his history, pretending as if he's a saint, giving us rhetorics about one Kuwait millionaire that died with gold and what. All the money that he has stole from the public coffer, has he returned it back to us?
He was convicted.
He was convicted. That's what I'm saying. But somebody that doesn't know his history will be looking at him as if this man is a saint, is a good man. And you see that the way Nigerians talk, thinking that people are forgetting what they have done in their past. You are calling somebody a thief. Meanwhile, you are a bigger thief.
Has Tinubu been convicted of any crime?
And that is what I'm saying. Your own situation even worse than the guy that you are calling a thief. Does he even have right to call him a thief? Those are the issues that we're supposed to be talking about. If you see elderly person talking from both sides of their mouth and they are painting another person, and you are not, somebody will now come and say we should just leave him, he's an elderly person, he should just continue giving wrong impression, misleading Nigerians. It's to me, that is the height of patriotism. And he said he will go to Ghana. Let him go to Ghana now at the age of 79. And then he will be looking at us with binocular. You can see the way the guy is talking. And we saw somebody will now come and say we should not talk about him, we just leave him like that. They are not. He's not giving us. Can we? Who among us can say he want to choose Bode George as his or her role model? So to me, the guy is not. As you said, he's not a man of integrity. He doesn't want. Prince Daddy was even talking about principle. Which principle does he even have? Talk less of integrity.
Simba. On this platform, we allow people to talk, but when they are talking out of line, we have to interrogate them. Do you see just little cameo that I have with Bartholomew now? I'm asking question. He's trying to dodge it. He's trying to.
Are you surprised about Bartholomew? He's a colleague on this place. But you know that anytime he comes, he will just come, shout, and then everything will just. He cannot. No, so that's why you are just wasting your time engaging him.
Mr. Thomas, please, I'm ready. I want to say something, and I beg for your.
Oh, yes. I think your network is better now. Yes, let's hear from Midwest. How are you, my brother?
Fine. Good morning, everybody.
Good evening from Australia.
Yeah, yeah. Good morning from Europe side, Scandinavia side. I don't know. I think all Europe is good morning, and no matter how it is. So, my brother, you see, I don't want to talk about Mr. Bode George or Tinubu or B or whatever. Now, I think currently we have a new president. The matter is still in the court. I think what I would like to talk about is, what our brother Mike was trying to submit about investors, coming to Nigeria. The question is, what is exactly holding those investors not to come to our country? We need to figure it out. And, some of them, we need to talk about it, and so that people can also be those who are in power, because most of this video we are making here, they watch it very well and they are taking things from it. You understand me? They now realize that, look, they can't continue the way they used to govern and achieve anything. The reason, for me, most of the reason why investors are not coming to Nigeria, our bureaucratic procedure is totally, how will I put, totally outdated. The entire bureaucratic procedures when it comes to business in Nigeria, the Monday can never encourage anything investors. Now, if we make reference to Chinese, that, oh, look at what Chinese have achieved, they open doors, they do this. Look, even when they lock the door, there is a foundation. Their bureaucratic procedure, it was intact. Because you cannot run a communist system without due bureaucratic procedures. So they have something on ground. Like our own situation, imagine, I want to ask this question. Do we really have Ministry of Finance in Nigeria? Because if I look at what they are practicing here in Europe, or what they do with their Ministry of Finance, and I look back home, it's as if we don't have Ministry of Finance and we are calling people to come and invest in our country. Are they coming to stay there, or they are coming to do business? So my submission is this today. The new administrator is not like whether they remove subsidies or they make the subsidies to remain. I don't see it making any differences. That is my own opinion. When they want to remove subsidy from diesel, they make hell of promises. Investors will come. It will do this for Nigeria economy. It will do. What are they achieved since removing subsidy for diesel?
A lot.
It will save money for the government. It will do this. Nothing. So whether we have it or whether it is removed under this kind of black market system,
Midwest, a lot. Like
I will allow you to submit. Please let me just round up my thought. I will allow you to say what you want to say. We can support them or we can leave them. The truth of the matter is this: do you know why we are sinking? Nigeria doesn't practice capitalism. We practice black market. So until we move from that black market into true capitalism, we cannot develop anything. Buying and selling, somebody will tell you I'm a businessman, they will be so proud to come here. I buy, I sell in this market. Buying and selling is an industry if you practice capitalism. But when you are in a black market, you remain in that local level. Tourism is an industry. When you practice black market, and what is exactly black market? A black market is a system whereby the government don't know what is going on as far as business is concerned. I want to take example now. Look at one market where people sell in your own state. Your governor will send people there to go and meet them, and they call it tax. Whether if they are tasking the people, but they don't tax them. To tax people and task people, you use that's why they will say task force. Now, here, if you pay tax, the government know your existence. They know those that are paying the tax. Limited company have a number. A sole proprietor have a number. Now, whatever you purchase, if you are running business, people that have run business here, if you know you have run business in any of these advanced country, you can challenge me here. The receipt for your tissue paper, your Minister of Finance will one day ask you till 7 years because you presented it as an expenses. They have right to question you. Your transaction for the past 3 years, they want to see so invoice. So we need to move from this complete outdated system, or else whether we replace it with Tinubu, it will come there. Now he's trying to do whatever he feels that can help us. Let's remove subsidy. If it is properly managed, maybe it will help us. But if they don't manage it well, we will still remain the same situation. If it remains, it's because they did not manage it well. That's why everybody is crying. And again, when you look at the entire something, let me just summarize everything. We need to revive the Ministry of Finance because our Ministry of Finance is dead. The one we have is for president and governor. Finish. It ended. The people of Nigeria is not involved with the Ministry of Finance. So they don't have our data. They don't have record of the business that is in existence, whether local or large. They don't know how you are making your profit. They don't know how you transact. So how will that country move forward? So, but I pray that the new administrator should, look at these issues and realize that indeed we can't succeed like this. They have to do things in a different way because we can't continue to do things just the same way
that created the problem in the first case and expect a different result. We need to do things differently. We need to, because Ministry of Nigeria business is black market. That's why investors are not coming. Big Gay cannot leave America and come and stay in Nigeria, but his money can leave there and come to Nigeria, and he can stay in America and log in with some code via Ministry of Finance and see what is happening in his business. That is what Chinese gave to them. The communists have data. So they travel there periodically. Some of the managers to these companies are Chinese people. But to remove the money and put it and just kill the company, it's not possible, because anything you purchase at the end, whatever you purchased last month, the government must see the paper next month. Expenditure. They must see the profit. We are talking of they will bring employment. What is employment? Exploitation, where you don't pay people tax, no pension for them, no health care. The government don't even have a law that protects human labor and what is it called? A sentiment that give that a kind of encouragement for people to work. Nothing is in place. Somebody will hire you, be my gate man, he pay you mega salary, and you are just there dying. The person is using you. Is that an employment? You open a factory, you carry people like the one Chinese open everywhere where they were melting iron, carry people very close to fire without any protection. Is that how to really? There are many things that we need to tell these people that look, they can't just continue the same way and expect any result. This is just the fact. Let them lay foundation. The Ministry of Finance have to be revived. Professionals have to be involved, because without them, there's no government that is going to succeed. For example, now if Tinubu is able to lay hands on some certain data about these subsidies, why it's not working? In clear data. When he's formulating policies, there will be a foundation. But then now he is trying to do it on the basis of imagination. When we do it this way, it will benefit Nigeria. Every policy that he's taking is not taking for his own interest. I can agree with that. He's not taking it. He's taking it believing this will benefit Nigerians. But for me, I strongly believe as far as the data are not there to direct him, the chances for him to stumble is very obvious. So let us try our best to talk, because what Mike was saying is just the fact. We can continue to preach investors will come to Nigeria. How will they come? Our country, we are not at war. The resources are there. The manpowers are there. Just name it. But yet, they just turn their blind eyes. Something very fundamental is missing, because these are people that want to make profit. And out of their profit, you tax them. Out of their profit, you create employment for your society. This is how capitalism functions. But a situation where everything is a black market, the government don't have data of volume of transaction. They don't even have. You can't go to custom office. Business are not connected to the Ministry of Finance. Everything is zero. So these are things I feel we should present to them.
Can I interject, please, midwives?
Yes, you can. Thank you.
First and foremost, it is a wrong assumption that you think the Federal Minister of Finance or government parastatal does not have a data. They will have a data. Maybe it's not comprehensive enough. We can talk about that. In terms of people following your expenditure, this is quite easy. In most foreign land, they can follow your expenditure through your bank account.
Listen, wait. Mr. Remy, let me put this one before you. Have you ever registered a business in Europe and paid tax for at least 1 year or 2 years?
Of course, Nigeria also have that kind of system. Maybe they have.
No. I ask you a direct question now.
Of course, you won't pay tax you won't pay tax for the first 2 years.
No, wait. Every country is not the same law.
Of course,
where
I know.
I have done self-employed in Spain, and I see their system. I have friends who are into business in Germany. I know some challenges they also face. Now, I am also self-employed for the past 3 years, 4 years plus now in Sweden here. So when I look at see the area I'm trying to point before you. Nigerians, why we have this very great problem is that we don't believe in professionalism again. We assume when we do it like this, it will work. When you do something with these people here, you are under self-employed with them.
then you start seeing things, and those things will force you to ask questions whether indeed is Nigeria a capitalist country or a black market.
So
no, Remy.
Let me finish.
If you permit me some 5 seconds, because we've lost even the direction of
it
where
doesn't let me
Midwest
finish.
is pushing
Okay,
us.
go ahead with your
No,
5 seconds.
no. I'm just saying we've lost the direction. So, can Midwest come back to where we can understand? Because I don't even know where to question you now.
Okay, I think he is questioning about Nigeria not having a good database. That is one. And then also talking about some of we don't do things professionally.
Not only database, the bureaucratic procedure.
I'm trying to summarize it. You also talk about we are not professional enough in doing our stuff, and you also make emphasis that if we can really, if Tinubu can understand the statistics behind the subsidy removal. So in a nutshell, you are trying to say maybe it does not need to remove the subsidy totally, but it can tax people that
no, don't put words in me. You try to listen to what I said. No, other people will come. Don't assume. I said whether it remain or it is removed, as far as there is no data to back it up why it failed in the first case, whether it remove or it remain, it will still fail again. They must know why it failed.
What I'm trying to tell you is that you cannot accuse Nigeria they don't have database. If you say it's not comprehensive,
wait, Remy,
you cannot.
Wait, you try to counter me. You try to counter me from
a point. I'm giving you my
okay, wait. Opinion. In Nigeria, I have registered a limited company. I met a lawyer, and when they gave me all these papers with some numbers, when I compare it to registered business here, we take like few period of time some business. You can do it online, self, which we are in their system.
So
yeah, you can see in Nigeria, limited company, the owner is dead. Most of our limited company in Nigeria, the owners are dead long time ago, and they are still dead. It's because they are not connected to the Ministry of Finance. Because when you have a business, every blessed man, limited business, your daily transaction, the government must know. This is what I'm trying to present before you.
Okay, Midwest, let me put a position to you. I got what you are saying, and the truth is this: we don't have to be ideal. We have to work within the space we are, and we progress.
No, the space is what is dragging us backward,
we can't wait. We can't wait for database to be completed before we move forward. We still have to move forward as an economy. Why we move towards putting our database in place? Before actually you go to Lagos, no database to prove anything. And he still continued with his policy until he was able to establish that database. When he now established that database, the thing has solved a lot of problems. He now realized that, okay, I didn't have this number of workers that I think we have or we had. And that's an example, right? Because of the way he moved. Now, the subsidy you are saying that whether it's going to fail or not, that's not even the point. When we took subsidy away from diesel, all of a sudden we realized that we were not even consuming half of what we believe we were consuming when that diesel was being subsidized. They were actually subsidizing for smugglers and for the neighboring country. We can't wait for database, for example, now to remove subsidy now to let look at it this way. If we consume like about if we consume like 25% less in 2021, although people may say, oh, it is because of COVID or blah blah blah, and all of a sudden the thing jump. The question is this: even when there was COVID in Nigeria was still consuming subsidy beyond what should even be consumed. That should tell you that something is going on. And how do you remove this problem? You remove it by, the problem itself is that people have free access to money. Remove it. You don't need to wait for any database to do that. Because if you are waiting for database to do that, prevention, maybe it is like the next 3 years we are going to do census. Then Nigeria should still keep suffering till that time. Some rogues, some like this choose to be enjoying till that time. We can't wait for that. And on assumption that we don't have database from the Ministry of the Finance connected to the corporation, it's not totally true. Because the question is this: then how do they tax those corporations? How do they tax those corporations?
You cannot even register any country without NIN. I mean,
Wait, Ola, if you can give me some, let me clarify what I mean by that. I'm not talking about when you meet doctors, it's of different types. For example, the importance of, you see this advanced country, their Ministry of Finance is their key. And I will give you how it works. The volume of water consumed in most of this country in Europe, they will tell you annually. How are they able to do that? Because the Ministry of Finance function well. And there are structures.
Midwest.
Wait,
let me tell you something.
I want to give you an
Midwest. What you do most of the time, you always extrapolate what you see in Europe and say, okay, this is how it's supposed to work.
That thing you see is what Chinese did. They are growing. When you don't have this structure, whether they bring, let me clarify. Ola, let us not be arguing and be talking upon ourselves. What I'm trying to present before, so that you don't change it. You try to change it like this is what I mean. What I mean is this, my brother. You say we must continue, but to summarize everything, 2019 we entered democracy. Primary schools were still functioning. We want to continue like that today. Look at where we are.
Okay, Midwest.
We need to go back to that foundation, foundation that ensures transparency and accountability. Every street, wait now, my brother, they are human beings like us, and we can achieve it. When every street they make, every street they make as Kotai Road, the total tonnage of stone we make, there is a book in the finance that recorded it. There is a process. It's not that they put people there. When you hire a company to supply that sand, they are invoice. You pay them, must go to Ministry of Finance. If you buy a fuel in your filling station, they are connected to the Ministry of Finance. That is why when you subsidize, there are goods they subsidize. The agriculture is subsidized in Europe. There is a way they manage it. It still remains.
Okay.
So because there are bureaucratic process that ensure transparency, they succeed. This is what I'm trying to say. It's not like for you looking for trustworthy people. We have been looking for trustworthy people, and they destroy the country because there is nothing to monitor anybody. This is what I'm trying to present before you.
UK government is probably one of the oldest in the world, the United Kingdom government. And for United Kingdom, for example, to have given its airline to private people, what does that tell you about of inefficiency of depending on government to run things for you?
No, now you don't see it that way. This is why you made mistake. Anything privatized, anything privatized, my brother. Wait now, anything privatized in Europe, we also privatize our train line.
Thomas, good night, everybody. I'm leaving.
You talk for a minute.
Wait, let me put it on. Wait, before that airline make their profit, the government have seen the profit. The railway they privatize here, before they even announce their profit, the government is aware. Privatization is not, you can't privatize something in Nigeria. It means selling with the kind of market we run.
You sell something and let people respond. Let response to what.
Let me give you time to also clarify your something. That is it. You can also contribute your own. Don't say maybe what I'm saying is not there. Nigeria have that. Where is it coming from? We don't have it. Can't be deceiving them.
If you want to know the data, if you want to know the data of those people that may call today and paranoia, just call NCC. They will talk to MTN, they will talk to Globalcom, and they will produce it with that data.
Okay.
If you want to know the data of those people that carry electronic transaction in Nigeria today, talk to NIMS.
Which electronics?
Electronic data. Where you do electronic banking in Nigeria today, talk to NIMS. All the transaction flows because they own the national switch.
Ola, tell me any company in Nigeria that doesn't pay tax, whether it's collapsing or not. Is there anyone?
Wait now, because the way you are saying it as if the Ministry of Finance have no data at all they work on. I'm telling you that this thing is, it can be enhanced, but this thing is not totally true because you want to ask, how did they collect the tax?
They don't pay tax. This is why. Listen.
What is Alphabet doing? What is Alphabet doing?
Nigeria government task people. We don't pay tax.
In any capitalist world, tax is based on profit. And the government must know whether you are making profit. And that is why you must report your transaction monthly through the Ministry of Finance. In Nigeria, you go to where you are, you formulate even you give it to all these what is it called, finance people. They formulate it for you. I have people that pay tax. They did it in my presence. What it takes to reach that level, the foundation is not there. So therefore, they have to put some figures there. And that's all. And the government will accept it. So the foundation is already faulty. This is what I'm trying to present for you. It's not that we don't have the place they call Minister of Finance, but that one that is there belongs to president. Nigerian local economy is not connected to it. As large as Alaba, it doesn't know what they are selling there. Neither did he even know the volume of consumption that is taking place there. It doesn't know. So if you come to state level, the one in the state belongs to the governor. All this local economy as large as a whole, they are not connected to them. This is what I'm trying to present before you, Mr. Ola. Look, this was subsidy the other day. We're talking about filling station here. You brought something with tanker. A tanker is loading. They will load. They tell you they distribute it to social filling station. And that filling station is making sales. The total volume of sales, the government don't know. Why would there be all this wahala? There will be. Because why? You can easily just write, I supply social place, because the government is not coming to ask those people, when did you sell this product? That is why I said, if you remove it, it is properly managed, it will benefit us. He is trying to do it for the interest of Nigeria, but will it work? This is my worries, because if the necessary tools are not there for him, it will get to a point, everything will get stuck, because definitely it's going to affect price of things in the market, and we're already on that very huge inflation. So this is my submission there. See, my dear brother, we must move from this black market level to real business. If you want to run barber shop, go and register it properly. Get a number, connect it to bank, connect it to Ministry of Finance. Your profit monthly must be known to the government. It's just that is how to run capitalism, or else investors will not come, because they are not going to stay in your country. They are bringing something to you that will enable them to know whether they are making profit or not. And some of the investment we are talking about are things that may even last close to 10, 15 years before they talk of profit.
Okay, Midwest. See, you are correct in some of those things you talk about. No doubt about that for sure. But what we are saying is this: we can't say because we've not got there. Like I said, you know why I drew the example of Lagos State? It was that Lagos State was running before Tinubu got to that place. He got to the place and he enhanced it. So the government function will not stop just because we don't have their database. As it is now, yes, we are going to work towards the database. Yes, it's good for us to push towards that. But before that, if within the framework of what we have, we must still continue. That's the point. You understand? So, but then, whether we have that database or not, it should not stop us from doing what other countries did in the past to liberate the economy. And subsidy is one example of this fraudulent windows of defrauding the country. So take the subsidy away, you don't need a database, because already they've not been able to reconcile the database for paying subsidy. You understand? It's just based on what assumption of what we consume in the country, right? And government have been paying. And example of diesel, before they started, probably diesel example was one of the reasons for this problem. Because when you gave it to the like of what's the name of this Otedola to be controlling that space, we find out that the number, because those people, they will tell you accurately the diesel consumption per day in Nigeria. The fraud within that environment, just of BUAM, we realized that we're not even we barely use half of what they used to present to the government before.
Okay,
because
let me ask you a question.
Wait, let me land.
Okay.
How did you get the accurate data? Because you allow the private people that are the stakeholder to handle it. If government is still handling that thing today, the fraud will still be there. Look at the fertilizer. When there was an app in place to deal with the farmer directly, all of a sudden the fraud within the fertilizer subsidy scheme disappear. One. So this oil we are talking about now is a complex situation. The best
it's very complex. Everything is complex now. It's not like business as usual. Everything.
Go and ask NNG now whether they know the output. They know because Nigeria is not the largest stakeholder in that field. You understand?
What is that?
So our LLNG, the output.
Okay.
You understand? Now, but the subsidy they are using for corruption now, the best thing you can do is take the thing away from all the from this government over regulation through subsidy. You let you let us go the free market. All of a sudden, you will know the volume of consumption in Nigeria locally. Even if you integrate database, today, you are not going to be tracking every car that now goes to a diesel station that fuel the tank. We are not going to put that on record. The only thing you can do is what to supply. Meanwhile, part of what you supply now, it will be going to Ghana, we'll be going to Cameroon, we'll be going to Republic of Benin, and Nigeria will be saying, okay, we have data. The question is this: they have data of subsidy, but the question is this on consumption. The question is the veracity. How can you connect that data to reality? That's not the problem now. So that's why we say, okay, remove that subsidy first. Now, it is true that if they don't use whatever they are gaining from that subsidy, if they don't use it well, we may not enjoy the full impact of it. Yeah, it is true. But the question is this: you will still keep that extra cash, our extra forex that you use to subsidize people. If it is that alone we are saving from that, it's good. You understand? Now, if our local producer now, if they now want to be producing the gasoline now and be selling to the neighboring country now, we know we are exporting the petroleum product this time around. Instead of subsidizing our country, we are exporting at the market rate. That's what we're saying. So, to me, we continue within the framework we are, and we can only improve. That's what I'm saying.
Ola, thank you for your submission. You see, I'm not against Tinubu removing subsidies, and I'm not also against those who introduce it, because they introduce it to solve a problem. And Tinubu, who is removing it to solve a problem. But because of the loophole of the bureaucratic procedures in Nigeria, it's just the bureaucracy, because when the bureaucracy functions, data will start coming out. Okay, now I have worked in a place where they load this petrol in Europe here.
Midwest.
Yeah.
We have 4 minutes to go to shut down.
Okay. I have happened to work in that place. When I look at even going inside to go and load, the requirement alone, if we have it in all these places where they load, then the requirement for you to supply that filling station and what the record that the filling station have to submit to the government, they will not be able to take more than any meaningful percentage out of our country. Because when you do it along the line, it is going to backfire. But in our place, they will pack volume of paper. We want to do this paper safe. You'll be even forced to bribe because it's so voluminous, but they have no basis. And at the end of it all, you can't even ask where exactly do they supply this diesel to. The question, you see, this is what I'm trying to present to you. You cannot even trace where they supply it to, but can you go and load in a depot under normal circumstances, even in some African countries, like all these French colony, then you cannot identify where you supply it to. It's impossible. So these are things I'm trying to present here.
No, bro,
they need to work on these things. They
can identify, but the thing is this: the number of vehicles that are purchased from that. Okay, look at this now. If I had filling station in one bush in Ife, and I said, okay, I carry 33,000 liters, maybe I divert 20,000 liters out of that 33, and I said, okay, the people, I have 1 million vehicle coming to me to buy this way. And I go and generate some kind of. It doesn't take time in this time of tech. It doesn't take time to generate fake receipts, and I generate fake receipt and I present to you. How do you prove it? Because see, I'm an information technology person, and I can tell you how some people can carry a very high techie fraud. That if you are owner of a company, you can still receive. You produce your company that you say, okay, you see, I gave this receipt out. You will even think you were the one that presented it. You understand? So these people we are talking of a multi-billion dollars industry. This subsidy, we are talking multi-billion dollars industry, and people can put enough infrastructure to commit this fraud in this subsidy regime. That's what we are saying. These people, they are taking this subsidy as a serious business. You understand? Now they take, instead of providing value in that petroleum basin now, but they are now using the same skill that they could have used to produce value to this to the country. They are using it now to commit fraud. That's exactly what is happening.
See where I'm trying to tell you why I see brought that Minister of Finance. Now, if a filling station is to pay tax based on profit and pay value added tax based on your sales, now can you go and tell the government, for example, they gave you 1,000 liter, and you go and tell the government that, and you took like a 500.
I'm sorry, I have to shut down, please. I told you 4 minutes later. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll be
okay, let us just greet ourselves, Mr. Ola. Good night to Abi. Good morning. When they go talk. We see.
Sir. Good day wherever you are.
Okay, sir. Bye bye. We hope our country change. May they take us serious. We need these data of a thing, my brother. They need to change on it so that we can enjoy.
Well done, General Thomas. You done well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brigadier. Thank you, Adewale. Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Thomas.
Adewale, you are still there.
I've been here all this while.
Really? You're so quiet today.
I've been listening to everyone.
I think everybody wants to listen to you. Kolata said he wants to listen. Enigma said he wants to listen. Yeah, thank you so much. My regards to the family. God bless. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. We have come to the end of the session again. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I say peace. Thank you, guys.